Pocket Hunting Dimension. Chapter 301, It was time to display his real skills. Chapter 301 It was time to display his real skills. Boom! The violent forces fluctuated in the air, turning into wild winds, and dispersed in all corners with the sound of thunderous collisions. The wings of the blue bird boss were over 100 meters long. Luze's body appeared very tiny in front of it. However, when these two collided, Luze, who was like the size of an ant, tore open the blue bird's defense with an aggressive strength from his fist. He bombarded the bird's stiff beak with overbearing punches until cracks appeared and fresh blood began to flow. Luze's gaze was cold. The wings of wind and lightning was activated again, and he appeared behind the blue bird's blood hole where fresh blood was pouring out. The third punch. Boom! The blue bird, whose head was beaten up so badly that it hadn't come to its senses, felt a domineering force rushing through its body, tearing open its internal organs. The frightening force caused its giant body to slam to the ground, leaving a deep hole on the messy ground. Luze looked at the hole on the ground without any expression. In the hole was the dying blue bird. He sighed and couldn't help but smack his lips. He thought that he could deal with the blue bird using 2 punches. He didn't expect that he needed to use 3. It was a miscalculation. The truth had revealed that just having confidence wasn't enough. The whole hunting process merely took 3 punches in a very short while, but Luze felt strong energy coming from all around him at this moment. His brows were raised slightly as he looked at the blue bird slowly turning into ashes in the hole. He obviously had to take the spoils before leaving. After a few breaths, the blue bird's corpse had completely turned into ashes, leaving only an orb and a god art glass ball. Luze happily picked up the orb and god art glass ball. Roar! Si-ao! The originally vague roars became clear at this moment, and the aura, which was constantly coming closer in all directions, stirred in the air. The space became slightly constrained. Luze furrowed his brows. He looked at the sky afar, and he could roughly see a number of beasts' shadows. What's happening here? There shouldn't be so many strong beasts appearing, right? Are they here to send the blue bird off? The beasts on this map want to be good friends at a time like this? This doesn't make any sense. The wings of wind and lightning flapped. Luze was flying in the sky once again with a frown. Did he seem to be surrounded? There weren't any god art beasts, but there were dozens of aperture opening state beasts who were close to 200 to 300 apertures, even 400 apertures. Logically speaking, with so many powerful beasts, the area should be quite spacious and the after effects of the fight with the blue bird wouldn't travel so far, right? Why were these beasts gathering here? Although Luze was very curious, it wasn't the right time to be a curious baby. He watched as the beasts came over to surround him, and his gaze turned icy. Did the guts of these beasts freeze in the freezer for a long time? Why were they so brave? There wasn't even a single god art beast. Who gave them the courage to surround him, hey? Seems like it was time to display his real skills. After a short while, the beasts were only a few kilometers away from Luze. There were the black leopard, giant cat, python, antelopes, and various powerful beasts. Their eyes were red and ferocious, the light of god art was shining from their bodies as they stared at Luze. Roar! The distance of a few kilometers was nothing to these beasts, and they launched their attacks as they roared. Wind blade, thunder spears, spirit force, light pillar, energy ball, and more, all sorts of attacks were launched toward Luze. Other than the powerful attacks, space was distorted, and energy waves were rolling. The air was oppressive, like it was the end of the world. Luze's black hair was dancing in the wild winds. He looked at the attacks coming toward him from all directions, and his mouth twitched. Oh my god! So strong? The star-crippling punch at full force could release an attack of over 500 apertures, but this sort of attack could only be done 4 times. Even though he was slightly stronger now, 5 times would be the limit. He had already used it thrice and had used up half of the energy in his body. He was still slowly recovering at this moment. Other than the star-crippling punch, his strongest attack was the green jade slash, and its attack power hasn't reached 400 apertures yet. This sort of attack could already be a threat to him. Of course, if Luze fled right now, it would be easy by relying on his wings of wind and lightning. At such a time, should he choose fear or be a real man for 5 seconds? Was this question very difficult? Luze's face turned frosty, and he scoffed coldly. The wings of wind and lightning flapped behind him, immediately turning into a stream of light as he passed by all the attacks and found a route to charge out. These big bosses were stronger. He fled. As the saying goes, where there is life, there is hope. As a cool and emotionless game player, Luze obviously chose to wait until they split up and take them down one by one. This way, it would definitely become easier to harvest. This is called strategic diversion. But remember this, I will return. With the wings of wind and lightning, Luze's speed was extremely fast. He managed to travel many kilometers in a short while, getting out of the beast's circle of siege. However, this consumed quite a lot of his energy. Usually, Luze wouldn't do this unless he was fighting with the blue bird, but he didn't have a choice now. After Luze fled, he hid among the bushes in order to recover. Boom! More than a dozen powerful attacks collided, giving off a deafening explosion. The violent waves of energy surged behind Luze, and he couldn't help but smack his lips. If he didn't flee right then, he would have become ashes by now. At this moment, the powerful beasts then realized that Luze had fled. They turned around instantly, and their bloodshot eyes looked at Luze's direction as they chased after him. When Luze saw this, he raised his brows and didn't really mind. These beasts weren't intelligent, how could they catch up to him? He used the wings of wind and lightning at full force, and his speed was over 600 apertures. Although it could only last for about 3 minutes, it was enough to shake these beasts off. Just at this moment, Luze's expression changed once again. He lifted his head and looked ahead, realizing that there was another wave of beasts' aura in the air. Also, Luze even felt a familiar god art beast's aura. Luze! What's happening here? All the powerful beasts shouldn't be appearing in this area at the same time, right? These beasts are all interested in him? They even traveled so far just to look for him? Boom! More than a dozen beasts charged over and opened their blood-filled mouths as they launched their attacks toward him. Luze turned his head and looked at the attacks coming at him. He used the wings of wind and lightning, and his body moved in a flash, dodging all the attacks. Then, he could vaguely see the huge figure of a black tiger a few hundred kilometers away, and the countless figures of other beasts. Luze pursed his lips slightly, he didn't know why, but he felt like he was being picked on. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he looked at the dozen beasts that wanted to continue to attack him. Damn it! If I don't show you guys something, you guys will think I'm weak, huh? Since you don't want to let me go, let's have a good time then. Green Jade Slash. A green light flickered in Luze's eyes, and 2 bright green wind blades that were over a few meters long were formed. Die, all of you! Shoo! A rune flashed in Luze's eyes and the green jade slash disappeared in the air. One of them cut into a giant black cat that had grey fog all around its body. The aura of this giant cat was close to 400 apertures, it was very powerful. Moreover, its god art was the first regeneration god art and body god art. If Luze didn't use this move, he might not have any other way to defeat it. However, this green jade slash wasn't used to kill it, but to stall it. The python which had the weakest aura was also slashed. Tisk! The python's aura was merely around 200 apertures. It didn't have time to defend against Luze's attack, so its head was cut off. Its giant head was separated from its body and fell to the ground with fresh blood spewing everywhere, staining the sky red, and its body was still moving. Boom! The other green jade slash was snapped off by a gigantic black cat's claw. The violent wind blades swept in all directions, adding a few wounds to the weaker beasts around them. Roar! The gigantic black cat turned its head and looked at the python with its separated head and body slowly falling to the ground, and roared ferociously at Luze. This two-legged beast actually dared to resist. It roared and pounced at Luze. Luze looked at the gigantic black cat with a violent aura pouncing toward him, and his lips curved upwards. Naive. When fighting, obviously attacking the crackling skin at the back was the way to go. This fella is so meaty, so he obviously chose to give up. His wings of wind and lightning flashed, and although it wasn't the fastest speed, it was very hard for the gigantic black cat to catch up as it didn't have a speed god art. Luze dodged the black cat's attack and used the green jade slash at the same time to attack the weaker beast. Roar! The beasts were clearly stunned and kept roaring in anger. This doesn't make sense. Why were they angrier when he had withdrawn a little? This shouldn't happen. And the strongest beast in this wave, the gigantic black cat, let out a louder roar of anger. This two-legged beast was capable of killing its little brother, why doesn't he come for me, then? Happy times were always short. After a short while, a deep and threatening roar interrupted Luze's happiness. As a god art beast, the black tiger may not have a speed god art, but its power was stronger than the blue bird, its speed was comparable and was quite close to Luze's. A menacing light flickered in its black pupils, and it let out an earth-shaking roar. A black spirit force claw with a domineering aura formed over Luze. The giant claw was over hundreds of square meters, and it smacked down toward Luze like it was smacking a mosquito. Chapter 302. You again. Luze 2. The black spirit force giant claw that had a ferocious chi struck toward Luze. The surrounding air was shaken by the spirit force claw, and even the sunlight was blocked by the giant claw from where Luze was at. It was as if the sky was falling and the strong pressure crushed Luze's bones, thereby making a cracking sound. So strong? Luze didn't have time to think, the wings of wind and lightning was quickly activated, and he immediately disappeared. The gigantic black cat that was happily hiding away from the black spirit force claw with Luze wasn't fast enough. It was directly smacked to the ground. Boom! A terrible explosion resounded, and over a dozen kilometers was covered by the black spirit light. The beasts in the air also stopped in their tracks and looked at the explosion in fear. They didn't dare to advance. Luze was thrown several kilometers away due to the shockwaves before he managed to stop. When the black spirit light dissipated, there was a deep hole left on the ground with an area of a few square kilometers, and a mutilated corpse was slowly turning into ashes. Luze let out a breath of cold air. 2:11. How horrifying! This is a little too strong, right? It managed to kill the gigantic black cat, who possessed the regeneration god art and physical god art, with just one smack? This chap was a super meaty shield with more than 400 apertures. He wondered how the dead gigantic black cat thought about this. Cats and tigers belonged to the same family, why did they have a fratricidal? Luze didn't have time to sigh. He was on his guard and looked at the black tiger boss suspended in the sky. The black tiger boss was simply too strong. If it was him who got smacked just now, he would probably be flattened. Hey! Roar! The black tiger boss was further infuriated. It was clearly the type that wouldn't give in. It saw that Luze had dodged the attack and roared in a low voice. Its body disappeared on the spot and appeared before Luze. A black light flickered on its huge claw and produced wild whines as it swiped toward Luze's direction. The terrifying power contained in the huge claw gave Luze goosebumps, and the wings of wind and lightning flapped behind him. He disappeared in an instant, avoiding the attack of the black giant tiger. The moment his body appeared, all sorts of horrifying attacks shot toward his direction from a distance away. The other beasts weren't watching the show, but they didn't dare to run to the battlefield. After all, with the black tiger boss around, they might get injured. That gigantic black cat was an example. However, this didn't stop them from launching long-range attacks. Luze frowned and disappeared once again, avoiding dozens of attacks. When he appeared once more, the black tiger boss had already reacted and opened its mouth wide open as it launched a giant black energy ball of over 10 meters in his direction. Damn! Did these beasts become elites? Weren't they supposed to attack each other? Why were they actually working so well together? He was just a weak, pitiful, and helpless child. Luze's body moved in a flash once again and dodged the energy ball, which turned into a black stream of light and blasted a black panther that didn't manage to escape. The black panther didn't even have time to shriek and was turned into ashes. Luze took this chance to land on the ground and picked up the orb that was dropped by the dying beast just now. The situation wasn't in his favor at this moment, and he had already prepared himself to die on the spot. However, before dying, Luze would never give up on a single orb. Unfortunately, the fierce beasts, who were currently fighting each other, would not drop any orb, otherwise, he would be able to take advantage of that. When the shockwaves dissipated, Luze felt a terrifying power coming from behind. Accordingly, he used the wings of wind and lightning once more to dodge. He didn't consider fleeing at full speed. However, he could already feel more and more chi nearing. There were even quite a number of god art beasts. Luze felt aggrieved. He just came in and didn't do anything yet, alright? Why were these beasts acting as if he had done something heinous? Was this spread from the word of mouth? From the moment the blue bird saw him, it began to call out to its friends, and everyone planned on getting rid of him? Until now, Luze had no idea what exactly happened. Roar! Re! A roar came from afar once again, and Luze dodged the black tiger boss attack again. He saw 3 blue birds from the corner of his eyes, 2 warhorse bosses and a grey giant lizard boss were approaching. Ferocious light was flickering in their gigantic beast eyes as they looked at Luze with murderous intent. Luze! He breathed slowly and tried to calm down his breathing. Beads of perspiration were already forming on his forehead. When he killed the blue bird, he had already used up half of his energy. After that, he killed over a dozen beasts that surrounded him and even fled so long from the black tiger boss. His body was nearly emptied. But he couldn't take this lying down. Why did he become so popular all of a sudden? Were all the beasts interested in his incorruptible body? This doesn't make any sense. Other than the god art beast boss, there were more than 100 strong beasts. The huge beasts were suspended in the air and surrounded Luze, even the sunlight was blocked. With hundreds of beasts and a couple of god art beasts exuding a strong aura, even Luze could feel the immense pressure. He looked at these beasts that were looking at him ferociously, and he pursed his lips, a savage look flashed across his eyes. He couldn't run away and wouldn't be able to fight those huge ones, so he decided to kill those small ones first. Just when Luze planned to ignore his consumption of energy and kill a number of beasts, a black figure appeared next to him. Luze took a glance and his entire body stiffened, cold sweat trickled down his back. That was a handsome black-haired teenager. The teenager was looking at Luze with a faint smile, completely ignoring the aura of those strong beasts around them. "It's you again. Luze too." Luze looked at Luze too, who suddenly appeared. He couldn't figure out what the other wanted to do. The appearance of Luze too caused the originally tyrannical atmosphere to stagnate slightly. Both the god art beasts and strong beasts widened their eyes and kept glancing back and forth between Luze and Luze too. Roar! What's happening? 2 two-legged beasts? Wasn't there only one such beast? This wasn't the same as what was agreed. There was silence for a moment. Luze furrowed his brows and looked at Luze too. "Who exactly are you?" He planned on trying to communicate. However, Luze too didn't say a word and continued looking at Luze with a faint smile. Then, he raised his right hand slightly, and a hazy white light appeared, turning into a small energy cluster. The energy cluster was densely packed like starlight revolving around his body. There were over hundreds of them, and the terrifying aura was overflowing from his body, causing Luze to have goosebumps. This fellow was definitely a werewolf. He was extremely strong. TAS. At least, he wasn't weaker than the rabbit boss. He might even be stronger than the rabbit boss. So the question is, what does this fella plan on doing? Luze was still deep in his thoughts when all of the energy clusters disappeared in the air. Boom 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 boom. Then, horrifying explosions occurred, and the beasts and god art beasts that were around them exploded simultaneously. At the same time, Luze felt a sharp pain all over his body, and his thoughts succumbed to the darkness. When his vision recovered, he was already in the familiar dormitory. Luze's lips spasmed, and he was breaking out in cold sweat due to the pain. His entire body was aching with a rhythmic pain. That Luze too was too brutal. Hey! Never mind that he didn't answer Luze's question, he didn't even greet Luze and simply blew him up when they both looked exactly the same. Could it be that this fella's conscience wouldn't hurt at all? Could it be that this fella wouldn't feel like it happened to himself? He will remember this. But that Luze too was really strong. He managed to kill so many strong beasts with just one move. His power must be at the mortal evolution state already. Luze lay in bed and knitted his brows, thinking back to the scene when hundreds of beasts worked together to attack him. Why did those beasts unite to attack him? Those beasts were of different species and were all very strong. Usually, they would have a territory of their own, but they managed to gather so quickly. This was clearly premeditated. Luze rubbed his temples and felt his head hurt. There would always be wicked people trying to harm him. What did he do wrong? He was just an innocent child. Why must he receive such unfair treatment? Just at this moment, Luze suddenly recalled the incident when the rabbit boss mistook him for Luze too. Wait a minute. He had a bold guess. Could it be that all these beasts mistook his identity as well? Or perhaps, Luze too had stirred things up inside and became an arrogant figure. He was then besieged by the local tyrants, preparing to defy the natural order? Luze thought that this was a possibility too. If it was true, then he was an innocent victim, right? Luze's mouth twitched. He was dumbfounded. Life was already so hard. Why did he have to suffer this injustice? He silently noted down the enmity of all the beasts and planned to take revenge next time. At this moment, the pain had subsided. Luze took a deep breath and sat cross-legged. Although he was chased out by the boss the moment he went in, he still reaped quite a bountiful harvest. A blue bird boss and over a dozen of ferocious beasts, he was quite satisfied with this harvest. With that thought, Luze was no longer upset and felt very pleased with himself. He didn't think about the change in the pocket hunting dimension anymore and closed his eyes. Cultivate, cultivate. When he becomes stronger, he will let those bosses know the meaning of not discriminating against a poor young man. Chapter 303 Arranged by the Boss of the Universe. Early the next morning, the warm sunlight shone through the window of the room. Luze knitted his brows slightly and slowly opened his eyes. He stood up and stretched. He finished absorbing the god art orb last night. In turn, his god art had become stronger. At this point, Luze found that some of the secrets contained in the god art orb had merged with what he had. This was a good thing. This meant that his god art had made great progress, and when the god art orbs no longer have an effect on him, he could consider hunting the overlords. After that, Luze went to wash up. After washing up, he went downstairs, and there was someone knocking on the door. Luze opened the door and found Lin Ling standing outside. He was surprised. "Why are you so early?" Lin Ling rolled her eyes at his question. "I wanted to see if there are any changes to Ying Ying after she used your orb yesterday." When Luze heard her answer, he smiled. Since that's the case, let's head over first, then. Did she really need to be so worried? Nevertheless, Luze didn't tease her. Two of them flew in the direction of Nangongjing's home. Luze knocked on Nangongjing's door, and the door was opened very quickly, but the person who opened it was Kaiyuhesha. Luze looked strangely at Kaiyuhesha. This person and Nangongjing clearly hated each other but still kept visiting each other's homes. Luze saw her at Nangongjing's place quite a number of times already. He didn't even know whether these two people's relationship was good or bad. He really didn't understand these women. After Kaiyuhesha saw Luze and Lin Ling, she curled her lips upwards and smiled gently. "Hey, little brother Luze, Lin Ling, what are you guys doing here?" Then, her gaze swept over both of them, and she grinned. "Tisk tisk, little brother Luze, you've got no game. Both of you were left alone, yet there is no progress." Luze. He looked at Kaiyuhesha in disbelief. This woman and that drunkard were actually blood sisters who lost contact for years, right? When this woman wasn't around yesterday, the drunkard also gave him a look of disdain the moment they met. Now, this woman was doing the same, huh? These two people colluded, didn't they? Lin Ling said helplessly, "Big sister Hesha, stop joking." Kaiyuhesha smiled and stopped teasing them. "Come on in, the violent mother dragon left the house as she had something to attend to and will be back soon." She turned around and went back into the living room. Then, leaned against the sofa lazily, her slender and fair right arm resting on the sofa armrest as she propped her face up and smiled. "You guys just came back? I heard that you guys encountered 3 strange foreigners during the mission?" Then, Ying ate them up. Luze recalled those 3 black-robed monsters and nodded. Subsequently, he told her about the mission. Kaiyuhesha smiled faintly after listening to what happened, and a cold murderous intent flashed in her eyes. There are thousands of races in the universe, and the human race is unable to recognize all of them. Seems like they accidentally came here through the natural wormhole. Luze and Lin Ling were taken aback. Natural wormhole. These two people knew about the natural wormhole. The stars in the universe had a small chance of forming natural wormholes. However, natural wormholes and the spacecraft's curvature channel were different. The natural wormhole was connected to a random location in the universe. It could be connected within the Milky Way, or it could also be connected to somewhere 10 billion light-years away, or even to the void universe. Natural wormholes were unstable and could only remain for a short period of time, but the Milky Way wasn't small, after all. There were occasional occurrences of this, which was one of the reasons for the federal disaster. The appearance of natural wormholes was entirely up to luck. Sometimes they did not appear for more than a decade, or they appeared but no living creatures went over. Sometimes, they may even appear a few times a year. Just like earthquakes during the Earth boss of the universe arranged them very clearly. 800 years ago, an oversized natural wormhole appeared in the Federation and 2 galaxy-class strong foreigners came. Those 2 foreigners caused chaos in the Federation, and in order to kill those 2 galaxy-class strong foreigners, Tianlong Sage took over and fell at that time. Even so, they didn't expect the 3 foreigners to be able to travel through the natural wormhole. They initially thought that they were smuggled through the federal border. Kaiyuhesha saw that Luze and Lin Ling were a bit stunned and smiled. The higher levels had already sent people over to investigate. If it was a natural wormhole, then there should only be those 3 foreigners who came over. You guys don't have to worry too much. This doesn't happen very often, after all. Both of them nodded and didn't think much about it any further. At this moment, Nangongjing opened the door and entered. When she saw Luze and Lin Ling in the living room, she smiled. "You guys are here." Luze nodded. "N." Lin Ling said, "Big sister Jing, how's Ying? You guys can go up and take a look." Luze and Lin Ling nodded and went upstairs. In the room where Ying was staying, there were still stars scattered around, and she was crouching on her bed, asleep. Luze was somewhat speechless when he saw the saliva on the corners of this little girl's lips. Just how much saliva does this little girl have, hey? At this moment, Lin Ling was uncertain. These stars seemed brighter than yesterday, right? Luze took a look and realized that the stars around Ying Ying did appear slightly brighter. He wasn't sure, but it might be because of the red orbs. But if it works, then it's obviously a good thing. Luze smiled at this. I'll feed Ying Ying some more. Lin Ling nodded. And then, Luze fed Ying Ying a few more red orbs that were of a higher grade than yesterday. He even fed her an aperture opening state 1. After swallowing the aperture opening state red orb, Ying Ying's little round face became calm. When Luze finished feeding her, he and Lin Ling returned to the living room. Nangongjing was leaning against the sofa, drinking, and when she saw them, she stood up. Let's go and cultivate. She had mentioned yesterday that she would be teaching them in the morning. When Kaihulyuhesha heard her words, she laughed. Personal lessons again? I'll join. 2. Then, the four of them entered the virtual reality and began cultivating. In the afternoon, after four of them cultivated, they had lunch together before Luze and Lin Ling returned to the dormitory. Luze went back into his room, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began cultivating on his own. In the morning, Nangongjing and Kaihulyuhesha mainly taught them some combat skills, as well as some points to take note of for god arts. Also, in the afternoon, Luze planned on absorbing red orbs to enhance his cultivation and physical strength. As for night time, it was used for digesting the god art orb. This way, he would be able to improve in every aspect. At night, the sky gradually became gloomy. Luze slowly opened his eyes, and the red light under his eyes flashed. He got out of bed, stretched his body, and revealed a satisfied smile. Now, he could get red orbs of a higher grade and improved much faster than before. In just one afternoon, his spirit force cultivation had increased by 1 aperture. This was related to the quality of red orb that Luze used and also related to his perfect spirit body. For those martial artists, who were not spirit bodies, it was not difficult to get through 360 basic apertures, but it would take time, and the difficulty of breaking through the extension aperture was even greater. But as for Luze, who possessed a perfect spirit body, he didn't have any issues with this aspect at all. He just needed to take note of the spirit force. If Luze gets the red orb after that, he would improve even faster. Even just by cultivating with this grade of red orb normally, Luze could already enhance his spirit force cultivation to perfection in less than 3 years, then advance to the realm of metamorphosis. This was simply lightning speed. If others knew about this, it would definitely shock the entire Federation. One must know that the Thousand Shadow young Duke previously spent 6 years to advance from basic apertures to the aperture opening state. This speed was several times faster than his. Even Nangongjing and the others didn't have this cultivation speed. Luze did the math and became very pleased with himself. I'm actually so talented. This is bad. It seems like I'm becoming cocky. No, I must get quickly into the pocket hunting dimension and be taught well by the big bosses. But before entering the pocket hunting dimension, he planned on eating first. He pulled out the delicious food that he stored after giving a portion to Ying Ying and gulped them down. After washing up, Luze sat cross-legged again, closed his eyes, and entered the pocket hunting dimension. The moment Luze entered, he used the chi stealth technique. What happened yesterday was too hurtful, so he didn't want to be surrounded and attacked again today. He didn't even dare to release his mental power. He just settled on using his eyes to search for prey. Soon, he found a direction, tapped the ground with his toe, and disappeared, starting his hunting journey. Boom! A few hours later, somewhere in the vast expanse of grassland, a terrible explosion occurred. Black and purple lights flashed, and the shockwaves spread over 10 kilometers, carrying a domineering chi. Very soon, the shockwaves dissipated, and Luze looked coldly at the purple-colored Black Panther slowly turning into ashes and heaved a sigh of relief. In order to prevent what happened yesterday from happening again, Luze chose to explode using his full strength. He used the fastest speed of the wings of wind and lightning, coupled with the star-crippling punch. This purple-colored Black Panther's chi was around 400 apertures of the aperture opening state, and it didn't even have time to shriek before it died. Luze picked up the orb on the ground and didn't stop, he immediately disappeared. He was hunting secretly in the ring of ferocious beasts, the situation was quite dangerous. However, running once he was done, this was thrilling. After that, he would rest for a period of time and wait until he recovered what he had expended before hunting once more. He would be merciless and kill with a single attack. Chapter 304 Evil Deal. In the pocket hunting dimension. 3 days later. The wings of wind and lightning flapped behind Luze, and his body turned into a stream of light as he swept across the air. Behind him, there were hundreds of powerful beasts roaring and pursuing him closely. Among them, there were 6 blue bird bosses, and behind them were the warhorse boss, black giant tiger, grey giant lizard, and many more god art beasts. Further behind, there were even stronger beasts. An extremely strong chi pervaded the areas where Luze and the beasts had gone past. A few core martial state beasts were terror-stricken by the overwhelming atmosphere, and they crawled on the floor, howling with a low voice. As the weakest beasts in this map, they could only shudder in fear under the despotic power of the bosses. Roar. Luze flew in front, and his mouth spasmed when he heard the cries behind him. Who can stand this? With so many ferocious beasts chasing after him at once, he was also in despair. Furthermore, he could already faintly sense more beasts up ahead coming toward him. He felt aggrieved. In the first map, Luze was chased after as well. But in the first map, everyone was still quite new, and as long as Luze found a rabbit hole to hide in, he could easily shake them off. However, it was different on this map. Luze still hadn't seen any cave. Also, even if there was a cave, with the strength of the beasts on this map, Luze felt that they would simply destroy the cave. There was only green grass on the grassland and no barricades at all, so he could only hold back his tears and continue running. Even though he was fast, there were always beasts joining in along the way, and blocking his way. It was very difficult to escape. A few minutes later, Luze was once again surrounded. This time, Luze too didn't appear. After putting up a weak resistance, these beasts did all sorts of things to Luze, and he was blasted out of the pocket hunting dimension in the end. In the room, Luze opened his eyes. When he died, he was overwhelmed by all kinds of powerful attacks, he couldn't even escape at all. His body was bombed until it turned into ashes so naturally. His entire body experienced extreme pain. Luze lay in bed to rest for a while and recovered slowly. Then, he sat cross-legged once more and began cultivating. Although he still died in the end, he reaped quite a good harvest. As he was now popular among the beasts, he saved time on hunting and would occasionally harvest more than before. It was painful but beneficial. In the remaining time, Luze cultivated at Nangang Jing's place in the morning, cultivated by himself in the afternoon, and entered the pocket hunting dimension at night. When he died, he would begin absorbing god art after coming out. Of course, Nangang Jing and Kaiyuhesha would be occupied at times. As such, Luze and Lin Ling would attend their class and listen to the lesson. Time went by very quickly. 1 month later. On the virtual reality pod. Spirit light flickered in Lin Ling's eyes, and a silvery white light wrapped around the spear in her hand, transforming into hundreds of spear lights and heading toward Luze's direction. The spear lights were sharp and pierced through the air, creating a sharp noise. Luze felt the sharp aura coming in his direction. He raised his brows slightly, tapped the ground with his toe, and his body moved in a flash, dodging the spear light. He simply couldn't dodge from it, so he covered his palm in black crystal light shield and blocked the attack. Ding ding ding! The sound of metal knocking against each other rang out, creating a pleasant sound echoing on the platform. Each time they knocked against one another, shockwaves would disperse, but compared to before, the shockwaves were slightly weaker. After a month of cultivating, their control over their strengths had improved. Accordingly, they would try their best to concentrate their power on each attack. The attacking force would get into the other party's body with each collision, which was why it seemed like they were weaker on the outside. But the fact was that it was more dangerous internally. When Lin Ling saw that Luze had easily blocked her attack, a light flashed in her eyes, and her slender legs tapped on the ground as she disappeared on the spot. Afterward, she turned into countless shadows and each shadow exuded a strong qi. With her spear in the air, she charged toward Luze. Luze was calm and blocked Lin Ling's attack perfectly. In just a few short breaths, both of them had already exchanged hundreds of moves. Although the shockwaves appeared weaker than before, the ground of the arena was still covered in cracks. After another round of hand-to-hand combat, Lin Ling flew over 100 meters, and she frowned. A tinge of determination flashed in her eyes and she scoffed coldly. The aura in her body burst out in an instant. Strength God Art. Luze saw the aura around Lin Ling's body, and his lips curved into a smile. This girl was a lot stronger than she was a month ago. Her strength God Art had become stronger and coupled with the Sage Origin power, which enhanced her cultivation, her power should be over 400 apertures, right? This speed was simply too fast. However, compared to Luze, she was still far behind. Boom! A shallow pit appeared on the extremely hard platform and Lin Ling's body turned into a shadow. The spear in her hand was wrapped in a terrifying qi as she attacked Luze. Luze's hands were covered in thin black crystal while wind and lightning were circulating around his body. He smiled as he battled with Lin Ling. The amount of strength he used had always been similar to Lin Ling's, but he was no longer as flustered as he was when he first fought with Lin Ling while using the same amount of strength. Every time after he fought with Lin Ling, he would use the purple orbs, but his battle skills were now much stronger than before. Even if Lin Ling used a God Art, she wouldn't be able to take advantage of him. Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha's eyes glistened as they watched Luze and Lin Ling battling. Both of them often taught them and naturally knew how much they have improved. These two had improved more than them previously. Lin Ling's God Art was very strong from the beginning, coupled with her Sage Origin inheritance, her improvement was obviously very frightening. Luze didn't hide his God Art from Kaiyuhesha either, both of them naturally knew how strong Luze's God Art was. Even so, they were still dumbstruck by his improvement. Kaiyuhesha looked at Luze, and her gentle voice had a tinge of surprise as she asked, "Mother Dragon, what is this guy's combat power right now?" Nangongjing replied, "Should be around 700 apertures if he goes all out." Kaiyuhesha. At this moment, it was better to remain silent. She remembered that a month ago, even if this fella used the star crippling punch, his power would only be around 500 apertures. In just 1 month's time, his power increased by 200 apertures. This improvement was simply too fast. After some time, Nangongjing spoke as if she was trying to console herself. This fella's God Art is a top-ranking God Art, so it's normal for him to improve so quickly. Normal, my. Nangongjing was very jealous. If this goes on, then in a few years' time, this fella would be stronger than her, isn't it? She was one of the strongest 18 years and 144 months old elites in the human race, alright? She was over 100 months older than this fella. Where would she hide her face if this fella caught up with her in a few years' time? Kaiyuhesha was very jealous as well. They were considered the prodigies in the Federal and were naturally very proud. Even the first young Duke of the Federal didn't make them feel jealous at all. However, they felt jealous of Luze. Even though they were jealous, they were still quite happy at the same time. After all, they had a good relationship with Luze and were his teachers. If Luze becomes stronger in the future, it would reduce their stress. Their opponents were the foreigners, anyway. As young dukes, they were burdened with a lot of pressure. Luze and Lin Ling continued fighting, and beads of perspiration had already appeared on Lin Ling's forehead. The sweat made her short hair drenched. She opened her little mouth, panting lightly, and her breath was a little messy. She went all out with the strength god art and couldn't last long. She was unsatisfied that she didn't manage to force this fella's true power out. Lin Ling bit her bottom lip, and a tinge of dissatisfaction appeared in her eyes. She managed to increase by nearly 100 apertures of power within a month. This was considered very fast already. But compared to Luze, the gap was getting wider and wider instead. Luze looked at Lin Ling, who was panting, and he smiled. Should we still continue? Lin Ling clenched her teeth. Continue. Boom. Lin Ling's body disappeared. She swept her spear across and attacked once again. Luze didn't say a word. He knew this girl's temper. She was very stubborn and definitely wouldn't admit defeat. Since this was the case, he shall let her use up all her energy. Both of them began fighting once more. Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha bit their bottom lips and looked at one another. We wouldn't be like that in the future, would we? Their hearts ached, and they couldn't help but clutch their chests subtly. After a moment of silence, Kaiyuhesha smiled. Violent Mother Dragon, you've got to let me teach Luze a lesson too. If she didn't hit him now, she might not have the chance next time. Nangongjing replied in a serious manner, who do you think I am? I am this fella's teacher. How could I do something like that? Kaiyuhesha smiled and said in a languid tone, 2 bottles of morning dew liquor. Deal. Hence, while Luze was kept in the dark, these two people had completed an evil deal. After some time, Lin Ling's body was drenched in sweat. Her originally loose martial arts clothing was soaked in sweat and was clinging to her body, highlighting her beautiful figure. Luze smiled and disappeared on the spot. He appeared before Lin Ling and patted her on the shoulder, then smirked. You've lost. Lin Ling bit her lips unhappily and felt quite upset. This fella actually couldn't even bear to use his true power. Did he look down on her? Luze obviously didn't look down on her. It was just that there was no need to use the green jade slash and all. It would also hurt quite a bit. Chapter 305 Being Made a Fool by the Old Man. Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha walked over when Luze and Lin Ling had finished their sparring session. Seeing how upset Lin Ling was, Nangongjing smiled and comforted her. All right, let's go out. There are still plenty of opportunities to spar in the future. Lin Ling nodded helplessly. The 4 people left virtual reality. Subsequently, Luze fed Ying some red orbs as usual. In the dimmed room, the starlight on the surface of Ying's body was much brighter than before. It was a drastic change that could be noticed. Nangongjing took out a bottle of alcohol from her storage ring and took a few gulps, then said, I wonder when this little girl is going to wake up. Kaiyuhesha looked gently at Ying, who was sleeping soundly. Hopefully soon. Lin Ling smiled. Compared to before, her starlight is much brighter now. The effects of the energy created by Ze's god art seems pretty good. When Luze heard that, he raised his brows and said proudly, Of course, don't you know who I am? The 3 people rolled their eyes at Luze. After feeding Ying, Kaiyuhesha stretched and stroked her long pink hair. Let's go down and eat. Thanks to Luze, even Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha had developed the habit of eating. Lin Ling often complained to Luze that because of him, everyone became foodies. Luze was proud of that. Wasn't it human nature to enjoy delicious food? Although the interstellar era was plagued by crisis, humans' productivity was naturally stronger than that of the Earth era. If they couldn't even eat under such good conditions, it would be too miserable. People should enjoy themselves while they can. They went downstairs, and Luze suddenly recalled something. He turned to look at Nangang Jing. Teacher Nangang, it is your 30th birthday today, right? When Nangang Jing heard his question, she stiffened up and spat out the alcohol in her mouth, landing right onto Luze's face. Luze. He never thought that this woman's reaction would be so big. He became somewhat stunned now. This woman actually spat on his face. His mouth spasmed as he wiped the alcohol off his face. When he was about to curse this woman, he suddenly felt something wrong in the atmosphere. He lifted his head and noticed how Kaiouhesha and Lin Ling were looking at him. It was as though he couldn't be saved this time. Then, both of them quietly moved away. Nangang Jing clenched her teeth and gave Luze an evil glare. Luze, what? What is it? Shouldn't you be happy on your birthday? Luze even wanted to ask this woman if she wanted a birthday gift, but he felt that maybe he should wait until his cultivation reaches a higher level, then he could give her a mortal evolution state red orb as a birthday gift. When his cultivation reaches a higher level, the mortal evolution state red orb wouldn't be precious to him anymore, and he didn't have to spend any money. It would be great as a gift. But this situation didn't seem quite right. Luze didn't say a word, and he felt a firm grip around his neck. A familiar pain appeared on his forehead again. At the same time, Nangang Jing gritted her teeth and yelled, I am 18 years old this year. It hurts. Hurts. 18 years old, 18 years old. Teacher Nangang Jing is 18 years old. I was wrong, please let me off. Luze was speechless. This woman was already in the mortal evolution state. What's the difference between being 30 years old and 18 years old? He really didn't understand what was in the heads of women. How many times had this woman beaten him up? He almost lost count already. Kaiouhesha and Lin Ling watched this scene without any expression. Tisk, men. A woman's age is taboo, how could you be so direct? If it were them, they would definitely teach Luze a lesson too. Nangang Jing let Luze off when he admitted his mistake. Luze recovered after using Regeneration God Art. He was very pleased, Regeneration God Art was really useful. At this moment, Nangang Jing asked suspiciously, how did you know that it's my birthday today? Nangang Jing didn't recall telling him when her birthday was. Also, she basically never celebrated her birthday after becoming a grown-up. After all, other than the old man, her family was very busy. If the old man celebrated her birthday with her, wouldn't he rush her to get married until her death? If she was alone, she would just drink a good bottle of alcohol, and it was considered a celebration. She didn't expect that Luze would know. Luze rubbed his forehead helplessly. The old man messaged me last night. He didn't know either, but last night, old man Nangang suddenly texted him and said that it was Nangang Jing's birthday. What was the old man trying to do? Assist in the attack? Since he knew that it was this woman's birthday, he obviously couldn't pretend that he didn't know. Furthermore, it was old man Nangang who personally sent him the message. Hence, Luze could only brace himself and ask this woman. Nangang Jing, Lin Ling. Kaiouhesha. After listening to Luze's explanation, the atmosphere became awkward instantly. Nangang Jing was fuming. Being made a fool by that old man made Nangang Jing lose her temper. She could even imagine the old man's wretched smile at this moment. Nangang Jing clenched her teeth and thought in her heart, should I charge over to planet Jinyao and tear down that old man's house? This was too awkward. Kaiouhesha and Lin Ling, who were watching the show from the side, looked sympathetically at Nangang Jing. With this kind of old man, she was quite pitiful. There was silence in the air, and Nangang Jing appeared to have given up as she rubbed her temples. That's right, today is my birthday. What birthday gift are you going to give me? Luze shook his head. Nothing. Nanggong Jing, Lin Ling. Kai Uyuhesha. There was silence once again. The three people looked strangely at the innocent-looking Luze. Nanggong Jing clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. So you just brought it up to stab my heart? He asked whether it was her 30th birthday the moment he opened his mouth. If he wasn't trying to stab her heart, what was it, hey? When Luze saw that Nanggong Jing was about to explode in rage, he quickly exclaimed, "Wait! Teacher Nanggong, put your fist down first and take a deep breath. Calm down." Nanggong Jing grinned towards Luze. "I'll give you a chance to form another sentence." Luze smiled. "Teacher Nanggong Jing, see, you definitely have what I have and is not lacking in anything. I was thinking, why don't you wait until I improve in my cultivation and give you a stronger red orb to cultivate?" "Right." Nanggong Jing was a little stunned when she heard that and didn't say anything. Luze felt somewhat embarrassed with Nanggong Jing staring at him and spoke carefully. "Teacher Nanggong Jing, are you all right? Could it be that this woman's fist was still itching?" Nanggong Jing took a few gulps of alcohol, then sighed and smiled at Luze. "Your God art energy is very precious, don't give it to me." When Luze heard what she said, he understood why she looked at him that way. He smiled faintly. "Kindness is always returned tenfolds. I am good to someone on the premise that the person was good to me. Teacher Nanggong, you've always been nice to me, and I certainly wouldn't be stingy toward you." Whether it was on the battlefield or paying first to let him purchase the divine art, even teaching him every morning, Nanggong Jing may have a bad temper, but she was quite nice to him. Of course, this was mainly because Luze was talented and perhaps because of Uncle Merlin, but he cannot deny that Nanggong Jing had helped him a lot too. Since Nanggong Jing was nice toward him, he obviously wouldn't be stingy with her. Nanggong Jing's eyes lit up when she heard what Luze said, but she didn't say anything and merely looked at Luze seriously. Nanggong Jing remained silent, so Lin Ling and Kai Uyuhesha naturally didn't say a word either. Luze felt a little uncomfortable with these three people staring at him. Are they looking at some rare animal? After some time, Nanggong Jing finally patted Luze's shoulder and laughed. "Give me that sort of energy now, then. It shall be my birthday present. I want to see if I could touch Ying after refining. This would be the best birthday present for me." Lin Ling and Kai Uyuhesha looked at Luze and Nanggong Jing with glistening eyes. There was actually this method. Even Lin Ling and Kai Uyuhesha wanted to touch Ying, not just Nanggong Jing, but they were too embarrassed to ask Luze for energy. So they could only hold it in. Kai Uyuhesha widened her eyes and looked at Nanggong Jing in disbelief. Annoying. She was very jealous. Lin Ling was very envious too. When Luze heard that, he gave Nanggong Jing a strange look and didn't think further. "All right." With that said, he pulled out a blue bird boss red orb and handed it over. With his current power, he could kill the blue bird boss in seconds. Luze already had accumulated a number of its red orbs. Nanggong Jing reached out and took the red orb, then sat cross-legged in the living room eagerly. "I'll absorb it first." As she spoke, she placed the red orb into her mouth, closed her eyes, and focused. Luze and the other two people watched. The energy in the blue bird boss red orb wasn't much for Nanggong Jing, and Luze wasn't worried that anything would happen to this woman either. Lin Ling and Kai Uyuhesha were just curious. They saw how much Luze had improved in 1 month and were naturally more curious about Luze's energy. Right now, Nanggong Jing was the first among them to use this red orb. In just a few minutes, Nanggong Jing opened her eyes, and a tinge of happiness flashed in her eyes. "How is it?" 3 of them asked curiously. It was the first time Luze let such a prodigy like Nanggong Jing use it. He also wanted to know its effects. Nanggong Jing smiled. "Not bad." She had some subtle loopholes in the early stage of the martial arts, even for herself, but this red orb actually covered up many of these loopholes. Although it didn't have any effect on her current power, it increased her potential and broadened her path. Right now, Nangongjing finally understood why Luze was so gifted. So envious of this fella. He actually had such an awesome god art. Chapter 306 Ze is the most handsome guy in the world. In the living room, Nangongjing didn't mind the curious gazes of those three people and was still enjoying the sense of fulfillment she felt when the loopholes were filled just now. At first, she just wanted to use the orb once and see if she could touch Ying. After all, that red orb was very precious to Luze, and she didn't want to owe him a favor. She was this fella's teacher. However, right now, she couldn't bear to part with it. She aspired to be a female warrior who could protect the people, and this red orb could actually cover all her loopholes. This way, she could go farther in her future. With such a good chance right before her, she obviously wanted it. However, this was Luze's god art, after all. If he didn't have enough for himself, he naturally couldn't give any to her. Nangongjing was at a loss as to what to do. Although Nangongjing was currently tangled, she was a carefree person, to begin with, and was relatively calm, so she didn't think too much about it. Let it be, then. With this guy's character, if he really had some to spare, he would give them to her, right? She recalled Luze's smile and what he said just now about returning her kindness tenfold. Her eyes glistened, and she was in a pleasant mood. This was such a precious thing, and this chap could bear to give it to her. She admired this character of his, which was why she kept helping him. Otherwise, there was no use even if Luze was more talented than this. So what if he was the one that Uncle Merlin fancied? She was Nangongjing and would only befriend people she liked. Kai Uyuhesha and Lin Ling had envious expressions on their faces after they heard what Nangongjing said. Seemed like the effect was not bad, and they wanted to give it a try too. After that, Nangongjing stood up, and her body disappeared instantly, leaving only a cheery voice. I'll go look for Ying and try it. Luze and the others looked at each other and didn't follow her up the stairs. After she went upstairs, Luze and the other two people saw Nangongjing's slender and fair hand stroking Ying's little round face. Lin Ling. Kai Uyuhesha. When both of them saw this scene, they immediately cast looks of jealousy and envy to Nangongjing. Didn't expect that it would actually work. After Nangongjing used this sort of energy, she could actually touch Ying. At the side, Luze immediately felt the grudging glares from two people. He looked over and realized that Lin Ling and Kai Uyuhesha were both staring at him without blinking. Luze. There was silence as the three people's eyes met. Nangongjing stopped what she was doing and looked at Luze as well. Although she had selfish motives, this was still up to Luze, and she didn't have any reason to interfere. After some time, Luze rubbed his temples and said, "One for each person, no more than that. I still need them for my own cultivation." Both Lin Ling and Kai Uyuhesha were quite nice to Luze, and he simply couldn't stand their stares anymore. It felt like they were cats waiting to be fed. At this moment, should he be singing always too soft-hearted? Lin Ling and Kai Uyuhesha revealed a gleeful smile the moment they heard that and nodded continuously. Lin Ling bit her bottom lips and glanced at Luze without saying anything. Initially, she was unhappy that Luze didn't use his full power during the battle with her just now, but she wasn't upset at this time. This red orb was very precious, and this chap actually gave it to her. She reached out to take the red orb with glittering eyes and directly sat cross-legged on the floor without saying anything as she swallowed the red orb. The moment the orb went into her mouth, Lin Ling knitted her brows. She wasn't as physically strong as Luze and the red orb's energy was in aperture opening state. To Lin Ling, it was considered quite terrifying. She clenched her teeth, pushed through the pain, and began the refinement. While on the other side, after Kai Uyuhesha received the red orb, she paused for a moment and looked at Luze. Luze was confused as he looked at Kai Uyuhesha. "What is it, Teacher Kai Uyu?" Kai Uyuhesha's red lips curved into a smile, her delicate and fair fingers brushed across Luze's face, and her voice was slightly languid. Little brother Luze, I don't hate what you said to the violent mother dragon just now. Even without using the charm god art, Kyoyuhesha's original aura had become very seductive and would tug at one's heartstrings due to the influence of the god art. Her frown, smile, and watery eyes were simply a poison to any man. Even for a steadfast man like Luze, his heartbeat changed. However, during this 1 month, Luze had come into contact with this woman's god art, and his immunity was still quite strong. Luze rolled his eyes at Kyoyuhesha. Nice try, even if you praised me, I do not have any extras for you. This woman was trying to seduce him, wasn't it? Tisk, how naive. Kyoyuhesha smiled and didn't explain further. She simply went aside and sat cross-legged, then swallowed the red orb. Luze looked at Linling and Kyoyuhesha, who were both sitting cross-legged on the floor, and his eyes glistened. It seemed that other than the orbs left behind by Lu Li and Alice, he could gradually get Linling and the others to increase the production of red orbs. This way, they would be able to cultivate as well. They were all very strong, and with the red orbs, they would definitely become amazing prodigies and compete with the top races in the universe. Nangongjing crossed her arms and glanced suspiciously at Luze. You said that this was my birthday gift, hey? Brat, are you so nice to every girl? Although she knew that this was Luze's choice, when Luze really gave the red orbs to Linling and Kyoyuhesha, she was still a little upset. This was her birthday gift, but those two got it as well. Were they also celebrating their birthdays, hey? Luze was slightly embarrassed when he heard that. Seemed like he did say that it was this woman's birthday gift. He scratched his head and smiled. Linling and Kyoyuhesha wanted to touch Ying too. I will give you another one next time. When Nangongjing heard that, she smiled and said, you promised, so don't forget it. All right. Luze nodded and cursed in his heart. Didn't this woman say that touching Ying would be the best birthday gift, hey? Why did it completely change now? As expected, you cannot trust a single thing a woman says. Of course, he only dared to keep these thoughts to himself. A few minutes later, Kyoyuhesha opened her eyes, and a tinge of shock flashed across her face. The effect of this energy was much better than she expected. Although it didn't contain a lot of energy, it was very pure and could cover her loopholes. If there was enough energy, it would benefit her greatly. No wonder the violent mother dragon acted so weirdly just now. She had clearly experienced this too. When Luze saw that Kyoyuhesha had opened her eyes, he smiled and asked, how is it? When Kyoyuhesha, who was still in a slightly shocked state, heard Luze's voice, she lifted her head and smiled with glistening eyes toward him. Very awesome. Oh, it made big sister want more. Luze rolled his eyes at her. This woman wasn't afraid of letting other people get the wrong idea with the way she spoke. Nangongjing scoffed at this. Tisk, Vixen, you're actually using this method to get what you want. Kyoyuhesha smiled. At least it's better than someone who doesn't have any charm, right? As she spoke, she raised her brows toward Luze and revealed a gentle smile. Little brother Luze, do you need a girlfriend? What do you think of big sister? If you have more energy orbs in the future, give it to big sister and not the violent mother dragon, all right? When Nangongjing heard that, she was enraged. A gold light flashed in her eyes, and she clenched her fists. Vixen, do you believe I will beat you up, hey? Violent mother dragon, nobody would want someone as violent as you, right? Luze became speechless as he watched this scene. When I have extra red orbs next time, I will give it to you guys. As for the girlfriend part, Kyoyuhesha was obviously joking. This was how she was like anyway. Kyoyuhesha pouted when Luze said that and didn't want to continue teasing Nangongjing anymore, so she simply ran to Ying-Ying's side and stroked her with glistening eyes. Luze was slightly speechless at this woman's actions. If the police were around, they wouldn't believe this person's explanation and would definitely think that she was a trafficker who abducted the little girl. Nangongjing scoffed coldly, crossed her arms, and didn't look at Kaiuyuhesha anymore. Lin Ling was the weakest among them and took over an hour to digest this red orb. When she opened her eyes, she clearly had a stronger aura. She could feel the aura in her body and couldn't resist smiling. The effect was amazing. When Luze saw that, he grinned. What do you think? The effect is great, isn't it? Do you worship me now? The smile on Lin Ling's face froze, and she glared at him. This fella actually used this sort of energy to cultivate that was too unfair. No wonder she could never catch up to this fella. But when she remembered that this was his god art, Lin Ling wasn't pissed anymore. She really wanted it as well. When Luze saw that Lin Ling's originally cute little face was about to turn into a frown, he was in a very good mood. He revealed a friendly smile. Cough cough Lin Ling, if you said Ze is the most handsome guy in the world, I would give you more orbs in the future. Lin Ling. She looked at Luze in disbelief. This bastard. He actually wanted her to say something like this. That was too much. She gritted her teeth. Even if I died, even if I get eaten by space beasts, I will not speak against my conscience. Luze smacked his lips doubtfully when he heard that. Then. I am constantly becoming stronger and would definitely produce more next time, too bad. Lin Ling. She went silent after hearing Luze's words. If she didn't use the orbs, wouldn't she always be lagging behind this fella? She really couldn't accept this. Luze looked at her perplexed expression. Naturally, he was enjoying it. This is bad, bullying this girl is super fun. Will I get addicted to it? This is bad. Nangongjing and Kaiuyuhesha were looking at Luze in an indignant manner and wanted to help Lin Ling. However, they were afraid that Luze wouldn't give them any red orbs anymore. So the two spineless women let him be. Lin Ling. It's not that we don't want to help you. Nangongjing and Kaiuyuhesha silently turned their heads in agony and didn't dare to watch this painful scene anymore. After some time, Lin Ling gritted her teeth and stared at Luze. Ah! Ze is, the most handsome guy in the world. Chapter 307 Going Through the Back Door? When Luze heard Lin Ling's words, a smile crossed his face, and he looked at her. In turn, Lin Ling stared back at him. Moments later, he grinned. What did you say just now? I didn't hear it clearly. Lin Ling. Nangongjing. Kaiuyuhesha. Lin Ling bit her lips, and her eyes burned with fury. This shameless guy. Nangongjing and Kaiuyuhesha couldn't take it anymore. Thus, both of them cowardly looked away. It was quite a scene. Eventually, Lin Ling gritted her teeth and said, Ze is the most handsome in the world. This time, Lin Ling's voice tore through the roof to prevent Luze from acting shamelessly again. Luze heard this and put his hands behind his back as he looked up at a 45-degree angle and sighed. Indeed, my handsomeness is like the brightest shining star in the night. It's intensely dazzling that even Lin Ling was conquered by my beauty, right? It's my sin. Lin Ling, Nangongjing. Kaiuyuhesha. Their mouths spasmed as they looked at Luze in disbelief. Where was his face? Nangongjing clutched her fists. She really wanted to beat this kid up. Kaiuyuhesha narrowed her eyes too. Lin Ling almost exploded with anger. She wanted to kill him. After a while, Lin Ling said shakily, I'll see if I can touch Ying Ying. Accordingly, she made stiff strides and came before Ying Ying. She reached out her hand to touch Ying Ying's soft face. That familiar sense of touch made Lin Ling want to cry. The world was so cold. Only Ying Ying's little face could give her some warmth. The three girls haven't touched Ying Ying's face for a month. Now that they finally touched it again, they felt very happy. Half an hour later, Nangongjing came back to her senses. Well, we'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's go eat first. Luze looked at Nangongjing with a touch of emotion. After dinner, Luze and Linling planned to go back, but Nangongjing suddenly said, "You've cultivated for so long this time. Do you want to do a mission and practice your fighting capabilities? I saw a mission quite suitable for you guys yesterday and reserved it for you too." Luze was a bit surprised at this. Reserved it? Was this going through the back door? I like it. He asked curiously, "What's the mission?" Nangongjing grinned. "It's a natural wormhole mission. The wormhole is connected to a region of void in space. 4 void beasts ran over. Their power is around 500 to 600 of the aperture opening state. Among the students, only you two can complete the mission." Kaiuyuhesha frowned. "Did this wormhole appear in a solar system with life?" Nangongjing nodded. "It appeared in Gula system. There's a primordial planet in the system. A smart race had already been born on it. These 6 void beasts ravaged the planet. Luckily, there was a team of life evolution researchers who were studying about humanity there and encountered those beasts. Consequently, they reported to the Federation." Kaiuyuhesha nodded. She thought they appeared in a solar system with federal citizens. Luze asked curiously, "Since the mission difficulty isn't small, what's the reward?" Outside the region of material astral bodies, there were boundless voids. The environment there was extremely harsh. In some forbidden grounds, not even cosmic system states may survive. This region was called void space. There were quite some powerful beings living in void space. Regardless if they reached the planetary state, they can still survive in space. The beings born from such extreme environments were usually chaotic and violent. There was a region of battlefronts at the border of the Milky Way galaxy dedicated solely to stopping void beasts from entering the Milky Way. Nangongjing smiled. "This mission will not provide academic credits, but 6 hours in the Dao Enlightenment Room will serve as a reward. This is pretty useful to you guys." Luze's eyes lit up. To be honest, Dao Enlightenment Room time was more important than academic credits for him now. He can learn God art and divine art faster in there. His combat power mainly relied on those two. Linling also smiled. This reward wasn't bad. Luze smiled. "Thank you, Teacher Nangong. We'll take this mission." If Nangongjing didn't reserve it for them, they might not be able to get this mission. Other than students, teachers who were not busy can also take missions. Nangongjing smiled. "Then, head off tomorrow." Luze and Linling nodded and left. Back at the dorm, Luze cultivated like usual with the red orbs. The afternoon soon passed, and he opened his eyes. His spirit force cultivation level had reached aperture opening state with 50 apertures. He was quite happy with his current speed of improvement. It was more than 1 aperture each day. The strength of his body was also approaching 100 apertures level. His energy was now enough to sustain a stronger consumption, leading his combat power to increase to a great extent. After resting for a while, Luze ate dinner and went back to his bed. He entered the pocket hunting dimension. As soon as he went in, Luze used Chi stealth technique. The situation of him being hunted in the pocket hunting dimension was getting more and more serious. In this map, there were 4 types of God art bosses. The power of the blue bird boss was around 400 to 500 apertures. The lightning warhorse and grey lizard bosses were around 500 to 600 apertures. Meanwhile, the power of the black tiger boss, who was the strongest, was around 600 to 800. He had been getting a lot of wind god art orbs lately, so his wind god art was progressing substantially. The power of his green jade slash was around 600 apertures. If he used star crippling punch, his combat power would reach more than 700 and approach 800 apertures. Even those who just opened 360 basic apertures and progressed to mortal evolution state only had a power of 700 apertures. This meant that Luze was on par with ordinary mortal evolution states. He had only started school for 2 months, and he already had such power. This was very terrifying. Up until now, only Nangongjing, Kaiyuhesha, and Lin Ling know about Luze's actual power. Luze hadn't been to the martial trial tower for a long time. He was still ranked first in the first year ranking but dropped a few ranks on the overall ranking. Other people were progressing too. At the same time, Lin Ling hadn't been into the martial trial tower during this period. Her overall ranking dropped more than Luze's. Quite some senior schoolmates wanted to spar with Luze during this time, but Luze didn't answer. He didn't want to become more famous. If they didn't go to class with Yemu and the others from time to time, other people would have thought they had disappeared. Luze shook his head and disappeared into the grass, looking for prey. A day later, a grey lizard was resting in the grass. Luze threw his evil glance at it. He had killed quite some blue bird boss lately, but the grey lizard and lightning warhorse were not much weaker than him. It would cause a huge commotion every time he tried to kill them, so he didn't pursue them much. His wind god art was progressing slower now. Quite some of the information in the orbs were repetitive. He felt it was time to target another beast. Chapter 308 The Only One. Luze directed his gaze at the resting grey lizard. Afterward, his eyes flashed with purple color, and the wings of wind and lightning emerged from his back. At present, the speed of his wings of wind and lightning was extremely fast. It was not slower than the level 1 of the mortal evolution state. Luze instantly appeared above the head of the grey lizard. Dark rays then surged on his right fist. Star crippling punch. Feeling a lethal threat, the grey lizard boss suddenly opened its eyes. A grey spirit light flashed and transformed into a thick grey shield, blocking before Luze's star crippling punch. Rumble. When the fist and the shield collided, the surrounding grass was torn to pieces instantly. After a brief moment of stalemate, the shield broke. Although the power of his fist force diminished, he still chose to strike the lizard's head. Rumble. Subsequently, the lizard's head was smashed into the ground. A huge wound appeared as blood slowly poured out. It was indeed the lizard boss. Even at this moment, it wasn't dead. Although it had regeneration god art, its body was also not weak. Luze's full-powered fist only managed to heavily injure it. However, Luze was not a noob hunter either. Naturally, he wasn't going to give the boss time to recover. At this time, he used first body god art, strength god art, and star crippling punch. Rumble. 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 After releasing 3 consecutive punches, the soil, where they were currently fighting, was plowed through, leaving a giant crater with a range of several kilometers on the ground. The terrifying aftermath brought along loud thunderous sounds on the entire region. The lizard couldn't even defend itself effectively against Luze's attacks. Upon the 4th punch, it lost all its strength and finally died. One must find a good place to sleep. Sleeping in the wild was dangerous. Shouldn't this be common knowledge? Luze's face slowly recovered as he looked at the lizard turning to dust. Although his spirit force cultivation and body had both improved, he still couldn't use a full-powered star crippling punch several times. A few seconds later, the grey lizard boss turned to dust completely. Luze picked up the orbs and flapped his wings of wind and lightning. 2 days later, Luze looked at the boss in front of him in the air. This was a half-dragon with a grey mist surrounding its entire body. It seemed to be the overlord of grey lizards. It was one of the 4 overlords he had seen before, and it was extremely powerful. Even now, Luze still couldn't detect the limit of its strength. At this moment, it stared at Luze with ferocity flashing in its eyes. The atmosphere turned silent. Luze's mouth spasmed. "Hello, boss. I'm going home to eat, goodbye." Afterward, Luze's wings of wind and lightning appeared behind him, and he shot backward instantly. However, the speed of the grey half-dragon was extremely fast. Luze could only see a blur, and the grey half-dragon suddenly appeared before him and swiped its sharp claws at Luze. Right away, the severe pain overtook his body as his vision gradually sunk into darkness. When Luze opened his eyes, he was once more back in his room. Sweat covered his entire body. Despite dying once a day, it didn't mean that the pain immediately goes right away. What could he do? He also felt miserable. If it was possible, Luze would very much like to receive a god art that could completely eliminate the feeling of pain. He could only shiver on the bed at this time while the pain assaulted his senses constantly. Moments later, he eventually recovered. Luze let out a long breath and looked at the ceiling. He was going to remember this. Once he got stronger, he was going to get revenge. He wondered what things the Overlord would drop. Then, he crawled up to take a shower before cultivating again. The next morning, Luze and Lin Ling went to the space station. The two came to the renting area of flying ships, so they could proceed with their mission. Luckily, they did a mission with Margaret, or they really wouldn't know they could rent spaceships. After they rented one with 2 rooms and an autopilot function, they boarded the ship and headed toward the Gula system. Luze, who sat on the couch, said, "I really want to test driving it myself." Why didn't Lin Ling let him drive the ship? Luze complained deep inside. Lin Ling glared at Luze. "When are you going to learn to pilot one? Do that first." This bastard didn't even know how to drive it, yet he still wanted to play with it. What if he broke it? Although there were spacesuits and their personal armors could survive in space, they weren't planetary states in the end. They could only survive for a limited period of time. If the spaceship was really damaged, they would have to float around in space. During such time, they would have to message Sister Jing to pick them up. Just that alone was embarrassing enough. Moreover, if the spaceship broke, they would need to pay the compensation fee 100,000 academic credits. Though they had academic credits, they couldn't just waste it like that. Luze sighed helplessly. Piloting a spaceship, that was every man's dream. He had made up his mind to learn spaceship piloting as soon as he got back. For the next mission, he was going to pilot the spaceship himself. At this moment, Lin Ling said, "By the way, are we going to meet with the scientist team first?" After all, it was the scientist team that submitted the mission. The team left the planet immediately when they saw the void beasts on there. Although void beasts could fly, they were slower than their spaceship. In addition, aperture opening state void beasts couldn't jump space. It was hard for them to catch up to the spaceship. In order to mitigate the damage of the void beasts, they led the Gula people to other places to seek refuge and preserve their civilization. Luze nodded. "Let's go meet up with them and understand the situation." Lin Ling nodded as well. Naturally, she had the same idea. This was necessary given that the planet was enormous, and they were not familiar with the team conducting the investigation in there. At this moment, Luze suddenly recalled something. He then asked, "By the way, how did it feel using the red orb yesterday?" Lin Ling's face stiffened due to his question. She remembered what this guy forced her to say. However, the effect of the red orb was very good. Moments later, she answered, it's very effective. A lot of my weaknesses in my body refinement has been covered. I even feel I can become a perfect spirit body." Luze nodded at her answer and took out 3 blue bird boss red orbs. He handed these orbs to Lin Ling. "You can use these 3. Lin Ling fell silent. Why was this guy this nice to her? Did he like her? Lin Ling's face turned red. She looked at Luze with embarrassment. She felt very complicated and didn't know exactly how she felt. "You're giving these 3 to me? Isn't this a bit too much?" Luze smiled. "I was originally planning to give you, Nangongjing, and Kaiyuhesha 1 each person every day. After all, I don't have a lot myself." There would only be more once I become stronger, but since there's only you right now, you can have it. Lin Ling. This guy. She thought it was only for her. A girl would always hope she was the only one. Although their relationship wasn't at that stage yet, she still felt this way. Then, she said stiffly, since you're planning to keep the orbs for Sister Jing and Hesha, then save it for them. Luze smiled at her words. Really? Chapter 309 Must be infected. Luze looked at Lin Ling's stiff expression and sighed. He suddenly wanted to make it difficult for her. With a relaxed tone, he said, in that case, I'll take it back then. I was thinking about giving you some extra chance to catch up with me while Teacher Nangong and Hesha aren't here. Now, it seems you don't need this opportunity at all. Lin Ling. When she heard his words, her body could not help but freeze. Lin Ling just now remembered that she planned to defeat this guy. If the red orbs were used in conjunction with the sage origin power, then she might really have a chance, and yet she chose to reject it. What did she reject just now? It was her dream. When was she so easily affected by emotions? She looked at Luze and bit her lips. She couldn't bring herself to say she wanted it back. That would be embarrassing for her. After all, the energy from the red orbs was quite precious, but she already rejected the offer. If she wanted to take it back, what will Luze think of her then? And if she used it, she would be robbing Sister Jing's and Hesha's resources. They had been treating her nicely. She was not an ungrateful person. Just when she planned to give it up, Luze smiled and handed the orbs to her. Here, Teacher Nangong and Hesha are very strong. This level of orb won't be very useful to them. It doesn't matter much if a few were missing. Lin Ling looked at the red orbs and felt stunned. Then, she looked up at Luze with uncertainty. Really? Luze smiled. Of course. This fella only wanted confirmation, he naturally would not say no. Lin Ling lowered her head to look at the orbs. Subsequently, she took them. With a soft voice, she said, "Ze, thank you." Hearing this, Luze became slightly dazed. He looked at her in disbelief. She had a prideful and stubborn character, yet she actually thanked him? Eventually, Luze could not help but smirk at Lin Ling, who appeared to be embarrassed. A casual thank you would be enough. Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat when she heard his words. You, what do you want? Luze grinned. Afterward, his smile turned evil. This made Lin Ling move backward and look at Luze with vigilance. Hee, of course, it's to repeat what you said yesterday. Lin Ling. She put her hand over her forehead and forced herself to remain calm. After she took a deep breath, she glared at Luze. I'm going back to cultivate. Then, Lin Ling stood up and went to her room. She closed the door and leaned back on it. When she opened her mouth, she said softly, Ze. Ze is really. Halfway, Lin Ling's face blushed, and she patted her face instantly. How can I say this against my conscience? I must be infected by that idiot. She took a deep breath and calmed down her wavering feelings. Then, she began to cultivate. Luze sighed after seeing Lin Ling leave in anger. It was a pity. He should have teased her for a while before giving it to her. However, if he did, she might launch a kamikaze attack on him. Luze stood up as well and went to his room to cultivate. Although he died every day, his power increased very rapidly and that felt great. His efforts paid off. It took 4 days to reach Gula system from planet Venus. Luze and Lin Ling only ate 3 meals a day in the living room. The rest of the time was spent on cultivation inside their rooms. 4 days later, the ship left warp travel. Not far ahead was a small solar system with 3 planets. The inner 2 planets were crimson in color and appeared to have a very hot temperature. On the other hand, the outer planet was lush green in terms of color, and it looked as though it was filled with life. On the very outskirts of the solar system, there were several asteroids. The traffic environment didn't seem great. However, this level of density was completely fine with autopilot. The ship darted in between the asteroids and soon came to that outermost planet. It was planet Gula. This planet had a diameter of 50,000 kilometers. It was much bigger than Earth, and 80% of it was land. Only a few large lakes were distributed all over the land. It seemed like an extremely beautiful planet. However, there were patches of black spots on this gem, looking like impurities that marred its beauty. Luze frowned. The damage done by the void beasts seems pretty serious. Lin Ling nodded. She was also a bit surprised at the scene. This was their first time seeing void beasts. Void beasts were cosmic beasts too, but they weren't like some cosmic beasts that were amicable. They were like insectoids, which damaged every place they passed by. At this moment, a cold robotic voice could be heard in the room. Captain, Jiang Wen Life Evolution Scientific Research Team is requesting to communicate. It seemed they contacted them first. Luze then commanded, connect. Beep. A projection of a middle-aged man appeared in the living room. He had messy black hair, a pair of glasses, and white robes. He seemed to have a scholastic appearance. As soon as he appeared, he lifted his glasses and smiled. Are you Luze and Lin Ling? Luze nodded and smiled at him. Hello, Dr. Jian, I'm a first-year student at Federal University, Luze. Hello, Dr. Jian, I'm a first-year student at Federal University, Lin Ling. Although Jian Wen wasn't a young duke who fought on the battlefield, he was still worthy of respect as a scientist. If it wasn't for these people, battleships, weapons, and all sorts of gene serums would develop at an extremely slow pace. Academia and martial arts were the foundations of the Federation. Jian Wen looked at the two young faces and said, "Come on my ship first. We'll lead the way for your ship." Afterward, a robotic voice came out from the spaceship. Captain, Jiang Wen Life Evolution Scientific Research Team is requesting to lead the ship. Authorize or not? Luze nodded. Authorize. Accordingly, the flying ship flew toward the other side of the planet. Moments later, Luze and Lin Ling saw a 1,000-meter-long huge ship that stopped on the side of the planet. This region of the planet was still lush green. For now, it was pretty safe. After Luze and Lin Ling entered the flying ship, they left their ship at a small space station inside the large ship. The moment they came out, Jian Wen walked over along with the scientists. As he pushed his glasses, he asked in confusion, Luze and Lin Ling are freshmen at the Federal University. When the two heard Jian Wen's doubts, they felt dumbfounded. What kind of question was this? Didn't they say it already? Luze nodded. Yes. The scientists behind them exchanged glances with each other. Jian Wen frowned too. The power of the strongest void beasts here is around aperture opening state with 600 apertures. Are you too confident? They didn't have strong combat power as scientists, but they had cultivated martial arts. Martial arts cultivation could increase one's lifespan and develop the brain to a certain degree. Scientists might not be very strong, but they weren't too weak either. Jian Wen had aperture opening state with 300 apertures, but since he hadn't participated in any battle, he might not even be able to beat a martial artist at the aperture opening state with 200 apertures. Luze and Lin Ling were still first-year students. When they accepted the mission, the data didn't show their combat power. It just said they could complete the mission. This made them worry. Not only there was a possibility that the two could not complete the task, but their safety was also not guaranteed at this point. After all, the two could accept the mission and still hide their information. Obviously, this meant they were rare prodigies. Luze and Lin Ling glanced at each other with a strange look when they heard the words. These people didn't know their power? Did that alcoholic keep their power hidden? Usually, to get approved for missions, you need to show your approximate power, although it definitely won't be the full extent of one's power. One still had to let the mission publisher know they had sufficient power to complete the mission. Luze was very famous due to the incident on the 25th planet, but for these scientists, who stayed in these remote locations and remained immersed in their research, they probably wouldn't be interested. But even if they knew about that, they would probably be more worried, considering they did not know Luze's actual current strength at this moment. At that time, his power was only at the aperture opening state. Chapter 310 God and Demon. Luze couldn't resist smiling when he saw the worried expressions of Jianwen and the other scientists. Don't worry, we know what we are doing, and we can complete the mission. However, we need Dr. Jian to tell us about the whole situation in order for us to understand it. Then, we will head off immediately. Jianwen glanced at the two again. Seeing that Luze and Lin Ling both looked so confident, he didn't say anything else. After all, Dawn System had already approved their mission request. Accordingly, Jianwen smiled at the two. This time, there are 4 void beasts. 2 of them have a combat power at aperture opening state with 500 apertures. Meanwhile, the other 2 are at aperture opening state with 600 apertures. They don't have god arts. The wormhole appeared close to planet Gula, so they immediately started wreaking havoc to the planet. They're at the northern hemisphere for now, but soon, they would probably move to other locations. Luze and Lin Ling nodded to express their understanding. This was pretty much not a threat to Luze. At this moment, a young scientist frowned and said, I hope you two can deal with the 4 beasts immediately. There are 3 large tribes with tens of thousands of people that have been destroyed. The number of destroyed smaller tribes are increasing as well. A lot of Gula people have died. Although we're trying to lead them to safety, we can't intervene too much with primitive civilizations. Luze was quite curious about such primitive civilizations. Were they like people from the Stone Age? Just when he planned to ask this, another scientist rushed over. His face was pale and covered with sweat. Old Jian, not good. A void beast is heading to Chris. What? All the scientists exclaimed when they heard the words. Luze and Lin Ling asked in confusion, what happened? Jianwen then explained, several scholars in our team are leading the Gula people to take refuge below. Chris is one of the core members of our team. He is down there too. He'll be in danger if the void beast goes over. Luze felt a little puzzled at this. He asked, in that case, it's not hard to run toward the flying ship, right? When the scientists heard his question, they exchanged glances with each other. Subsequently, Jianwen said, Chris has a problem. You will know when you see him. Luze and Lin Ling, can you two go annihilate the void beasts now? Luze noticed how worried the scientists were, so he nodded. Okay, we'll go now. Jianwen and the rest smiled at his response. Jianwen said, I'll take you guys over. Then, Luze and Lin Ling returned to their own ship while another ship flew out of the huge mother ship. Right now, on a grassy plain on planet Gula, a large group of humanoids was moving toward the south. Their skins were grayish-white and dry. Their heads had a triangular shape, and 2 eyes grew on the 2 sides of the triangle surface. They didn't have eyelids, but there was a thin membrane instead. They were towering in terms of height. Females were slender and more than 2 meters tall. They wore revealing beast skin clothes. On the other hand, the men were bulky and could even reach 3 meters. Their upper bodies were exposed while they wore beastskin skirts on the bottom. Their palms only had 4 thick fingers. Men were carrying wooden spears while the women took care of the children and the elderly. There were tens of thousands of them. They were running on the grass as though something was chasing them. From time to time, they would look up at the 3 figures in the air who were flashing with color. They were gods. They could fly and do anything. They could even move mountains. The strange huge beast on their side was God's ride. 5 days ago, a god descended into their tribe and told them 4 demons were coming to destroy their homes. At first, they didn't believe it, but when they saw the god wave his hand and reduce a mountain to ruins, they all accepted it as the truth. Even their strongest warrior couldn't do this. Only a god could do this. The god warned that extremely terrifying demons would appear. These demons would destroy their homes. The tribe leader implored the god to help the people destroy the demons. But the god said it wasn't time yet. Although they didn't know what time was, they chose to believe this god. The god told them to head south. Only that would allow them to avoid the attacks of demons. The god would point the way for them. Everyone felt grateful. Although they haven't seen a demon yet, the god said they were extremely evil. In that case, it would be an extremely dark time. Meanwhile, the god gave them light in the darkness. In the air, a grey-haired middle-aged man, a young black-haired man, and a young golden-haired woman were leading the Gula people. Currently, the 2 young people revealed worried expressions while the grey-haired man frowned as he looked upon the north direction. Subsequently, he glanced at the Gula people who were looking at them with admiration as they rushed toward safety. The black-haired youth said shakily, "Teacher, a void beast is moving toward here." It was not at full speed, but with its speed of destruction, it would arrive in half an hour. What do we do? The golden-haired woman bit her teeth. Teacher, give up. We can't save them. If we don't leave soon, we'll be stuck here ourselves too. The grey-haired man frowned at their words. He then glanced at the Gula people and didn't speak for a long time. Eventually, a trace of firmness flashed in his eyes. He looked at the 2 and said, "We have already published a mission at Dawn System. There should be people here soon. During this time, I'll use the flying ship to stall it. You guys keep leading them forward." When the 2 heard his reply, they could not help the change in their expressions. "Teacher, you can't risk it. Even though the flying ship is fast, it can't defend against that level of attack. It is not possible." The grey-haired man smiled. "Life is worthy of respect whether it is someone else's or yours. Don't worry, I will draw it away. It will be fine." After studying life for 100 years, the more one understood about life, the more one respected it. It was a miracle of the universe and universal law. Seeing how his 2 most proud students were worried, the man joked, "I am still young. I don't want to die yet. You are not cursing me to die, are you?" When the black-haired youth heard this, he could only grit his teeth and reply, "In that case, allow us to go. If it is just piloting the ship, I'm much better than an old guy like you. My reaction will be faster." The grey-haired man frowned, but at this moment, his phone rang. When the grey-haired man picked up the call, Jian Wen's projection appeared. He stared at the grey-haired man and said, "Chris, the people from the Dawn system are here. Don't do anything stupid. We will be there in a few minutes. Lee and Lucy, keep an eye on him for me. Don't let him do anything stupid." When they heard this, the tense atmosphere dissipated. The 2 youth started laughing right then. In the research team, Jian Wen was the leader and Chris was the core member. They were all pretty close. The 2 nodded. "Don't worry, Professor Jian. We'll watch our teacher." Chris joked, "Am I really your teacher, or is old Jian your teacher?" Then, his entire body flashed with a blue light. He delivered a message using Gula language. His voice echoed throughout the area as the Gula people listened. "The people of God, the demon is about to reach us, but don't worry, War God is about to arrive. They will annihilate the demons. For now, speed up, we need to stall some time." Chapter 311 Create a Fable on the Way. When tens of thousands of Gula people heard the first portion of the announcement, they could not help but panic. However, after hearing the entirety of it, their eyes suddenly revealed a fanatical expression. War God? It sounded very powerful. Since the god told them that War God could destroy the demons, they naturally chose to believe it. At this moment, the tall bulky Gula at the very front of the tribe roared to his tribesmen. Accordingly, everyone sped up again. They just needed to wait for a while for salvation. Lee and Lucy looked at their teacher speechlessly. Lee said, "Teacher, don't you feel that was embarrassing?" Chris smiled at her question. However, the Federation won't intervene with the progression of a civilization. For a primitive race that doesn't know much about the universe, a god is probably the quickest way. In addition, compared to them, are we not considered gods? We can live for a long period of time, we are powerful, and we can do things they can never do. From their perspectives, we are gods. A part of the fairy tales on Earth came this way too. We are just saving a civilization while creating a fable on the way. When Lee and Lucy heard his explanation, they no longer felt entangled, so they remained silent. At this time, the Gula people sped up, but compared to them, this speed was still very slow. 10 minutes later. Roar! Right now, a deafening sound came from the extreme north. Despite being so far, that roar still made the Gula people's hearts beat fast. They looked toward the north in terror. What beast roar was that? How come it was so terrifying? At this point, the warm voice of Chris could be heard once more. Did you hear it? That's the roar of the demon, but don't worry. Soon, it will be annihilated. This comforted the spirits of the Gula people a little. Despite so, some people became confused. That roar was extremely terrifying. Moreover, they could feel the pressure from the north getting denser. It was like they were facing a bottomless abyss. That terror made them feel lost. Chris, Lee, and Lucy looked in the north direction, feeling worried. The void beast seemed interested in them. That would only result in destruction. This beast was probably only a few hundred kilometers away. It took the Gula people a few days to travel such distance, but for a being at the aperture opening state with 500 apertures, only a few minutes would be needed. Chris called Jian Wen. Old Jian, are you guys here yet? If not, I'm going to be fed to the void beast. Jian Wen immediately answered, 1 minute. After a pause, he added, at most, 2 minutes. Chris. Lee. Lucy. 1 minute was equivalent to a distance of hundreds of kilometers for a void beast. At this moment, all the Gula people could feel a terrifying force coming from the back, their bodies went cold, even running proved to be difficult. The three people felt somewhat helpless. After all, the strongest Gula warriors had only reached the spirit martial state. An abstruse martial state being only appeared in legends. The civilization was still in the Stone Ages. Suddenly, the chi of Chris surged. He used it to isolate the chi of the void beast. Only then did the Gula people recover from their fear. After such a scene, the people looked at the three with deeper fanatical expressions. The demons' terrifying attack were all stopped by the god. They were indeed gods. Their previous fears were quickly dispelled, and they began to run vigorously. Soon, all the Gula people widened their eyes because another 2 mounts of the gods appeared. At a glance, one looked fierce and sturdy. Their eyes flashed with fervor. Did the war god arrive? Seeing the 2 flying ships, Chris felt relieved. He looked at the time, 59 seconds. It wasn't 1 minute yet, and the void beast was only 200 kilometers away. At the side, Lee and Lucy smiled. They survived today. The 2 ships stopped beside the ship of Chris. Subsequently, the shuttle opened. Jian Wen and a few scientists got off from the first ship. Meanwhile, Luze and Lin Ling alighted from the other ship. As soon as the passengers came out, Chris smiled and hugged Jian Wen. Old Jian, it's not even a minute yet. It seems you have times of not being punctual. Jian Wen patted his shoulder. I don't want you to die. What can I do? I could only rush here. Chris laughed. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Luze and Lin Ling. At this moment, Chris looked at Luze and Lin Ling. When he noticed how young they were, he became dumbfounded. Even Li and Lucy were stunned. After a moment of silence, Chris asked, "Why are these two war gods so young?" These scientists devoted their entire time to research. Naturally, they would not have the luxury to pay any attention to the popular news from the outside. Even Luze's reputation would be unknown to them. After all, he only participated in the Marshall Trial Tower after the war on the 25th planet. Furthermore, in the following months, Luze seemed to have disappeared off the face of the universe. He had to keep a low profile. Hence, it was natural for the scientists to not recognize him. Still, both Luze and Lin Ling felt dazed due to the question. Luze, what? Lin Ling, what did this professor call them? Li and Lucy covered their faces in shame. Even Jianwen and the others became speechless. Chris reacted at this moment. He coughed and explained, "The Gula people are a primitive civilization. The best way to intervene is to be considered as a god." Subsequently, he explained to the two that he had introduced them to the Gula people as war gods. Luze's eyes lit up. "Oh shit! I can be a god? Great! Let me think. As a war god, what can I say to appear cool? Among the heavens and earth, I reign supreme. I can grab the stars and moons with my hand. There are no such beings like me in this world." Or. Lin Ling rubbed her head. She could already imagine what this guy was thinking. She glared at Luze and said nothing. Sensing this, Luze looked at Lin Ling. What was she doing? Interrupting his soliloquy? Lin Ling sighed. "Ze, let me have this void beast." Luze frowned at her request. "Will you be fine? This beast is rather strong." Lin Ling's strength was not bad. Her power was around the aperture opening state with 400 apertures. Due to using Luze's orbs, her combat power should have improved but not more than 10 apertures. He was worried Lin Ling would not be a match. Lin Ling remained firm. "I want to try. If it doesn't work, I will use the battle armor." Luze smiled at her. "Fine, go then. If you can't beat it, I'll help you beat it up." Lin Ling rolled her eyes. "Who said I can't beat it? I definitely can. Don't underestimate me." Luze rubbed his head. "Okay, Ms. Lin Ling is very strong. How can a mere void beast be a match for you?" Hearing that Lin Ling was going to face a void beast at the aperture opening state with 500 apertures by herself, Jianwen and the rest frowned. Jianwen asked worriedly, "Luze and Lin Ling, shouldn't you be attacking together? This beast is strong. Don't be overconfident." Luze smiled. "I believe her, so it's fine. I'm here. Please don't worry. I won't bring you guys trouble." Lin Ling. When Lin Ling heard Luze's words, she felt a bit happy. "Lin Ling, then, I will leave the rest to you." Luze nodded at her and showed a smile. "Wait for the void beast to approach before you attack." He alone was enough to protect the Gula people and scientists. If the two fought near Luze, he could intervene if Lin Ling was in danger. Lin Ling nodded. Chapter 312 Is this young duke a young boy? Roar. The sound of the roar could be heard once more, creating shock waves. A green light flashed in Luze's eyes as an enormous wind barrier encircled the Gula people and the scientists. Based on the aftermath, using the wind god art should be enough. Still, the Gula people became worried and anxious despite not feeling the powerful chi of the void beast. On the other hand, Jianwen and the scientists looked at Lin Ling with some concern. After all, Lin Ling was just a freshman. She was a prodigy of Federal University. Perhaps, she might even be a prodigy at a young duke level, but the opponent was a beast at the aperture opening state with 500 apertures. How many young duke level prodigies had such power at this age? But seeing how Luze easily stopped the powerful chi of the void beast and how calm he was, they chose to trust Lin Ling. The casual energy Luze released made them shiver. At the same time, they were quite shocked. Did a powerful prodigy appear in the Federation? After this matter was over, they would search for information about Luze and Lin Ling. The rise of every young duke was always accompanied by wars or major incidents. Every young duke was the idol of the youths of the Federation. It should not be difficult to gather information regarding them. At this moment, the void beast neared. The remaining distance was only tens of kilometers away. These beasts lived in the chaotic void space, and their looks were very random. The void beast right now was over 1,000 meters long. It had a hideous head covered with sharp white bone spikes. Its bloody eyes flashed with a murderous light while its mouth was full of sharp fangs. There was a dense black scale around its body. Grey bone spikes also grew from its neck to its tail. It had 3 pairs of sharp claws. It emitted a chaotic dark chi. As aperture opening state individuals, Jian Wen and the scientists just frowned seriously, but those Gula people on the ground only saw such a terrifying beast for the first time. They shivered uncontrollably. Some timid ones didn't even dare to look into the sky. Was this the demon that the gods spoke of? So huge. It was terrifying indeed. They put their hopeful gaze toward Luze and the others. The god said only a war god could kill this demon. Lin Ling raised a brow. I'll be off then. Her white storage ring flashed, and her personal armor flew toward her. It flashed with blue runes. Lin Ling's short hair fluttered in the wind as she held her long spear. Her force was domineering, and she really did look like a female war god. Lin Ling charged toward the beast. In comparison, her small body relatively appeared like an ant against the Goliath appearance of the void beast. The Gula people stared at Lin Ling with worry. Was this small female really a war god? She didn't even look as strong as their females. The void beast stared murderously at Lin Ling. It could feel Lin Ling's power. Roar! A murky grey energy ball formed in its mouth. It instantly expanded to 10 meters in diameter and shot toward Lin Ling. Rumble! In each location where the energy ball passed by, the air became twisted and waves were formed. A complex rune formed in Lin Ling's eyes as she frowned. This was Lingxi Treasure Manual's divine art. It could buff her spirit eye god art and see weaknesses more clearly. Subsequently, she used strength god art and aimed a sharp silver spear ray at the energy ball. Rumble! Thunderous sounds occurred after the collision. The surrounding tens of kilometers were covered with the grey energy, accompanied by a speck of silver that pierced the darkness. It wasn't very strong, but it was extremely condensed. The waves expanded until it came in contact with Luze's wind barrier, producing a sliver of ripple. The Gula people heard this horrifying sound. When they saw the surroundings turn dark, they became paralyzed at the ground, unable to make a sound. So terrifying! In their original world view, this was a scene that would never appear. They couldn't even dream about this. When the light dispersed, a huge ditch that was a few kilometers in radius appeared. Outside the barrier, the lush green grass turned into a crumbling land. This scene made the Gula people feel even more terrified. If it wasn't for this green barrier, would they be the same as the land before them? When they looked up, that white female war god fought the demon once more. Immediately, their admiration intensified. Too strong! She was indeed a war god. Seeing that the war god was so powerful, their hearts felt appeased. When Lin Ling blocked the attack so easily, Jian Wen and the scientists became shocked. The level of this young girl was probably the same as those 2 prodigies who became the pride of the humans, right? Nangongjing and Kaihu Hesha became young dukes when they were sophomores. With this young girl's power, perhaps, she could become a young duke by then too? Then they looked at the calm-faced Luze. That young girl asked Luze if she could attack. This meant that this youth was stronger than her, wasn't it? Was this youth a young duke already? They didn't know that Luze's power was indeed at the mortal evolution state, but he wasn't a young duke yet. Lin Ling's performance made Jianwen and the rest elevate Luze's status to a new height. Even such a prodigy asked for Luze's approval. Clearly, Luze was much stronger than her. Otherwise, such a prodigy wouldn't subordinate herself. Naturally, he did not know what the others were thinking about. Luze just kept on watching the battle. He sighed. The specialized battle armor was a huge improvement to combat power. Lin Ling's combat power was originally only 400 apertures, but with the armor, it reached beyond 500. This increase was quite absurd. But then, Luze remembered that this armor cost a fortune to create. Luze hadn't even used his armor once. Now that he thought about it, it was a waste. But with his power, he didn't need to use it. It seemed he was too strong. People couldn't even force out his trump card. Life was really lonely. Luze looked up in the air, and this made Jianwen and the rest more certain that this guy was probably really a young duke. A first-year young duke, this was unprecedented in federal history. It seemed that they were too immersed in research that they missed out on something this big. They must go find Luze's young duke appointment ceremony. Luze sensed their gaze and touched his face. What's wrong, Dr. Jian? Did he accidentally become more handsome to the point that even technical geeks were attracted to him? It was his sin to be this talented and handsome. Luze sighed. Jianwen and the others shook their heads in response. No, nothing. Young dukes needed to be respected. Strictly speaking, a young duke's status was higher than their status. Chapter 313. What sin have they committed? Rumble. 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 Lin Ling had fought with the Void Beast for nearly half an hour. With the battle armor, Lin Ling could use Strength God Art for a long period of time. Nevertheless, her chi gradually became unstable. Lin Ling's God Art was an unstable power, whereas the Void Beast's power was stable and constant. However, because Lin Ling was stronger than the Void Beast ended up covered in wounds. Black blood was constantly pouring out. Currently, its chi also became chaotic. The victor could almost be decided at the scene. Lin Ling and the Void Beast stared deadly at each other. Hiya! Lin Ling roared, and her chi grew stronger. Afterward, she disappeared from the spot and instantly appeared above the head of the Void Beast. Her spear flashed with silver color and pierced through the eyes of the enemy. Roar! Black spirit light surged on the body of the beast. It then opened its big mouth. Rumble! The Void Beast spewed a ball of chaotic energy, which was nearly 100 meters in diameter. Runes flashed in Lin Ling's eyes, and she changed the direction of her attack. She aimed at the weakness of the energy. Screech! Lin Ling's sharp spear ray tore through the Void Beast's chaotic energy and pierced through the Void Beast's mouth. The spear ray entered its body and tore it non-stop. Roar! The Void Beast wailed and struggled in the air. Its claws moved without rest, shooting out chaotic energy in all directions. The spear ray exploded in its body. It experienced extreme pain. Lin Ling distanced herself from the beast a few kilometers away. She was sweating as she panted. Overexerting her power made her body suffer dire consequences. Her organs were gravely hurting. If she wasn't standing with her powerful will, she would be on the ground right now, but she didn't want to lose. If she couldn't even beat a beast at the aperture opening state with 500 apertures, then how could she beat Luze, that idiot? She can't lose. Her spirit eyes glanced coldly at the beast. That attack just now only heavily injured the beast. She needed to do something more to kill it. She resisted the pain and bit her lips. The runes flashed in her eyes once more. Luze saw her actions and sighed speechlessly. If he went to help now, she would probably kill him. He could only watch silently. At the same time, he looked into the distance and narrowed his eyes. 2 more deafening growls could be heard from the distance. When everyone heard the sound, their expressions changed. With some concern, Jian Wen said, "More void beasts are here." Just then, his phone rang. When he answered it, a projection of a young assistant emerged. "Professor Jian, the 2 beasts at the aperture opening state with 600 apertures are heading toward your location. Everyone. We have already heard the roar. You are telling us this just now. Wasn't it a bit too late?" The assistant also felt embarrassed at the moment. All the other people were sent to lead the gula in all the places. Only 2 young people remained in the surveillance room. Seeing such a pretty girl fight a beast, they became stunned. How could they still keep watch of other void beasts? They could only recall their supposed duties when they heard the roaring sounds. After all, they were only scientists. They hadn't even been on the battlefield. How could they act like soldiers? When they realized their mistake, they panicked. However, it was not too late right now. What crime did he commit to get such retarded teammates? Jian Wen thought. Why not just let the void beast appear in front of their faces and then remind them? Luze smiled at them. It's okay. Leave those 2 to me. 2 beasts at the aperture opening state with 600 apertures were not a challenge to him. When they heard his words, Jian Wen and the rest became dazed. They turned to look at him. Luze, those are 2 beasts at the aperture opening state with 600 apertures. Are you certain you will be fine? They were not even certain if he was a young duke. Naturally, they would be concerned. Luze nodded at them with a smile. It's fine, so don't worry. Subsequently, he looked at Lin Ling who was about to attack again. Those beasts need some time to get here. We should watch Lin Ling's battle first. After everyone heard his words, they fell silent and turned to glance at Lin Ling whose chi was surging once more. They could not help but feel uncertain about the situation. Meanwhile, the gula people heard 2 more roars, and the beat of their hearts skipped again. More demons were coming? They might be weak, but even they could tell that even if the female war god could beat the demon, it would still be difficult. If 2 more came, could they still be saved? All their eyes became worried as they looked at Luze and the others. Accordingly, the men hugged the women while the women hugged the children. They could only pray right now. After all, they were weak and couldn't control their own fate. They could only rest all their hopes on the god. In the air, Lin Ling also heard the other 2 roars from the distance. Her chi kept condensing, and her force was rising. She didn't need to think much with Luze on the side. All she needed to do was kill the void beast. At this moment, the void beast stopped wailing. Its spirit light turned dim, but after hearing the roars, it roared in excitement too. Lin Ling bit her lips and used her strength god art again, resisting the severe pain. Then, she disappeared from her spot once more. A spear ray formed on her spear. The spirit light turned into a 100-meter-long silver-white long spear and headed toward the void beast. Screech! Roar! Sensing the lethal threat, the void beast's entire black light turned into strands of mist, which circulated around it. Afterward, it formed into an energy ball with a diameter of tens of meters that shot out and greeted Lin Ling's spirit spear. Rumble! The 2 clashed. The silver and grey lights shone brighter than the sun as the force swept in all directions. The land was already ravaged, and now, the overturned soil was turned to dust. The force created ripples on Luze's barrier. It lasted for half a minute before stopping completely. The Gula people saw the ripples. As such, they retreated further, fearing the barrier would break, and they would disappear like the ground before them. Luze watched closely. If Lin Ling was in danger, he would help her immediately. Would she be touched and offer to marry herself? The scene cleared up soon. Lin Ling's white face was covered in blood, but her eyes were still firm. Her hands were shaking as blood trickled down the spear onto the ground. Her chest palpitated quickly, and then, she coughed out blood. Nevertheless, her eyes remained on the void beast. The void beast was covered in wounds both large and small. Its blood gushed out non-stop like a dirty waterfall. Its eyes became dull while its chi became extremely faint. Eventually, its life was slowly dissipating. Then, its huge body crashed down heavily from the air, creating a huge ditch. Luze smiled at this scene. Not bad. She was a noob, but she was better than before. The eyes of Jianwen and the others widened as they looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. This young girl who was only a freshman really killed a beast at the aperture opening state with 500 apertures by herself. There was an extremely high chance that she would become a female young duke on par with the two young dukes who were the pride of the human race. Chapter 314 Things happened so quickly. In a certain region of planet Gula, an area of tens of kilometers ended up in shambles at the moment. The soil was devoid of grass while the land was blackened. Tens of thousands of Gula people stood paralyzed inside the wind barrier. On the scorched land, a deep ditch could be noticed. Inside was a hideous-looking void beast that was more than 1,000 meters long. Just then, it had lost its life force. The world fell silent. All the Gula people raised their heads and looked at the white figure in the distant sky. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Although the figure was covered in blood, their eyes still flashed with fervor. They had seen with their own eyes how terrifying the demon was. Yet, this war god beheaded it. All their worries were gone. They opened their mouths, planning to rejoice. Suddenly, two more roars could be heard from the distance. The roars broke the silence in the air, causing the Gula people to hold back their previous excitement. Their newfound peace was now lost. They became worried once again. These roars sounded angry compared to the ones before. The people looked up at the white figure and became anxious. It seemed this female war god wouldn't be able to fight anymore. Were they going to die? At this moment, a figure appeared next to the female war god, causing all the Gula people to blink their eyes. They didn't even see how the figure moved. Was in the air, Luze held Lin Ling who was about to fall. He smiled. Not bad, you won. Her clear face had traces of wounds, and her body was covered in blood. If it wasn't for the battle armor blocking some of the attacks, she would end up in a more serious state right now. Nevertheless, her efforts paid off, and she won. Lin Ling felt relieved. She looked at Luze with her dim eyes, which were still prideful despite her state. Humph! I'm very strong. Ze, wait for me. I will defeat you. Luze. He rubbed his head speechlessly. Okay, you're the best then. Go you. Luze raised his thumb. Lin Ling. Suddenly, she coughed out a mouthful of blood. This scared Luze. Did he anger her too much? This wasn't good. Lin Ling calmed down her breathing and took out a vial flashing with blue light and drank it. Subsequently, her pale face started to recover. Her weakened chi stabilized at the same time. Luze stiffened for a moment then asked, what serum is this? Level 4 healing serum, 10,000 academic credits per vial. Upon explaining, Lin Ling could not help but feel a bit aggrieved. 10,000 academic credits disappeared in a blink. When Luze heard the words, a sudden realization came to him. Oh, that's what it is. I have regeneration god art, so I don't need this. That way, he would save quite a lot of academic credits. Who wouldn't get injured during a battle? Lin Ling. Lin Ling almost spat out blood again. This idiot made her more envious. Just when Lin Ling wanted to bash this guy, the furious roars occurred once more. Terrifying chi swept over the place. Luze and Lin Ling looked up at the same time. Two void beasts appeared. Jianwen and the rest looked worried after seeing those terrifying figures. Although Luze assured them he would be fine, they hadn't witnessed his actual power after all. How could they be certain he could handle the situation? This was a matter of life and death. Inside the barrier, the Gula people, who were trembling in fear, watched as the two even larger demons approached. These two demons appeared to be stronger than the one before. But that female war god can't fight anymore. Was that male a war god too? When Lin Ling saw the two beasts, she frowned slightly. I'll go to the side. I can't interfere with your battle. She didn't think Luze would lose, but she felt it was best not to interrupt him. Luze grinned after hearing her words. It is fine. It will be over soon. Don't you want to see my power? Watch from here then. Afterward, coldness flashed in Luze's eyes. Both the two void beasts were tremendously unsightly. Their eyes burned with ferocity as they drew closer with their massive mouths. A tyrannical chi could be felt. Lin Ling sneered. You said it yourself. Then, let me see how strong you are. Luze never used his full power every time he fought her. Finally, she had the chance to see his real power. She became a little excited. Right then, Jian Wen said, Lin Ling shouldn't be able to fight at this time, right? Is Luze going to take on the two void beasts by himself? On the side, Chris said, they probably have their own plan, but those two void beasts are at the aperture opening state with 600 apertures after all. For them, a void beast with 600 apertures was already extremely strong. If two first-year students could take them on, this would shock the entire Federation. Accordingly, Luze lifted his right hand as a green light flashed in his eyes. The wind element gathered before him, forming 200 meters long green jade-like wind blades. The wind blades were vibrant and beautiful. They floated before Luze like works of art. Soon, the void beasts were only 10 kilometers away from Luze and Lin Ling. Luze waved his hand as the runes in his eyes flashed. Go! The green jade slash instantly sliced toward the two void beasts. The chi was condensed, and it didn't even create a ripple in air. This signified Luze's deep mastery of wind god art. The two void beasts sensed a lethal threat. They flashed with a grey spirit light and shot out a 100-meter wide energy ball. However, the green jade slash was too quick. As soon as the energy ball was shot out, it was cut by the green jade slash. The green jade slash only dimmed a little and proceeded toward the mouths of the two void beasts. Rumble! Wind blades shot out from the void beasts in all directions. Large amounts of black blood poured onto the ground like rain. Soon, another two thunderous sounds occurred. The energy ball finally exploded and tainted the sky black. The energy waves from the aftermath were much stronger than the ones during Lin Ling's fight. Roar! Two pitiful wails could be heard. However, after a while, it abruptly stopped. As the light gradually dissipated, two lifeless bodies fell from the sky. Thud! Thud! The two bodies crashed on the ground, leaving two deep ditches. The air became silent for a moment. Lin Ling, Jian Wen and the scientists, Gula people, all the people turned to look at the deep ditch on the ground and could not say anything at all. This happened so fast that their minds were still blank. Luze grinned when he saw the two corpses on the ground. The coldness in his eyes was finally gone. Over. His green jade slash had an explosive power of nearly 700 apertures. Furthermore, he chose to attack before the two could make their move. How could those two aperture opening state with only 600 apertures contend? Chapter 315 Unregistered Ship. At this moment, silence prevailed over the chaotic region of planet Gula. In the air, Lin Ling stared at Luze. She tried to open her mouth but couldn't say anything for a long time. She could only feel sorry for herself. She just thought she was very strong for killing a beast at the aperture opening state with 500 apertures. She even concluded she would soon defeat Luze. Yet, this guy easily killed two beasts at the aperture opening state with 600 apertures, using only a wave of his hand. She didn't even know how she should react for a while. Lin Ling was caught off guard with the turn of events. This made her feel the difference between her and Luze. It was a vast difference. Suddenly, she felt a bit dissatisfied. In the distance, Jianwen and Chris stared at Luze in a dazed manner. He just killed those two beasts at the aperture opening state with 600 apertures instantly. The lips of Chris shivered as he said, "Where did this little monster come from? Is this really the power of a first-year student? Were the new students these days this absurd?" Jianwen was also a little speechless. He then pushed his glasses. "We'll go back and check out their information. There's no way such a prodigy didn't go through any major events." Chris nodded in agreement. At this moment, Luze smiled at the dazed Lin Ling. "Okay, let's go back. One more beast and we can return to school." After completing the mission, he would be able to enter the Dao Enlightenment Room for 6 hours. His Wind God art was progressing slowly, so if he wanted the Green Jade Slash to become stronger, the Dao Enlightenment Room would help him a lot. At the same time, he needed to improve Star Crippling Punch too. This mission reward came too easily. Luze felt happy. Of course, this mission was only relatively easy for them. For other students, it would be difficult for them to even survive. Unconsciously, Luze's power had surpassed senior schoolmate Margaret's. In the beginning, senior schoolmate Margaret was extremely stronger than he was. On the other hand, Lin Ling nodded. Accordingly, the two flew back to where Jianwen and the others were. Everyone greeted Luze and Lin Ling with a warm smile. Jianwen said, "Luze, your power is really exceptional, and your talent is unprecedented. You have such a strong power when you're only a freshman student." Luze smiled at him. "You compliment me too much, Professor." Suddenly, Luze and the others heard this unanimous sound coming from the ground. They looked down and saw that the Gula people were kneeling down with their hands on the grass, making a strange noise. After speaking for a while, they looked up with fervent eyes at Luze and his group. Luze became puzzled at this scene. "What are they saying?" Chris smiled. "They are thanking Luze and Lin Ling for saving them and defeating the demon." On the other hand, Jianwen smiled as well. "They will carve what they saw today on stone walls and pass it down. A few thousand or tens of thousands of years later, the future generation of Gula people will read out a fairy tale from the painting on the walls." In a distant past, Luze and Lin Ling looked completely different from them. They had a pair of hands with 5 fingers. The two round-headed war gods annihilated the world-destroying demons for them. "Ha ha ha, isn't it quite interesting to be the god of these natives?" Chris laughed and patted Luze's shoulder. This was the joy of studying a primitive species. Luze felt great as he looked upon the Gula people who worshipped him. He would be passed down as a legend, the war god that saved the world. This was quite exciting. Too bad, he didn't know how to speak the Gula language, or he would say something similar to a god's decree. He could not help but sigh. When it comes to pretending to be a god, learning other cultures seemed to be necessary. Otherwise, even if you pretended to be one, how would the civilization understand what you were trying to say? This encouraged Luze to put more effort into his classes. Since he couldn't keep pretending to be a god, Luze just asked, "By the way, where is the last void beast? Are we going to kill it now?" Jianwen smiled when he heard this question. The surveillance room should be able to find the last one. On the other hand, Chris smiled too. "Since the matter is finished here, then I'll let these Gula people go back. I'll join you guys afterward." Right after, Chris flashed with a light and spoke in Gula language. "The demon has been annihilated, and we will go annihilate the last one. You can return safely." Gula looked among themselves and then bowed down to Luze and the others once again. "Thank you, invincible war god, for annihilating the darkness for us. We will be the servant of the gods. We hope the gods will protect us forever." Chris then said, "The god will protect you and be with you." Luze and Lin Ling were confused and couldn't understand what was being said. Chris smiled. Okay, let's go. They will leave by themselves. Luze and the rest nodded when they heard this. Jianwen took out his phone and called one of his pig-like teammates. Guthrie, where is the last one? Subsequently, the young man appeared in the holographic projection. Professor Jian, wait a moment. I will send the location to your phone. Then, he smiled. Professor Jian, it has been sent to your phone, wait. At this moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Professor Jian, there are 3 unidentified ships coming over. They are only 1.64 light-years away from the Gula system. From the direction they're going at, their destination seems to be planet Gula. Everyone who had heard the report became stunned. They turned to look at Guthrie. Jianwen frowned at this. Can you identify what ship it is? After a moment of silence, Guthrie shook his head. No, it's an unregistered ship. Consequently, Guthrie said worriedly, Professor Jian, our ships have been found. They seem to be accelerating toward here. Their weapons seem to be charging. The energy level is near the mortal evolution state. They don't seem friendly. Jianwen said immediately, you guys retreat first and hide yourselves. We'll take care of ourselves. It was too late to return to the flying ship. As such, it was better to let them retreat first. Yes. Guthrie nodded. Take care of yourselves. Then, Guthrie cut off the communication. Luze frowned. Why would someone come to a primitive planet? Professor Jian only came here for research. Reset. The resources on the planet were rather scarce from how weak the natives were. Coming here was a waste of time, wasn't it? And, the flying ship wasn't registered in the Federation. This might be because the security level was high, but there must be some reason. Jianwen then asked, Luze, what should we do? After all, Luze was the strongest here. They had not met the passengers of the flying ship yet, but judging from the report earlier, the situation seemed to be bad. There might be a conflict between the two sides. Naturally, they could only rely on Luze and Lin Ling for protection. Luze looked at Lin Ling. She used a healing serum, but she couldn't heal that fast. Her chi appeared to be weak at this time. If he was alone, he would fight immediately, but he needed to take care of Lin Ling right now. Lin Ling bit her lips. She was dragging him down again. This was just like the situation back on Planet 25. After a while, Luze smiled. Professor Jian, can you check on those ships from here? Professor Jian frowned. I can try. Chapter 316 So embarrassing, you might as well leave. When Luze received the reply, he nodded. Thank you, Professor Jian. At this time, Chris said, Luze, how about we move to a deserted place? With that said, he looked at the Gula people on the ground. There are so many of them here. If those people are here for us, these innocent Gulas will be implicated. Luze then nodded. The ship needs some time to arrive here, so let's move. He didn't have any emotional connections to these Gula people, but he didn't mind moving a little since he was called their war god. Otherwise, he would not be able to take care of several people upon the arrival of powerful beings. Chris smiled. Even the other people looked at Luze with softer eyes. As biologists, they cherished life. Luze's agreement gained their goodwill. At the side, Jianwen smiled. In that case, the remaining void beast is one that is good at concealment. If we were not tracking it from the start, we might not even be able to find it. Its location is near barren woods. Should we go there? Maybe, it could even help us. Luze rejoiced. Great. No wonder those 3 void beasts didn't bring the last one. They were not the same breed. With how chaotic the void beasts were, they would attack anyone who came past. If they were careful and didn't get caught, then perhaps the void beast would attack the 3 ships instead. Even though their firepower was at the mortal evolution state, they could not eliminate the chance that an accident might occur. It would be a big responsibility if the ship was struck by a power at the aperture opening state with 500 apertures. Of course, if those ships noticed the Void Beast first, the Void Beast would be fried. Thinking about this, Luze suddenly realized that he hadn't tasted the meat of a Void Beast yet. Should he? At this moment, Luze recalled the image of the black blood in his mind, and his mouth twitched. It seemed poisonous. He probably shouldn't eat it. Right then, Jianwen and Chris went back to their ships while Luze and Linling headed to the rented ship. Luze looked at the silent Linling and smiled. What's wrong? Not in a good mood. Did he crush her mentally? Thinking of this, Luze tried to comfort her. Your power has improved greatly already. I'm different from you. My god art is rather strong. I will give you more energy ball in the future. Your progress will be even greater. Don't be dejected. Linling rolled her eyes when she heard his words. I'm not going to be dejected just because of that. Don't underestimate me. Luze frowned at her answer. Then, what is it? She bit her lips. Although I don't know who is coming, they probably are not weak. It's just like on Planet 25, in the Beast Caves. Am I dragging you down again? Luze finally understood the reason for her gloomy mood. Ah, it turned out to be because of this. He then smiled at her. How can you say that? Your god art in the caves helped out a lot. If it wasn't for you, I can't even kill the first core martial state level 9 beast, not to mention the situation after that. Linling became stunned. Really? Luze rolled her eyes at her question. When did I lie to you? Cough well, pocket hunting dimension didn't count. Linling's eyes flickered a bit. Subsequently, she raised a brow and said, then, if there's a powerful enemy, I can use god art to help you. Her god art had always been her pride. It was the same god art as her most respected great-grandpa. Luze nodded with a smile. MHM. Just a while ago, he was afraid that this fella lost her confidence. Now, it seemed that she was already feeling better. Eventually, Linling smiled. Then, I'll recover first. Accordingly, she sat down and began healing. The three ships left and soon flew toward where the Void Beast was found. At this moment, they received another call from Jianwen. Luze, we found the three ships. They have used warp travel a few times in a short distance. They are only 3,000 kilometers away from planet Gula. The ships are small-sized. There aren't many people on board. Then, he smiled helplessly. But their firepower isn't weak. After all, a weapon with a level near the mortal evolution state was quite expensive. They were just a scientific research team, not the military. They weren't going to have this level of weapons. Such weapons were considered high class, even in the military. Clearly, there was something wrong with them. At this moment, Jianwen said, by the way, does your ship have a stealth mechanism? If not, you will be discovered. Luze nodded. Computer, open stealth systems. A robotic voice could be heard just now. Ready, Captain. Then, the flying ship was enveloped in an invisible force field. With this, ordinary detection devices and organisms would have great difficulty finding this ship. Of course, for those civilizations with high technology and powerful martial artists, this was nothing. But the Void Beast's power was only so-so, and they do not have a high perception. Soon, they stopped by the forest and shut down their engines, only leaving on the stealth system and comms. 10 minutes later, Jianwen sent a message. The three ships have arrived. They seem to be looking for something. Afterward, he shared the surveillance screen. Luze looked at it curiously. It was a ship with a similar size to their mission ship. They flew around together first and soon separated. They seemed to be searching for something. Luze frowned at this. What are they searching for? Jianwen pushed his glasses before he replied, I don't know. At this moment, a projection of Chris had connected as well. Let me show you something. He then shared a surveillance screen. Although the ship kept changing directions, it was flying toward the forest. Everyone had their focus on the screen. Soon, the ship came above the forest. Right away, a deafening roar occurred, and a 10-meter in diameter energy ball whirled toward the ship. The attack came so fast that the pilot didn't even open the shield in time. Rumble. The ship just exploded like that. Afterward, the void beast revealed itself. It was only 20 meters long, and its skin looked smooth while reflecting the sunlight. Its head looked hideous. It roared in pride. Luze rubbed his head. Wait, the ship with firepower near the mortal evolution state was destroyed just like that by a void beast at the aperture opening state with 500 apertures? Where are the people inside? What about the powerful beings? What about the barrier of the ship? So why did he want to ambush them? If he knew they were so noob, why would he be scared? This was embarrassing. He should leave. Next time, if he sees the other two ships, he would just go and fight right away. Chapter 317 How is this possible? Perhaps, due to the destruction of the ship, another flying ship immediately shifted its direction in the screen, accelerating toward the forest. Although the remaining ship could not be monitored at the moment, it should have received the news as well and proceeded here at the same time. The explosion shocked Lin Ling, who was healing herself. She then opened her eyes and asked, what happened? Luze shook his head. One ship was ambushed and destroyed by the void beast. Moments later, Luze, who had a complicated expression, continued, not a single person got out of the ship after the explosion. They are all dead. Lin Ling. She blinked her eyes as she remained silent for a moment. Isn't that ship pretty strong? That void beast has a powerful stealth ability, and the attack happened so suddenly. The ship didn't have the time to open its barrier. The energy on a ship was limited. Maintaining a barrier costed large amounts of energy. It wouldn't be constantly open unless the situation required it. Of course, this might also be due to their carelessness. When Lin Ling heard Luze's explanation, her mouth twitched. Finally, she asked, then, what do we do now? He was silent for a while. Subsequently, he answered, by the looks of it, the people on the ship are not strong. Otherwise, they would not be unable to run from the void beast. The remaining two ships should not be too different then. When the two ships arrive, we will assess the situation. If they really are not strong, we will capture them and ask what their motives are. Regardless, the sudden appearance of these unregistered ships was too suspicious. Lin Ling nodded at his words. Outside in the forest, the void beast concealed its chi again and lay low on the ground. Compared to the other three void beasts, this one was much more sneaky. Soon, the remaining two ships flew over and surveyed the air carefully. Just now, they didn't even know what happened to the third ship. They carefully opened up the defense barrier and began searching. At this time, a grey ball of energy surged and bombarded the barriers of one of the ships. Rumble. The collision of the two created a deafening sound. Afterward, the barrier flickered, and then, the ship flew out a few kilometers before wobbling and finally stopping. Before the ship could react, the void beast appeared on the side of the defense barrier and sliced it heavily. Screech. The ship wobbled once more. This was the difference between martial artists and flying ships. The agility of flying ships was too low. The ship had a powerful attack, but after being ambushed, it couldn't even release an attack. If the void beast kept attacking, the ship's energy would soon be depleted. It would be unable to sustain the barrier. Consequently, the ship would be torn to pieces. At this moment, the other ship finally noticed the situation and started charging up its energy cannons. In a few seconds, a few meters thick, white energy beam shot heavily toward the void beast, penetrating its body without resistance. Moreover, it even lightly scraped the defense barrier of the other ship. The barrier started flickering vigorously as though it had reached its limit. Roar! The body of the void beast exploded, leaving a huge and bloody hole within. A wailing sound could be heard afterward. Black blood gushed out from the wound, splattering everywhere in the air and landing on the energy barrier. Then, the powerful energy immediately vaporized it into black smoke. The life force of the void beast weakened. Its bloodshot eyes flashed with chaotic and tyrannical light as it opened its mouth and shot a mouth cannon toward the barrier. Rumble! A few seconds later, the void beast's body crashed down from the sky. In the air, the ship appeared to be malfunctioning. The smoke billowed out as the ship wobbled down from the sky. When Luze saw this scene, he gasped and could not help but look at the void beast with approval. This beast destroyed a ship and damaged another one all by itself. This guy was a pal. It would forever live in Luze's heart. At this moment, Lin Ling exclaimed, "Ze, look at the flying ship." Luze looked over, and his eyes soon widened in disbelief. How is this possible? The malfunctioning ship's door opened, and 4 figures were revealed. However, these 4 figures were not humans but blade demons. Luze frowned at this. Why would blade demons appear here? He wasn't surprised that blade demons, who were below planetary state, could sneak into the Federation. After all, he had encountered them before he went to the Xia'er battlefield. At that time, they had planned to ambush Nangongjing. Instead of succeeding, they were planted upside down. But now, Luze couldn't understand why they came to such a poor planet. Were there some hidden resources? Was this like the 25th planet? Luze rubbed his forehead due to a bit of headache. He just wanted to calmly finish a mission. Why did things turn out this way? How did they get an unregistered federal ship with weapons at the level of mortal evolution state? The technology of the 2 races was different. They shouldn't be able to produce federal ships. Even if they created a shell and the inside components were different, the scientists would be able to tell. Even Lin Ling was confused as well. Jianwen and Chris saw what happened too. Both were surprised after seeing the blade demons emerge from the ship. Jianwen frowned and touched his glasses. Why did blade demons appear here? Chris also said, is there something here that they are interested in? Right then, Luze asked, Professor Jian and Chris, aren't you surprised that the blade demons have an unregistered federal ship? The 2 became dazed due to the question. They also turned to look at Luze and Lin Ling with surprise. It seemed they were shocked to know that the 2 students were unfamiliar with it. Accordingly, Jianwen asked, have you 2 not been in missions involving underground forces? With your powers, you should have come into contact with quite some missions of the sort. Usually, new students and maybe even second-year students might not receive missions related to underground forces, but Luze and Lin Ling were probably the strongest among the students of the entire Dawn system. Underground forces missions. Luze and Lin Ling froze for a moment. They then remembered the Bloody Night Pirates mission. However, that one was an accident as well. Luze said, we have annihilated a space pirate group before. Chris smiled when he heard his reply. They can count as one of the underground forces. Quite some criminals would build cities on uninhabited planets. These are underground forces and the targets that the Federation wants to suppress. Luze nodded to express his understanding. Eventually, Chris smiled. Several of them are criminals. As long as there is enough profit, they would give up the welfare of the entire human race. They would traffic rare resources and unregistered ships to blade demons. Chapter 318 The Qianbais misled me. Luze and Lin Ling fell silent when they heard the explanation. If one could even abandon his own race, then what did he even cherish? Lin Ling frowned, and a hint of coldness could be seen in her expression. She came from a military background. Naturally, she extremely despised such actions. Jianwen smiled at their reaction. There is always darkness under light. If everything is light, then there would be no light in the end. Of course, these criminals are very rare. This was the truth. The current moral standard had improved significantly since the Earth era. All the citizens were aware that it wasn't easy to reach this step, so they needed to cherish it. However, no matter how bright a place was, there were always corners where light can't shine. After all, the Milky Way galaxy was immensely vast. Some places were bound to end up chaotic. At this moment, Luze's eyes lit up, seeing the four blade demons come out. He then asked, "Professor Jian, are you saying they are connected to underground forces?" Jianwen nodded in reply, feeling a bit surprised with the question. It is possible. Of course, they could have directly bought it from blade demons. Luze smiled. He suddenly had a bold idea. If it succeeded, academic credits would come rolling in. It was time to do something big. Lin Ling seemed to have understood something from Luze's smile. She smiled at the same time. The two glanced at each other and understood what the other person was thinking. Chris and Jianwen were getting tingles from Luze's and Lin Ling's evil smiles. Jianwen then asked, "What are you planning to do?" The smile just then appeared to be villainous. Luze replied, "Nothing, we just want to capture a few of them." At this moment, the other ship parked too, and four blade demons walked out. They were going to repair the ship. Luze smiled at the two scientists. "Professor Jian and Chris, stay here. We will be back soon." Subsequently, he and Lin Ling walked out. Lin Ling had also learned Qi stealth technique. The two concealed their Qi and walked out of the stealth system. They carefully approached the ships of the blade demons. When they were only a few kilometers away from the ships of the enemy, Lin Ling's eyes flashed with runes. Moments later, Lin Ling smiled. There are two of them with a power of 200 apertures. One uses Fire God Art while the other uses Earth God Art. Their combat power should be around 400 apertures. The cultivation level of the remaining 6 blade demons is around 400 apertures. They have no God Arts. The threat level is low. Luze nodded in understanding. Lin Ling's God Art was really convenient. Was there a similar one in the pocket hunting dimension? If so, he would definitely want to obtain one. With this kind of God Art, even if the opponent concealed his Qi, one could still roughly estimate the strength. However, since the blade demons weren't strong, Luze felt assured. These blade demons in front of him were not a match for him at all. Furthermore, Ying Ying was sleeping, so no one could interrupt him from being cool. At this moment, he looked at Lin Ling. "This time, you should watch, and let me do it." Lin Ling nodded unhappily when she heard his words. After all, she had only recovered partially but not completely. Luze grinned at her answer. Accordingly, a green light flashed in his eyes. He quickly disappeared from his position along with Lin Ling. The blade demons, who were originally discussing how to best repair the ship, suddenly felt two powerful Qi approaching. They looked toward Luze's direction. When Luze and Lin Ling appeared before them, all of them were dumbfounded. Right then, one blade demon took out a black scanner and projected Luze's holographic image. The 8 carefully compared it. Eventually, the blade demon with the scanner sneered. "Aha, I finally found you. Luze. Luze. Lin Ling. Jianwen and the scientists. These blade demons came for him? For what reason? Did they hear about his special fetish and wanted to be planted upside down? Weren't they too nice?" Luze felt a little embarrassed. Another blade demon snarled. "White Blade Assassination List, 3280th, worth 600,000 demon crystals. We were looking for you. We did not expect you would dare to come out on your own." Luze ended up dazed due to their words. Soon, a sudden realization dawned on him. He almost forgot that he was on the White Blade assassination list. When he first entered the list, he became a little worried. However, now that his power surpassed senior schoolmate Margaret, he wasn't anxious anymore. After all, he was no longer weak. As long as he was careful, he would be fine. Afterward, he glanced at the blade demons who were laughing joyously. They clearly didn't know his actual power and probably just estimated it based on his ranking on the White Blade assassination list. If they were aware of his real power, would they be able to laugh this happily? Subsequently, Luze managed to recall another matter. The Federation seemed to have a demon hunting list. The ones ranked around 3,000 were worth a few 100,000 academic credits, right? Great! Luze's eyes lit up brighter, and he smiled at the blade demons. Are you guys on the demon hunting list? The blade demons flashed a vile smirk at him in response. Our ranking on the demon hunting list is not lower than yours on the White Blade assassination list. There are 8 of us here right now, so you better give up. At the same time, the demon looked at Lin Ling on the side. Sensing her weakened chi, he said, "This female human is injured. Kill her as well." Accordingly, they moved to surround Luze and Lin Ling. After confirming they were really on the demon hunting list, Luze smiled even brighter. He looked at the blade demons as though they were academic credits. They were at least 500,000 each, so 8 of them would be equivalent to 4 million academic credits. They even came from a faraway place just to give the academic credits as a gift to him. So touching. In turn, the blade demons became excited too. They didn't expect this human to be this cocky and let them surround him. Now, it was time for harvest. Luze's eyes flashed with purple color. Wind and purple lightning appeared around the 8 blade demons, circulating them. Zzz. The wind and lightning instantly broke through their weak defenses and entered their body. Arg! The blade demons howled in pain. Both the sounds from their shivering and howling were filled with rhythms. In the end, they were horrified to discover that their spirit forces were sealed by his god art. Their bodies became completely numb. They couldn't even resist. This wasn't the script they thought out. According to their Chien Bais, their seniors, killing humans on the White Blade assassination list was the easy way to become wealthy. That was why they came to the human domain the first time they had teamed up. However, why did it end up like this? They just hunted the first human, but right now, they were already about to die. The Chien Bais misled us. Chapter 319 Who Isn't a Man? Moments later, the blade demons were sealed and heavily injured. Luze looked at their trembling figures on the ground and resisted the urge to plant them upside down. He smiled slightly before asking a question. Who sold you the flying ship? None of the blade demons spoke. Was there something wrong with the White Blade assassination list? Why could someone, who ranked lower than they are, easily subjugate all 8 of them? This didn't make sense. As for the questions, of course, they weren't going to answer. Luze raised a brow and stopped asking. They appeared at the side of the flying ships and carefully checked them. Subsequently, he put them inside his storage ring. Right then, he produced a wind to lift the blade demon up into the air. At the same time, he smiled at Lin Ling. Let's go back. Lin Ling nodded. The two proceeded to their original hiding place. At this time, Lin Ling looked at Luze. Should we take them back to school and get them interrogated? Luze nodded in turn. The possibility is not great, but if these blade demons have some underground forces star map, it would mean a lot of academic credits for us. Clearly, he still needed some academic credits to buy the fire clone divine art when his fire god art becomes stronger. On the side, Lin Ling smiled. I still have 80 million academic credits. I can't even use that much. If there really is some reward, you can have it. Luze was stunned by her reply. He could not help but look at Lin Ling in disbelief. How did she still have so much left? She really knew how to save. As for him, he only had 10 million academic credits left. Luze smiled at her as well. We will discuss it later. It's not certain yet. Lin Ling nodded and did not speak any further. Upon returning to the flying ship, Jianwen and Chris came out to greet the two. Jianwen stared at the half-dead blade demons, then smiled at Luze. Clearly, they don't know Luze very well. Chris laughed as well. Luze is too powerful. He just used one move to capture 8 blade demons at the aperture opening state with 400 apertures. This really makes us old guys feel ashamed. Other people looked at the blade demons from time to time. They could not help feeling shocked. With just a wave, 2 void beasts with 600 apertures were dead, and with just a move, 8 blade demons with 400 apertures were captured. What a terrifying strength! It was quite hard to imagine that this positive-looking new student with a cheerful smile had such power. Luze scratched his head, feeling embarrassed by the compliments. Haha, I'm not really strong. These blade demons are just too cocky. Subsequently, Luze said, Professor Jian and Chris, the 4 void beasts are dead. Are you sure there are no more beasts remaining? Jianwen shook his head. In response, Luze said, in that case, we will return to school first. The two nodded in understanding. All right, we will not keep you here any longer. Luze smiled. By the way, there is a damaged spaceship over there. Have a look and see if there is anything you can use. The remaining ship was broken, but the weapons inside were probably worth a lot. The two professors became dumbfounded. They glanced at each other before responding. Thank you then, Luze. They didn't expect Luze would leave the spaceship behind. Luze smiled once more. We will be off then. Accordingly, Luze and Lin Ling returned to their ship and left planet Gula. After watching Luze's ship take off, the two professors immediately researched about Luze. What? 2 months ago, Luze's power had only just reached aperture opening state. Xiao'er system, 25th planet, he destroyed an entire base. He is not young Duke yet, but his power shouldn't be weak. Inside the ship, Luze beat the blade demons, leaving them heavily injured. Consequently, he confined them from the inside out with wind and lightning god art. Following that, Luze nodded in satisfaction. In this way, they probably wouldn't be able to do anything. On the side, Lin Ling looked at the blade demons with pity. They were unlucky to encounter a demon king like Luze. The mission was finally over, so she removed her armor. It split off into parts and returned to her storage ring. Luze glanced at Lin Ling, and his mouth twitched. Cough, Lin Ling, it would be better for you to change your clothes. Lin Ling looked down in confusion. Right then, her face turned red. Since she used her power beyond the limit, her clothes inside ended up torn. Luze coughed once more and looked away in awkwardness. In these years, who wasn't a hot-blooded man? Lin Ling's face was slightly red. When she saw how Luze looked away, she said, I'll go change. Then, she left the living room. Luze felt relieved and calmed himself down. He proceeded to sit on the couch. 4 days later, the flying ship was back at Dawn system. Luze and Lin Ling glanced at the blade demons. In order to prevent them from gathering power and running or trying to destroy their ship, Luze would give them shock therapy every day. His control of the shock therapy power was perfect. It injured the demons but didn't kill them. Luze even admired his self-control. Now, these blade demons were still unconscious. At this moment, Luze said, I'll call teacher Nangong first and ask her how to deal with this. Lin Ling nodded. As soon as Luze picked up his phone, it rang first before he could make a call. He froze for a moment. The alcoholic called him first. Hey? However, when he answered the phone, the projection didn't show Nangongjing but a familiar round face. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes widened. She called out in joy, "Ying Ying! You're awake!" Ying Ying blinked her blue eyes. When she saw Luze and Lin Ling, her eyes flashed with joy. "Sister Lin Ling! Luze! I just woke up." At this time, Nangongjing appeared in the projection. Obviously, she was in a good mood. "Luze, Lin Ling," Ying Ying said, "you guys were at Dawn System. When are you coming over?" "She was going to come after you." A smile formed on Luze's face. "We will be there immediately. There is something we want to show you." "Something?" Nangongjing asked in confusion. Luze pointed at the blade demons he piled up and smiled. "Unexpected delivery." Nangongjing glanced at the blade demons and raised a brow. "They came to assassinate you." "Luze." He looked at Nangongjing in disbelief. "Impossible. How was she so smart?" Chapter 321. Another time. Luze was silent for a moment. Afterward, he nodded. "Yes, they came to assassinate me. They seem to be from 1-star demon hunting list. Can I exchange these guys for academic credits?" Nangongjing smiled at him. "Of course." Following this, she, appearing to be confused, looked at the blade demons. "Alive? Why didn't you kill them first?" When Luze heard her question, he explained his reason. "They came using human flying ships. I heard that these blade demons might know the location of underground forces, so I kept them alive." Nangongjing raised a brow. "Who told you this?" "Professor Jianwen and Chris, who posted the mission, told us." Nangongjing narrowed her eyes and then smiled. "Even though they are human ships, with these blade demon status, they can buy it directly from blade demon officials." Luze fell silent. In that case, why did those two scientists tell him this? He thought he could find an underground base and get a large number of academic credits. As it turned out, he just thought too much. His mood collapsed. Nangongjing smiled covertly. "I didn't expect those two scientists to tell you about the underground forces. How about it? Do you want to do such missions? They are usually quite hard, but with your power and Lin Ling's, it should be fine." Luze shook his head. "I will take a look at it first." The main reason he accepted this mission was due to receiving the Dao Enlightenment Room as a reward. Otherwise, Luze might as well cultivate. Even if he needed combat experience, he had plenty of that in the pocket hunting dimension at night. Meanwhile, Lin Ling seemed eager. Nevertheless, since Luze didn't agree, she had decided to cultivate first. With Elder Lin's origin power, she didn't need to worry about bottlenecks before the cosmic system state. Although she lacked life and death battle experience, she could enter the martial trial tower if she had to. The most important thing now was to cultivate and surpass Luze, this retard. After Luze responded, Nangongjing didn't force him anymore. She said, "Okay." Afterward, she looked at the 8 blade demons and added, "But there is still a possibility. I will bring them to the interrogation department for you and see." Luze's eyes lit up. He became hopeful now. Seeing this, Nangongjing rolled her eyes. "Don't be too hopeful." She flicked her long hair and grinned. "Okay, return the flying ship and bring the 8 blade demons to my place." Luze nodded. "Sure." Nangongjing nodded at the same time and hung up. Luze felt touched. This alcoholic was indeed a nice person. There wasn't much hope, but she was still willing to check for him. The flying ship soon stopped at the space station of planet Venus. Luze looked at the 8 blade demons who just woke up. Purple light flashed in his eyes. Instantly, their bodies sparked with lightning again as they shivered. On the side, Lin Ling saw them trying to open their mouths. They couldn't make a sound in the end. Her mouth spasmed. She suspected that Luze awoke another fetish electrocuting blade demons. Luze used the wind to bring up the blade demon. He smiled at Lin Ling. Let's get off. Lin Ling nodded. The ship opened, and the two got off. This region in the space station was for takeoff and landing reserved for rented spaceships. Quite some Federal University and Emperor Capital Academy students, who were going to missions or came back from missions, were here. Naturally, they were not unfamiliar with Luze and Lin Ling. After all, the reputation of the two was not small. The two, who hadn't appeared in so long, suddenly appeared right here and carried 8 shivering blade demons. This immediately caught the eye of several people. It's Luze and Lin Ling. What mission did they do? They caught 8 blade demons. It should be a mission with high difficulty. They were gone for 2 months. Perhaps, their power would be among the top 500 in the overall ranking now. They would be much stronger than most senior schoolmates. Maybe these blade demons are at the aperture opening state with tens of apertures. That really might be true. With their power, they can do it. They are just new students. This is too strong. At this moment, the blade demons tried to open their mouth and correct things. They weren't weaklings of tens of apertures. Their combat power was over 400. They had some status and fame among their race. Right now, they felt they were insulted by the human race. Hearing the heavy panting and groan from the blade demon, Luze could not help but freeze. These guys could still talk? Amazing! To pay them respect, he will use stronger shocks. Immediately, the blade demons shivered again, and their mouths made powerless yet rhythmic arcs. Luze looked at the blade demons in satisfaction and nodded. They were finally quiet. Subsequently, he took out the blade demon ship since he needed to return the storage ring and the rented ship together. However, neither Luze nor Lin Ling knew how to activate the ship. How embarrassing! They looked helplessly at the ship. Weren't ships supposed to carry people? Why were they carrying ships? What went wrong? Luze gasped and wondered whether he should buy a storage ring with a larger capacity. After all, his current ring was still the one given to him by his mom on his birthday. It couldn't fit a flying ship. Lin Ling smiled at this. My storage ring can contain it, so put it in mine. Lin Ling put the ship away and raised a brow pridefully. Subsequently, Luze said, let's go return the ship. Soon, they left the space station. After returning the ship, they headed toward Nangongjing's place. As soon as they arrived, the door opened. Ying darted out from the house and into Lin Ling's arms. Sister Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and carried Ying. She rubbed her face. Little lazy pig, you slept for quite long this time. Luze just watched on the sidelines. This hurt. Ying went to Lin Ling first. He was the one who fed her red orbs, and yet, Ying didn't come to him first. At this moment, Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha came out from inside. Nangongjing grinned. You two are back. Then, she looked at the orderly ranked shaking blade demons. Her mouth spasmed. She couldn't resist asking, why are they shaking? What did you do to them? Kaiyuhesha showed a strange smile. Was there too much excitement and lust? Luze's mouth twitched. He rolled his eyes. Accordingly, he explained, they probably have too much energy. They tried to speak in the space station, so I shocked them some more. Chapter 321 Is it a luck king? When Luze finished his explanation, Nangongjing nodded in response. She turned to look at Kaiyuhesha afterward. Kaiyuhesha smiled. Leave them to me then. I often go help at the intelligence department. I will take them there. Luze nodded. Okay, thank you, Teacher Kaiyu. Subsequently, Kaiyuhesha grinned at Luze. If you think so, then give me a few more red orbs. Luze rolled his eyes at her request. Don't worry, when I have extra, I will give them to you. Kyohesha nodded happily and then waved her right hand. She bound the 8-blade demons and flew into the sky. Accordingly, everyone entered Nangongjing's home. Upon sitting on the couch, Luze asked, Teacher Nangong, when can the mission reward be used? Nangongjing gulped some wine and answered, it would take a few days. Several people are lining up at the Dao Enlightenment Room. Luze was helpless, but there was nothing he could do in the end. Then, he smiled. What about the blade demons who are captured alive? They would be worth more than the dead ones, right? Nangongjing rolled her eyes as she glanced at Luze. If we can extract something useful from them, then there will be extra academic credits. If not, then they are not worth the same as dead ones. Luze gasped at her answer. He prayed the blade demons would be useful. That would be worth his electric massage then. Afterward, Luze looked curiously at Yingying. Yingying, did you feel anything while asleep? Yingying dazedly pondered for a moment and bit her right finger. I dreamed that I ate a lot of delicious food. Then, I stopped dreaming about the food for a few days, so I woke up. Yingying seemed very distressed. The three exchanged glances with each other. This little foodie was beyond help. She woke up because she didn't dream about appetizing food? Those delicious food was his red orbs, wasn't it? Luze rubbed his head and continued asking. Other than that, do you feel any changes in yourself? Yingying thought for a while and shook her head. The rest sighed at her response. Her power was at the cosmic realm state after all. At the same time, the energy from the red orbs was limited. They were expecting this. At least, this little guy was awake, and they had someone powerful supporting them. Soon, it was afternoon. Luze started asking Nangongjing about Star Crippling Punch while Lin Ling planned to cook some food to celebrate Yingying's awakening. At this moment, Luze said with distraught, Teacher, my Star Crippling Punch has not been able to improve lately. He had learned more about the divine art but he couldn't use it. He felt that every time he did, his body was about to break down. Luze even suspected that he had been cultivating incorrectly. Cough. Nangongjing choked on wine and then glared at Luze. Say it again. Do you believe I'll invite you to eat Iron Fist? Accordingly, Nangongjing clenched her fist. Your divine art cultivation is terrifying enough already. Are you still not satisfied? How long have you been cultivating Star Crippling Punch for? Only 2 months. With that, Nangongjing drank some more and slapped the couch. 2 months and your mastery level had reached the familiar level. Do you still think it is slow? Do you believe that if I spread this, there will be a large number of planetary and even star states coming to beat you? Luze's mouth spasmed when he heard the words. He quickly moved back. As expected, he cannot provoke this alcoholic. He then asked in confusion, however, I feel I have been cultivating normally. How come I can't improve any more? Nangongjing dragged Luze over and flicked his head a few times until she was satisfied. Luze felt a bit embarrassed. It was severely painful. He then rubbed his head and remembered this incident. After calming herself down, Nangongjing said, the Star Crippling Punch is mainly the usage of Strength God Art and Body God Art. Body God Art is the foundation while Strength God Art will help the body release the power. Weakness in both would affect it. You just need to build on your foundational God Art, and soon, your mastery will improve. After hearing this, Luze finally realized where he was lacking. His foundation wasn't sturdy enough. Consequently, he smiled. Then, I'll try my best to improve. After coming out of the Dao Enlightenment Room, I'll try to increase the mastery level by a step. Nangongjing. Her fists were getting itchy once more after seeing Luze's smile. When it was night time, Kyohesha returned. Luze looked hopefully at her. How is it? Kyoyohesha narrowed her eyes and smiled at him. There seems to be something. The place they snuck in from is interesting. However, we are not sure if it is related to underground forces. Perhaps, it is just a coincidence. The intelligence department is still investigating. It would take a few days. Nangongjing, who was still drinking, asked with surprise, there really is something. She had done what Luze did many times. She had been the target of assassinations before. At that time, she had also sent blade demons tens of times to the intelligence department. However, only 3 became useful. Even this fox demon was luckier than her 4 times. This matter had been engraved in her heart. Nangongjing looked at Luze. This kid was lucky, even though it was only his first time. Was he a luck king? Luck kings didn't live very long. Kyoyohesha looked at Luze. Little brother Luze seems quite lucky. Luze raised his lips when he heard the words. Being handsome was good indeed. Even Lady Luck loved me. On one side, Nangongjing glanced at Luze. Usually, only an extra 2 million academic credits will be given. It usually wouldn't be anything important anyways. Luze. 2 million was a lot, okay? Later on, Nangongjing asked curiously, where did they sneak in from? Kyoyohesha's eyes flashed at this question. She answered, near Gracious System. Nangongjing frowned. Where is that? Meanwhile, Luze was a little shocked. He had heard of this system. When he first looked for a mission, he saw this system. There was a riot there. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned silent. Was it a coincidence? Kyoyohesha smiled at Luze. I have recorded the demon hunting list reward for you. These 8 gives you 4.3 million altogether. If there are other rewards, you will be notified. Luze nodded and smiled in return. Thank you, Teacher Kyoyo. Kyoyohesha glanced seductively at Luze. Then, little brother Luze needs to treat sister well. Luze. Kyoyohesha smiled and lay back on the couch, rubbing Yingying in her arms. Soon, Lin Ling's dinner was ready. A table of delicacies was placed. Yingying, who was watching cartoons, had her attention immediately diverted. Nangongjing smiled. Let's eat. On the other hand, Kyoyohesha groaned at Luze. It's all little brother Luze's fault. The female T-Rex and I want to eat now. Nangongjing nodded quickly. She and Kyoyohesha had been negatively influenced by Luze. If this continued, would they become a foodie like Yingying? That was terrifying. Luze. He was very innocent. Wasn't it natural to eat something? At this moment, Yingying already charged toward the table. Luze resolutely joined the battlefield. Eventually, Luze lost pitifully. He would be back again. After dinner, Luze and Lin Ling got up to leave. Yingying was planning to go back with Lin Ling. The 3 returned to the dorms. They then split off. Luze sat back on his bed after a shower. It was still early, so he thought about his cultivation plan. His spirit force cultivation and body cultivation were improving steadily. His wind god art was progressing much slower. He should focus on lightning god art, regeneration god art, and ist body god art. As for divine art, Nangongjing gave him quite some pointers just then. Divine art was also divided into mastery levels: beginner, familiar, experienced, and perfection. Luze's mastery of the star crippling punch was at the extreme of the familiar level. His mastery of green jade slash was rather high and was at the experienced level. As for wings of wind and lightning and ist shield, they weren't hard, so Luze reached perfect mastery long ago. He should focus on learning ist body god art and strength god art and then go into the Dao enlightenment room a few days later to learn divine art. The sky was completely dark now. Silver moonlight shone through his window. At this time, the dorms exuded a comfortable chi. Luze took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Time to die again. Soon, his thoughts drifted into darkness. Chapter 322 I Must Be Sheilazi. 6 days later, in the morning, Luze was sitting on his bed as he slowly opened his eyes. A ray of metallic black color flashed at the bottom of his eyes, making him look more dominant. It had been 6 days since he completed the mission. During the day, he would go with Lin Ling to Nangongjing's place to cultivate. During the afternoon, he used the red orbs to cultivate. Then, during the evening, he would enter the pocket hunting dimension to hunt grey lizards and lightning war horses. If he had the chance, he would kill black tigers as well. His wind god art didn't advance any further these few days, but his regeneration god art and lightning god art had improved substantially. At the same time, because the black tiger boss was strong and it was rather hard to kill it, Luze's first body god art didn't progress much. Even so, Luze's body became stronger upon learning more regeneration god art and using red orbs. In 6 days, his combat power increased by 10 apertures. He got up from the bed and felt his power before nodding happily. Indeed, he was very strong. Subsequently, Luze went downstairs. After he closed the door, he saw Lin Ling, who just happened to leave her dorm. Ying Ying was following behind her, so the three flew toward Nangongjing's home together. At Nangongjing's door, Luze knocked. Soon, Nangongjing came out wearing white casuals. A flush rose to her face, appearing to be a bit drunk. When she saw the three, she smiled. The Dao Enlightenment Room is free today. I'll take you guys over. Luze's and Lin Ling's eyes lit up when they heard the words. Finally. At this moment, Kaiuyuhesha also came out sporting casuals. She said, by the way, there is some progress on the blade demons. Luze asked, how is it? Kaiuyuhesha leaned against the door. Investigators went to the location they sneaked in and found traces of underground forces operation. Moreover, it is related to the underground forces pushing for the riots at Gracious System. The specifics are still being investigated. Luze frowned and remained silent. He didn't expect these blade demons were quite useful. After a moment, he smiled. Then, do I get academic credits as a reward? Nangongjing rolled her eyes. Don't worry, there will be one at the end of the investigation. You lucky bastard. She wanted to beat this kid up. Afterward, Nangongjing stretched her waist. Wait for a moment. I'll change clothes, and then, we'll head off. She then went in and closed the door. Luze. This guy always throws her clothes in the living room. After this, he glanced strangely at Kaiuyuhesha. These two had always been arguing, but he always saw the two of them together in the morning. Relationships between women were really complicated. Kaiuyuhesha hugged the dazed Ying Ying and rubbed her face. Since you are going to planet Jinyeo, leave Ying Ying with me first. Luze and Lin Ling didn't mind. Soon, Nangongjing finished changing and took out her ship, Golden Swirl. Let's go. This was their second time at Jinyeo City. Luze and Lin Ling came to the Dao Enlightenment Room while Nangongjing went to Old Man Nangong. Before she left, she said, I don't have wine. I'm going to trick someone for one. They waited for a brief moment outside the Dao Enlightenment Room, and the door eventually opened. A young beautiful girl walked out. Upon seeing Luze and Lin Ling, she became slightly stunned. A few days ago, she heard about them capturing the blade demons. The Dao Enlightenment Room was actually the reward? Luze didn't mind the gaze. He said to Lin Ling, you go in first. Lin Ling glanced at the young girl and nodded. The young girl was about to greet Luze when another door opened. A young man came out. He also felt dumbfounded when he saw Luze. Didn't this guy just stay in the Dao Enlightenment room for a month before? Why was he back again? Was the Dao Enlightenment room his home, or were there some background dealings? Luze chose to ignore the gaze and walked inside. On the other hand, the girl who lost the chance to greet Luze glanced at his back with a trace of regret. Luze was able to rank 693rd in the leaderboard when he first entered school. With his talent, he would definitely become a young duke in a star state. She was very confident in herself. Her looks were outstanding, and her talent was good. If she relied on him, she could benefit quite a lot in the future, right? As for whether she was the third one or not, who cares? She was willing to be the mistress of a young duke. The young man also saw the girl. He smiled and came toward her. Hello fellow student, I'm Barry Howard, ranked first among the fourth-year students of the elite class of Xinyeo University. I am pleased to meet you. The girl's eyes flashed with contempt, but she still smiled. Sorry, I have a boyfriend. After speaking, she left the room. He wasn't even from one of the two big universities. Even if he was the first in his year, he would only be ranked around top 300 on the martial trial ranking. Such potential was at most planetary state. She herself was confident she could reach the planetary state. This student wasn't good enough for her. Inside the Enlightenment room, Luze looked at the familiar place, feeling nostalgic. Most of his days were spent here after the enrollment. However, he only had 6 hours inside, so he immediately sat down and used a purple orb to start learning the Star Crippling Punch. His goal was to bring up his mastery of it to an experienced level. That way, his explosive power could hit 810 apertures. His current power was only a little stronger than those who just reached the level 1 of ordinary mortal evolution state. If his Star Crippling Punch reached experienced mastery, Luze was confident he wouldn't be weak among those who were at the level 1 of mortal evolution state. By then, he could consider fighting the overlords. 6 hours flew by. When Luze opened his eyes again, they flashed with a shining metallic beam. He breathed and got up. He smiled with confidence as he could punch out a stronger fist this time. A reminder sound could soon be heard. Accordingly, Luze went out. Outside the door, Lin Ling was already waiting. She asked, "How is it?" Luze grinned. "Amazing, look at who I am." Lin Ling rolled her eyes. Luze laughed. "What about you?" Lin Ling smiled. "Not bad." Luze wasn't surprised. Meanwhile, the two who were waiting on the side heard this and held their hearts. It was these two again. Did they have considerable progress? Why were the new students like this now? The two walked in lifelessly. As Luze and Lin Ling walked out of Jinyeo City, Nangongjing was already waiting for the two. Seeing how bright Nangongjing smiled, Luze could already imagine how painful the old man's heart right now. Nangongjing came up. "Let's get inside the flying ship first." Luze and Lin Ling nodded. They headed towards planet Venus. Inside, Nangongjing asked, "How is it?" Luze replied, "Not bad. Currently, I have reached the experienced level in Star Crippling Punch. My combat power is not weaker than those who are at the level 1 of ordinary mortal evolution state." Nangongjing. She felt she must be Shilazi. She shouldn't have asked this question. Chapter 323 This is real jungling. Back on planet Venus, it was already afternoon. Luze and Lin Ling returned to their dorms directly. With improved power, Luze wanted to go test the Overlord level bosses. He kept note of the 4 Overlords, Rabbit Boss and Luze too. Since he was quite strong now, it was time to get revenge. Luze used another purple orb to consolidate his learnings in the Dao Enlightenment room. Soon, the night time had arrived. When Luze woke up from his learnings, the room was already dark. He got up from the bed and took out Alice's food first. One only had the power to fight after he was full. After dinner, Luze went back to his room and entered the pocket hunting dimension. Inside the pocket hunting dimension, a roar could suddenly be heard. Luze smiled at this but didn't move. He was planning to play it big this time. Indeed, with one roar, more roars followed. In a few seconds, Luze felt 3 powerful chi coming over. Purple and green lights flashed in his eyes. He expanded his wings of wind and lightning and rose up to the sky. Tens of kilometers away, 3 big figures were continuously approaching. Eventually, only a few kilometers remained between them and Luze. Their eyes looked ferocious as they bared their fangs, gleaming with cold light. It was a blue cat, grey cat, and an anaconda with black and purple stripes. They released their 300 to 400 apertures power. Air ripples shot in all directions. It was like a tide sweeping across the whole area. Roar! They approached Luze as though they saw something particularly attractive. Luze looked calmly at the 3 beasts. A green light then flashed in his eyes. Instantly, a vibrant wind blade formed on his left side. Green jade slash. Afterward, it turned into a green flow of light and cut through the beasts. Screech! The light sliced through the 3 beasts and then disappeared in the air. At this point, the beasts stopped roaring. Subsequently, their heads left their necks as blood gushed out. Their momentum brought them forward until they finally fell heavily on the ground, creating several shallow pits on the land. They turned to dust, leaving behind all sorts of orbs. Roar! Roar! In the distance, 2 more roars could be heard. Luze glanced over and proceeded to calmly collect the orbs. He grinned while collecting them. This was real jungling. He was no longer the noob jungler who was constantly chased by a large wave of beasts. Now, he had near mortal evolution state power. Luze went up into the sky once more and placed his hands behind his back. His smile was collected, and he waited calmly like a grandmaster. He was waiting for this wave of beasts to die. 5 minutes later, 3 beasts at the aperture opening state with 400 apertures charged over. Again, the green jade slash sliced across. Naturally, the 3 beasts instantly died. 3 minutes later. 3 blue bird bosses came over rapidly. Roar! On the left, 2 warhorse bosses appeared and charged at Luze with destructive lightning. Roar! On the right, another 2 warhorses neared. In front, there were 2 grey lizards as well. Other than these god art beasts, tens of other powerful beasts were coming over. Every place they passed by, a terrifying chi swept across. The weaker animals from the surrounding few hundred kilometers all scurried away. Luze's eyes went cold. He flapped his wings and charged at the beast tide led by the blue bird boss. He would kill the easiest ones right away. The blue bird bosses flapped their wings, and 6 few hundred-meter tall tornadoes swept toward him. As they moved, the tornadoes gained more force, growing bigger and stronger by the minute. Soon, the grass was ground into dust while the soil was sucked up from the ground. At the same time, countless wind blades shot out in all directions. Behind them, more than 10 formidable beasts were roaring and charging up their powerful attacks. Green Jade Slash. 3 Green Jade Slash appeared before Luze as he waved his hand. Go! These went around the tornadoes and cut through the neck of the blue bird boss. Crisp blue blood poured out as the 6 tornadoes exploded. Wind blades shot out even more. Afterward, a green light flashed in Luze's eyes, and the sharp wind blades turned into a soft breeze when they brushed past his face. In terms of just wind god art, Luze was weaker than the blue bird boss, but he used divine art. After killing the 3 bosses, the green jade slash didn't disappear. Luze waved his hand, and they once again turned into a beautiful life-reaping scythe, attacking the beasts that were charging up attacks. Beast blood flew into the air. Right then, the beasts stopped roaring. Several huge bodies fell down to the earth. After a moment of silence, the beasts roared even louder. The beasts from the other directions saw the blood, and their blood boiled. At this time, Luze glanced at the bodies turning to dust and then at the beasts. Lightning and wind glimmered under his eyes. You were chasing me so happily before. Today, I'll come to play with you. He instantly appeared before the beast tide. Rumble. The lightning shocked the world as the leading two war horses formed two few 100-meter-long lightning spears. Upon their roars, the lightning spears shot toward Luze. Behind them, more than 10 other attacks charged at Luze as well. Compared to the wind of the blue bird boss, the lightning spear was clearly stronger. Even he could feel a sliver of pressure. But that was just a sliver. Green Jade Slash. 1, 2, 3, 4 green jade slashes appeared. Go! The green jade slashes created beautiful arcs in the air and sliced toward the war horses before they could even react. Facing this many powerful attacks, Luze walked casually among them with his wings of wind and lightning. Speed allowed you to do anything. Screech! The warhorse had much stronger defenses than the blue birds, but they didn't have physical god art. Wounds appeared at their necks as blood gushed out. Their violent chi was soon disappearing. The remaining two green jade slaughtered the beasts that were firing behind the two war horses. They all died together. When Luze looked at the remaining two waves, Luze grinned, revealing an evil smile. Chapter 324 No one will be able to make him move. The green jade sliced through the body of the last beast, making its blood gush out. Luze looked at the dust on the ground. The coldness slowly receded from his face. Was he still the same as before? Naive. Subsequently, he grinned. A large batch of orbs was harvested. Wow! He quickly landed and picked up the orbs before flying back to the air. In the distance, the beast roars were getting more chaotic and violent. There were more than tens of beasts and several more were gathering. Luze grinned at this. He had a trump card this time. Roar! A minute later, a heaven-shocking roar occurred. Luze's eyes narrowed. A big guy came. He looked at the metallic black figure, and his face slowly went cold. Unlike other god art beasts, the black tiger boss was extremely powerful. Its defense was the most terrifying. Luze wasn't weak, but as soon as this guy appeared, Luze pretty much couldn't harvest the other beasts. Even if he used his full power, he could only occasionally kill weaker black tigers. By then, he would be exhausted and overrun by the other beasts. Other than the extremely powerful bosses, his death in the previous times could be greatly attributed to the black tiger boss. However, this time, it was going to be a different scenario. He was going to see how powerful a star-crippling punch with an experienced mastery was. Luze scanned around and saw at least a few hundred powerful beasts. There was 1 black tiger, 3 lizards, 3 war horses, and 6 blue birds. Their powerful chi blew across like a hurricane. Even the sky seemed to have dimmed down. Subsequently, he felt powerful pressure and took a deep breath. He clenched his fists tightly as a black color flashed in his eyes. He was going to give them a surprise. Soon, the beasts were approaching closer. The fastest were the blue bird bosses. They made ear-piercing screams as they flapped out 12 whirlwinds toward Luze. At the same time, the warhorse roared, and 3 few 100-meter-long lightning spears shot toward Luze. The lizards opened their mouths and spewed out grey energy balls. Meanwhile, the black tiger boss rushed aggressively toward Luze. Its huge claws flashed with black color while its chi was extremely dominant. The hundreds of beasts behind shot out energy blasts in a crazy manner toward Luze. At this point, his eyes flashed with hideousness. A black crystal shield appeared over his body. His wings of wind and lightning emerged as well, and his right fist glowed with dark metallic color. Star-crippling punch cripple was the main word. He ignored all the energy attacks and just stared at the black tiger's body. Soon, his wings flapped, and he appeared right before the tiger. Die! Luze directed his punch toward it. Star crippling punch. Roar! The tiger's claws were larger than Luze. His fist seemed minuscule compared to it. The two clashed. Rumble! Upon collision, a shocking explosion occurred. Dark metallic rays flashed, and a shockwave spread in all directions. The powerful shockwave broke through the attacks of other beasts as though they were bubbles, bursting with one touch. The energy ball of the lizard and lightning spear of the warhorse lasted a while before eventually dissipating. The whirlwind of the blue bird boss was simply blown apart. In the wake of this aftermath, all beasts were bleeding, except the god art bosses. They wailed non-stop. On the other hand, those beasts below aperture opening state with 200 apertures died on the spot. In the center of the clash, Luze's fist penetrated the huge claw of the black tiger with immense power. The fist force soon weakened after tearing through. However, it still had a terrifying power as it turned into a black beam of light, slamming against the tiger's head. Clearly, its head wasn't much tougher than its claws. Although the fist force weakened, a bloody hole was still created in the end. Its internal organs were torn to a pulp by the fist force. The tiger struggled to open its mouth, but it died before it could even let out a roar. Its huge body crashed on the ground. Subsequently, the black rays dissipated while the shockwave calmed down. Luze panted slightly. A bead of sweat was on his forehead. During this time, his spirit force cultivation level and the strength of his body increased. Still, using attacks at this level was still difficult. He could only use it a few times, and gradually, he would lose combat power. But, the effects were amazing. If it was before, he would have to fight to the point of exhaustion just to kill this guy. This time, however, he still had quite some power remaining. This was a huge improvement. Other than the overlords, he was pretty much invincible. Should he consider attacking overlords? He could try. There were a lot of beasts waiting for him to deal with. Wait, why was the current number wrong? When Luze looked around, almost half of the beasts were missing. Why were they covered in wounds? Luze felt stunned at this moment. Eventually, he realized what happened. Was he that strong now? Even the shockwaves were formidable. Luze took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He saw that the remaining beasts appeared to be scared, seemingly wanting to flee. He grinned at such a sight. They had great fun hunting him before. Now, they want to run? Keep having fun over here. A green light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, 6 green jade slashes appeared. Die! When he waved his hand, beautiful arcs were made as they cut through the beasts. Screech! Blood scattered in the air. The defenseless beasts all died. Dong! 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 Bodies continuously fell from the sky. The earth was ravaged and filled with beast bodies. They soon turned to dust, leaving behind plenty of orbs. A bountiful harvest. Now, he didn't need to worry about orbs for a long time. His god arts would also improve rapidly. The distant beast roars could be heard once more. Luze quickly dropped to the ground and picked up the orbs before flying back up. Even if he died, even if overlords came, don't even think about making him move. Luze smiled. Come baby! Aang! At this time, an authoritative roar ensued. Subsequently, a grey stream came across, flying toward his direction. Luze's smile stiffened. Chapter 325 There's no use in finding trouble with him. The grey light was extremely fast. Soon, it stopped a few kilometers away from Luze. An athletic build and sharp 4 claws emitting grey mist, as well as golden powerful eyes, it was the grey half-dragon overlord. Just by hovering in the air, Luze could feel considerable pressure from the powerful chi. What would come would eventually come. Luze was ready for the arrival of the overlords. He planned to test if his star crippling punch was useful against powerful overlords. At least, he could instantly kill black tigers. Its defense should be at the mortal evolution state. Perhaps, he could kill a half-dragon today. Thinking about this, Luze clenched his right fist. At this moment, the dragon clearly sensed Luze's chi. It lifted its golden eyes, and both their gazes clashed. Luze grinned after seeing the emotionless eyes of the dragon. Underestimating me? Subsequently, his wings of wind and lightning expanded. At the same time, he instantly disappeared. He then reappeared above the dragon's head. A black light flowed, and terrifying power spread across the area. Star crippling punch. Luze's eyes went cold. He twisted his waist and waved his arms before hitting hard. Rumble. The black fist force tore through the air. In turn, the air rolled like boiling water and irregular waves, sweeping across the field. Ang. Only when the fist force arrived did the dragon's calm eyes move. It lifted its claw as its powerful spirit force turned into a grey claw, meeting Luze's fist force head-on. Rumble. All the beasts rushing over immediately stopped and looked fearful. They didn't dare to go forward anymore. At this moment, the grey and black spirit light swept across the surrounding tens of kilometers. The concussive force pushed Luze backward a few hundred meters. He sweated while his chest palpitated heavily. After using a full-powered star crippling punch twice, Luze nearly exhausted half of his energy. However, he didn't have the mind to care at this point. He stared straight at the dragon figure with a tense expression. Soon, the spirit light dissipated, revealing the unscathed body of the grey dragon. Luze. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned silent. The dragon wasn't injured at all. Luze's wings of wind and lightning flapped. He instantly darted toward the distance. "I'm sorry, boss, I was wrong. I'll leave now." Indeed, he was too cocky. With his current power, he dared to fight an overlord. Ang. After flying more than 10 kilometers away, a dominant roar occurred behind him. Luze felt a powerful pressure ramming him down. He looked up, and a grey spirit claw that was a few hundred meters wide grabbed at him. He then flashed as he passed through the cracks between the claws. With just the powerful spirit force, his chest felt heavy. Luze bit his lips and suppressed the discomfort as he used his wings of wind and lightning with full power. When it saw Luze dodge its attack, the dragon roared and chased after him. After sensing the approaching chi, Luze's heart felt cold. Speed had been his strength, and yet, he was slower than the grey dragon. His wings of wind and lightning divine art had reached perfection. In order to gain an immense improvement, his only choice was to improve on his wind and lightning god art. This was already a limitation. Speed types of divine art were extremely rare among the human race. The wings of wind and lightning was a very high-level divine art. There were better ones, indeed. Luze had seen divine arts related to light god art, but he didn't have light god art after all. Roar! At this moment, several beasts came over to surround him. There were god art beasts and ordinary aperture opening state beasts. When they saw Luze flying over, they all roared and used their god arts simultaneously. Rumble! More than 100 terrifying attacks came by. At the forefront of this, Luze could feel the massive pressure. He narrowed his eyes. Accordingly, he dodged the attacks. Instantly, Luze passed through the barrage of attacks. He looked at the beasts before him. Sensing the approaching terrifying power behind him, Luze's eyes flashed with hideousness. "How dare you block my way? Green Jade Slash!" His body sped across the sky as 6 green jade slashes appeared next to him. They created a beautiful arc in the air and cut through the beasts. Luze looked back at their bodies in pity. They were all light orbs. His mouth twitched. He was going to remember this. Ang! Luze only stopped for an instant, but the grey dragon was already less than 10 kilometers away from Luze. His face instantly stiffened as he charged his wings of wind and lightning. Why did this boss have to chase him? He felt that some problems didn't have to be resolved with attacks. Wouldn't it be nice to sit down and have a conversation instead? Afterward, Luze saw the huge sky-covering claw fall upon him once more. Again, he dodged through the cracks. Rumble. The claw landed heavily on the ground, blowing out an extremely deep ditch. After glancing at it, he flew forward with all his force. These bosses loved abusing noobs. In just a few tenths of seconds, they had managed to fly for more than a few hundred kilometers. Right now, the dragon was only 1 kilometer away from Luze. Luze could even feel its scorching breath. The closer it was, the harder it would be for Luze to dodge its attacks. After dodging the claw twice and another grey energy cannon, Luze was sweating profusely. It seemed that he was going to be wiped out again today. While thinking about this, Luze's eyes went fierce. Since he couldn't get away, then he wouldn't. Even if he was going to die, it would be a feisty one. Rumble. Just when Luze was about to stop and resist, terrifying shockwaves occurred from afar. Along with it, vibrant spirit light and terrifying shock waves could be observed. Luze's eyes widened at this. This chi was the same as the grey dragon. It was a beast at the overlord level. Were they fighting? The grey dragon behind Luze paused for a moment and looked toward the direction of the battle. When the pressure eased a bit, Luze quickly gave up fighting for his life and dashed off. He hoped that the grey dragon would join the fun. However, it came after him instead. Due to this, Luze's emotion was tangled. Why didn't you go fight people of your own size? Why chase this weak and helpless noob? He bit his teeth and had a bold idea. Although he might not be able to live, he could still try. The battle wasn't far, just a few hundred kilometers away. Now that he gained some distance, Luze felt he could still try running a few hundred kilometers. If he ran in other directions, he would be caught soon. Hence, he might as well go join the fun. Chapter 326 Rabbit Boss, Where is Your Pride? Luze changed directions and headed toward the battlefield. At the same time, the grey half-dragon roared and followed while sending out terrifying attacks from time to time. Soon, the battle was getting more and more intense. The roaring sounds became louder and louder. At this moment, Luze could feel a number of terrifying chi. Among them, there was one coming from an old friend. He narrowed his eyes. Rumble. The sound of a collision occurred once again. Luze was only tens of kilometers away from the battlefield. The shockwave brushed past him. Then, his black spirit force barrier appeared to block it. Behind him, the grey dragon was just a few hundred meters away from him. Every time it attacked, Luze felt he was treading on the border of death. When the waves and spirit light cleared, he could finally see the situation within tens of kilometers ahead. There were 3 large figures surrounding a small figure in the air. Out of the 3 large figures, one was a 30-meter tall warhorse. It was covered in black armor containing purple lightning runes. Above its head was a pair of purple crystal dragon horns. This was the warhorse overlord. The other figure was a large blue bird with 4 pairs of wings which were jade crystal in color. This was the blue bird overlord. Subsequently, there was also a black tiger that was larger than the ordinary ones. It was flashing with black crystal color. This was the black tiger overlord. Counting the grey half-dragon overlord behind him, the 4 overlords of this map had all arrived and gathered in one location. The person, who the 3 overlords were ganging up on, was Luze too. The 3 overlords roared and used their god arts, painting the sky with their respective own colors. Meanwhile, Luze too calmly glanced at the overlords with a smirk on his face. One could tell he wasn't worried at all. Luze was very shocked at this scene, but what surprised him more was the grey dragon behind him. It turned to look at Luze, who was before him, and Luze too, who was surrounded by his pals. His originally domineering eyes revealed a dazed expression. Wait. Things didn't seem to be right. Why was there another two-legged beast there? What was he chasing just then? The other three overlords and Luze too also noticed the presence of Luze and the grey dragon. The three overlords looked dazedly between the two figures of Luze. Though possessing an intelligent mind, they still could not process the scene before them. Their brains could not help but crash and be stuck in reboot mode. When Luze too saw Luze, no ripples on his expression could be detected. His grin remained intact. Luze felt uncomfortable watching this. He wouldn't smile so disgustingly. Afterward, another white light dashed from the distance. Soon, this white light appeared on the battlefield, revealing its actual form. White furry body with a sharp horn and a small circle of yellow hair at the top. It was the rabbit boss. Upon seeing the rabbit, Luze grinned. In his impression, these four overlords had been hunting the rabbit boss. With the rabbit boss and Luze too here, the situation would only get more chaotic. At that moment, he would be able to escape. But then, the next scene made his eyes bulge. The rabbit boss looked at the two figures of Luze. Then, it proceeded to surround Luze too. At the same time, the four overlords didn't hunt the rabbit boss. Hey? Luze. This didn't seem right. Weren't you guys fighting to the death just a few days ago? Why do you seem like good friends now? Rabbit boss, where is your pride? Don't be a coward. Finally, a trace of emotion emerged from the eyes of Luze too. Roar. Upon the yell of the rabbit boss, the battle began once again. With such a scene, Luze finally realized the terror brought by the overlords. The sky darkened. Simultaneously, lightning flashed as dark clouds appeared. This scene was extremely familiar to Luze. It was the rune that the rabbit boss devoured last time. The rune back then contained lightning divine art. The divine art brought about the rise of the rabbit boss. Currently, the surrounding tens of kilometers turned dark under the clouds. This time, the range was smaller, but the lightning snakes which were slithering in the thunder clouds gave Luze a terrifying feeling. He probably couldn't even take one lightning. Right now, his power had at least reached the level 1 of the mortal evolution state. On the other hand, the rabbit boss probably broke through level 2 of the mortal evolution state after devouring that divine art. However, that wasn't the end. Roar! The black tiger overlord roared as black crystal covered it. Thereafter, an extremely dominant chi came out. This made Luze sweat cold. This overlord knew divine art too. When Luze saw the divine art, he became surprised. Its divine art was similar to his first shield. This divine art wasn't something the first shield could compare with. As it turned out, the chi of this fellow was only a little bit weaker than the rabbit boss. Re. At this moment, the blue bird overlord screamed as well. Its body became ethereal after a jade-like wind surrounded it. It was another divine art. Luze's mouth could not help twitching. He then looked at the lightning warhorse. Without a doubt, this guy probably knew divine art too, right? Indeed, with a whine, the horse flashed with lightning as a lightning spear spanning 20 meters materialized. Even though it stood still in the air, its chi managed to twist the space even more. It was the same lightning spear as the ordinary lightning warhorse, but one was formed with god art while the other was formed with divine art. The overlord on the first map didn't know divine art, so why was the overlord on the second map this strong? He thought he would soon be able to kill these guys, but it seemed he still needed some time. Subsequently, Luze's eyes lit up. Since they all knew divine art, then would they drop divine art runes after killing them? He had killed more than hundreds of ordinary god art beasts. Other than the first time he killed a heavily injured black tiger which dropped a low-level divine art rune, he never got one again. He didn't know whether the drop rate was scarily low or the black tiger was just a special case. Perhaps, it was the overlord's child? Or maybe it was because the difference between their powers was so great that time, so the pocket hunting dimension rewarded him with a gift? From the looks of it, their divine arts were probably not weaker than the star crippling punch. Even if it was weaker, it should be at least on par with the green jade slash. While thinking about this, Luze almost jumped. If he got all these divine arts, then he would probably become invincible. Wait. Since these three overlords had divine arts, there was no reason why the grey dragon wouldn't have one, right? Luze stiffly turned around. He saw the grey dragon dart its eyes from the battlefield to him. Luze. Suddenly, the atmosphere was awkward. Luze said, boss, why don't you go help your friends? I'll stay here. I won't run. Naturally, he still failed at persuasion. Soon, the grey mist surged. Then, the grey dragon charged toward him. He couldn't tell what divine art it had, but it seemed weaker than the other three beasts. Rumble. At the same time, a deafening sound of collision occurred. Its intensity was enough to shock the world. Consequently, purple, black, blue and a green light flashed. Even with just the shockwave, Luze could barely stand still. At the same time, it became difficult for him to dodge the grey dragon. Luze gritted his teeth as he punched with his right fist enveloped by dark rays toward the spirit claw that was about to flatten him. Chapter 327 Wait, leave me the last sip. Rumble. Another clash occurred once more, but the power was much weaker compared to the other battlefield. Luze took advantage of the force from the aftermath to retreat a few kilometers away. Cough. At this moment, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He then used his thumb to wipe off the blood after spitting it out. He was almost out of energy. Subsequently, he looked coldly at the grey dragon and turned to run. What else could he do? Luze flapped his wings of wind and lightning and planned to leave this area. At the same time, he looked at the other battlefield. He was curious about what the overlords' powers would be after using their divine arts. On the same note, he also wondered whether Luze too could hold up. This was the first time he wanted Luze too to withstand the incoming attacks. If Luze too died, those three overlords and the rabbit would definitely shift their attention toward him. When the battlefield cleared up, Luze could see a sliver of silver blood on the mouth of Luze too. Injured? However, why was this fella's blood different from his? What strange blood color was this? Where were the red blood cells? Suddenly, Luze felt a terrifying chi coming from his back. His eyes narrowed. Subsequently, he instantly flashed a few hundred meters to the side with the help of his wings of wind and lightning. As soon as he moved, a huge grey spirit claw moved to trample him down. Rumble. Luze moved a few hundred more meters away. He was going to run first. However, just at this time, Luze could see Luze too flash with bright silver light. When the silver light disappeared, Luze too disappeared too, leaving behind the dazed three overlords and rabbit boss. The atmosphere turned very silent. Luze. Shit. That bastard ran off like that? What was he going to do now? Sure enough, the four overlords shifted their focus upon him after the disappearance of Luze too. Accordingly, he immediately turned to run. He felt he could still save himself. Before he could finish thinking, a blue light flashed across the sky. Consequently, his consciousness sunk into darkness. Luze woke up in his bedroom again. His body trembled with pain. As such, he had to lie down lifelessly. This didn't make sense at all. The blue bird boss was obviously weak. However, why was the blue bird overlord so strong? Luze felt this blue bird overlord was not weaker than the other overlords. Due to its lightning speed, it was probably the hardest to deal with. He breathed out and calmed down his mood. What in the world was Luze-2? Moreover, why did the 4 overlords and the rabbit hunt him? After filling his head with 1,000 questions, Luze calmed his mind down. The rewards this time were so bountiful that he couldn't believe it. A few hundred aperture opening state beasts and tens of god art beasts. Even the god art orbs were enough for him to use for a long time. There was also a large pile of red and purple orbs. Now, he was pretty much invincible on the second map, other than the overlords, rabbit, and Luze-2. Following this, he sat up and started cultivating. The overlords all had divine art. He probably needed to reach level 2 of the mortal evolution state to kill them. However, even power at level 2 of the mortal evolution state was not safe. Nevertheless, his cultivation speed was extremely fast. Upon cultivating all the god arts on the second map to perfection and improving his cultivation level and physical body, he should be fine. Early the next morning, Luze opened his eyes and got off the bed. He went out and headed toward Lin Ling's door and knocked. Soon, the door opened and Ying Ying's little head popped out. After seeing it was Luze, a trace of joy could be noticed in her voice. Luze, good morning. Luze squatted down and pinched her face. Good morning, Ying Ying. Her round face was really comfortable to touch. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice could be heard. Zi, if you do this again, I'm going to call the police. Luze looked up and saw Lin Ling standing with her arms crossed while wearing a black school uniform. He said innocently, I didn't do anything. Ying Ying didn't say anything too. Lin Ling rolled her eyes and carried Ying Ying. Let's go. The three flew toward Nanggong Jing's place. At Nanggong Jing's door, Luze knocked. The door soon opened. Nanggong Jing stood inside wearing white casuals. She still had a golden bottle of wine in her hands. Clearly, she got this from old man Nanggong. Nanggong Jing grinned. Come in. Inside, they saw Kaihu Yahesha, who was wearing a pink robe, already lying on the couch. She came earlier than them every time. At this time, Nanggong Sing said, by the way, Lin Ling, I'll give you a key, so you don't need to knock every day. Lin Ling nodded. Luze then pointed at himself. What about me? The three girls looked at Luze in contempt. Ying Ying didn't know why this was happening, but she imitated the others as well. Nanggong Jing gritted her teeth. I'm still a girl living independently. Why does a guy like you want my key? Afterward, Kaihu Yahesha smiled at Luze. If little brother wants to come at night, I can give you my key. Luze. He just remembered this alcoholic was a girl. He forgot it, but he wasn't going to say it. Last time, his head was bruised from her flicks. He did really want Kaihu Yahesha's key, but if he dared to go, his fate would be extremely terrible. Hence, he laughed dryly and changed the topic instead. By the way, starting from today, I'll give red orbs to the two of you each day. My power has increased, and I can produce more orbs. Right after his statement, the three stared at him directly. Lin Ling frowned. This won't affect you, right? Luze shook his head. I know what I'm doing. After yesterday, he had too many orbs. He got more than 1,000 red orbs in one day. He was very wealthy now. If he wasn't still weak, he would even want to give Ian and Yemu and the rest some too. However, that would depend on the situation. The more people knew about this, the riskier it would be for him. As for Nanggong Jing and the others, he still trusted them. Nanggong Jing fell silent. She gave the wine in her hand to Luze with a painful expression on her face. Here, Jin Yao Searing Sunday. This is the best wine in the entire eastern region of Elf Cosmic Realm. You can have some. She turned around in embarrassment afterward. Your energy orbs are very precious, but they are very important to me, so I won't reject it. Then, she patted her busted chest. From now on, your business is my business. Luze glanced at the wine, and his mouth could not help but twitch. He took the wine and then Nangongjing looked up pitifully. Ze, leave me the last sip. Luze. Lin Ling. Kai Uyuhesha. She was beyond help. Luze rolled his eyes and looked at the golden liquid. He didn't drink wine, but if he didn't take it, Nangongjing would probably feel bad, right? Therefore, Luze took it. Chapter 328 You always chase what you can't get. Luze looked at the wine and decided to try it in the end. Under Nangongjing's painful expression, he drank it. The golden liquid flowed into his mouth and into his stomach. Then, Luze felt waves of spirit force evaporate in his body. It felt as though the sunlight shone on his entire body. It was very warm. His eyes lit up at this. It seemed quite good. At this moment, he felt a little tipsy. Eventually, the world started spinning, and he seemed to be floating in the sky. While feeling dazed, he grabbed the couch to stop himself from falling. At the same time, Nangongjing said pridefully, "How is it? Isn't it very good? The spirit force inside is very calm. Even those at the aperture opening state can drink it, but it hits hard. This wine will guarantee that you will be drunk. After you sober up, it can increase your mental force. This is a treasure. It is my first time sharing it with someone." Luze. He almost went drunk from one sip. Who could take this? He was not an alcoholic. Kai Uyuhesha laughed after seeing how Luze could barely stand up right now. This is my first time seeing little brother Luze like this. This is too interesting. Lin Ling also grinned. Ying Ying stared at the wine in Luze's hand and placed her finger in her mouth. There was a desire in her eyes. It was as if she wanted to try it as well. You can have it back. I'm not drinking it, never again. Luze passed the wine to the three figures of Nangongjing before him. He was never going to touch any liquid from this alcoholic. He swore. Nangongjing looked at Luze in disbelief. This guy wasn't going to drink it. He gave it back to her? He was a really good kid. Accordingly, she happily took it back and then took a gulp. It was such a good wine. It seemed this guy didn't know how to appreciate it. At the same time, she felt that she seemed to have forgotten something but couldn't recall what it was. Meanwhile, Kai Uyuhesha pushed Luze toward the couch. Thereafter, she slid her fingers across his red face. She said seriously, "Thank you, little brother Luze. I will remember this. Like the T-Rex, your business is my business." Luze rubbed his heavy head. He was about to speak, but Kai Uyuhesha spoke again. "By the way, both little brother and the T-Rex drank straight from the bottle. This is considered an indirect kiss, right? How does it taste, T-Rex?" "Pschh." Nangongjing spat out the wine and coughed. No wonder she felt she forgot something. As it turned out, it was this. She was so excited about some things that she forgot. Meanwhile, Luze's body stiffened. Immediately, the atmosphere became awkward. Nangongjing quickly said, "This is an accident. I'm drunk, so I didn't care about these little details." She didn't have any feelings toward Luze. Furthermore, Alice actually talked to her again. This made her quite happy. However, Alice mostly asked about Luze. She was a girl as well. She could tell that Alice probably liked Luze. She didn't want to steal a man from Alice whom she regarded as her little sister. Kai Uyuhesha seemed very happy seeing Nangongjing looking embarrassed. She wanted to joke even more, but Nangongjing glared at her and gritted her teeth. "Fox demon, if you say one more thing, our relationship is over." When she saw Nangongjing was truly annoyed, Kai Uyuhesha could only stop unwillingly. On the other hand, Luze felt a little complicated in his mind. People always wanted what they couldn't get. If Nangong Sing argued back, then Luze wouldn't feel so confused. However, being denied like that made him feel it more. Nevertheless, this mentality only lasted an instant. After all, he was half friends with and half student of Nangong Jing. Meanwhile, Lin Ling looked at Luze and then at Nangong Jing. Her eyes flashed, but she said nothing. Afterward, Luze rubbed his head and took out 6 red orbs. Take these red orbs first. The awkward atmosphere finally eased. Lin Ling took the 2 orbs first while Kaiyuhesha smiled and took her portion too. Finally, Nangong Jing walked over awkwardly and took hers. At the same time, he could hear Nangong Jing's voice in his mind. Don't mind what happened just then, and don't spread it. Luze ended up dazed. He saw that Nangong Jing didn't open her mouth. What was this? How did she do it? However, he didn't think much about it anymore and just nodded. Ying Ying's eyes bulged after seeing Luze take out the red orbs. After the 3 girls took their share, she also ran over and tugged Luze's sleeve. She looked at Luze with her big eyes. Luze, I wanted to. Right then, Luze had only remembered that Ying Ying was there as well. He asked her curiously, are these useful to you? The other 3 looked over. Ying Ying nodded. Yes, it can help me grow faster. Grow? Does that mean grow stronger? He took out 2 more red orbs and gave them to Ying Ying. Then, Ying Ying ate the 2 in one gulp. Afterward, she closed her eyes in satisfaction. Nangong Jing gulped down the last bit of Jinyeo Searing Sun and said, okay, let's cultivate. Energy orbs can be used in the afternoon. In the morning, Nangong Jing and Kaiyuhesha still instructed Luze and Lin Ling to cultivate. Soon, another month passed. Since Luze was the strongest other than those overlords, Rabbit, and Luze too, he had been gaining at least 1,000 orbs a night. Sometimes, he could even get a few thousand. His mental dimension was filled with all sorts of orbs. They were like stars, shining beautifully. With his constant use of powerful red orbs, the cultivation level of his spirit force had reached the aperture opening state with 200 apertures. He had been maintaining a speed of 2 to 3 apertures increase each day. After the constant use of regeneration God Art orbs and first body God Art orbs, his physical power alone had reached a combat power of 220 apertures. His wind God Art, lightning God Art, and regeneration God Art had no more space for improvement. Only his first body God Art still had some potential left. The black tigers were rather rare, so the first body God Art orbs he had been getting were much less than the other God Arts. In the virtual reality stage, Nangong Jing and Luze wore black martial robes while standing opposite each other. A few kilometers away, Kaiyuhesha and Lin Ling watched the two seriously. Chapter 329 This is an insult. Luze would spar with Nangong Jing every day, but it was more like a teaching session. In those times, he only used the power he should. He didn't go all out. However, at this time, Luze wanted to fight seriously with Nangong Jing. Since he was too strong now, the power in his body almost made him feel he was invincible. He himself didn't even know what his current combat power was at. Nangong Jing's hair fluttered as she smiled at Luze. Kid, I can tell you haven't been using your full power to spar with me all this time. Let me see how strong you are now. Luze also smiled. Teacher Nangong, I'm going to fight seriously. Runes flashed in Luze's eyes as his wings of wind and lightning appeared. He flapped his wings and disappeared from the spot. In the distance, Lin Ling's eyes widened. She discovered she could only see a vague shadow. Luze's movements appeared blurry to her. Thereafter, she used her spirit eye God Art immediately. Only then could she see his movements. Meanwhile, Kaiyuhesha was also a little shocked. This speed was on par with those at level 2 of the ordinary mortal evolution state. Was this kid already this strong? How long had it been? Immediately, Luze appeared to the left of Nangongjing. Black runes glimmered in his eyes as he clenched his fist. Star crippling punch. Rumble. The fist force roared like a dragon, but it condensed toward Luze's fist. Then, with a violent chi, it rushed toward Nangongjing. Nangongjing clearly didn't expect Luze's speed reached this level. There was some trace of surprise in her eyes. Subsequently, golden light glimmered in her eyes as she swung her arm and blocked Luze's wrist. A terrifying power exploded, wanting to direct Luze's fist force toward elsewhere. Seeing this, the force on the fist exploded and shook off Nangongjing's palm. She grinned at this. Afterward, her right hand turned into a palm, directly blocking Luze's fist. Rumble. The stage they were at could block aperture opening state attacks, but it was now filled with cracks. The cracks stretched out a few kilometers. Eventually, they slowly disappeared. The main system of virtual reality increased the power of the stage based on the level of the battle. After one clash, the two retreated a few hundred meters away. Nangongjing smiled. You've learned Star Crippling Punch quite well. Although she used the same power, she didn't expect Luze could shake away her arm. And Luze's attack was near the peak of level 1 of the mortal evolution state. She was going to give the kid a good beating, or she wouldn't have much opportunity in the future. Nangongjing made up her mind. Subsequently, her long legs darted off the ground as a dominant golden light swirled around her. She instantly appeared at Luze's side. Dong! A heavy explosion could be heard. She stood sharply on the ground, cracking the sturdy floor once again as her leg whipped toward Luze's waist. Feeling the dominant power on it, Luze's mouth twitched. Why did she like targeting his waist? His wings flapped, and he retreated a few meters back, barely dodging the attack. However, the force wind still swept his waist. Still, this was no problem for him. He didn't even open his first shield. After this, Luze tapped the ground, and his body rushed forward. He used his palm and elbow for attack. Star Crippling Punch involved a fist, but if you learned it well enough, you could use any part of your body to unleash it. Luze's understanding of Star Crippling Punch was quite deep. His mastery had been at the experienced level for a month. Rumble! Rumble! In that short instant, there were tens of clashes. The air between them spread out while the space within seemed to be a vacuum. Violent airwaves swept past. Even a few kilometers away, Lin Ling felt some of the intensity of the pressure from the aftermath. She bit her lips. She used 4 red orbs every day and had her great-grandpa's origin power. Her progress was extremely fast. In 1 month, her cultivation level went up by 100. Even if she didn't wear combat armor, she had a power of 600 apertures. However, her progress was still less than Luze. This guy was already this strong. She couldn't even handle the shockwave. Kyohesha narrowed her eyes. This kid got stronger way too fast. However, thinking about it, it seemed right. She was progressing much faster than before after using this kid's red orbs. Still, it was a bit hard to accept it. Even a young Duke prodigy didn't have such speed. At this rate, his power will probably be on par with them. Kyohesha felt very complicated. She could be considered his teacher. She was happy to see him progress, but as a super prodigy, she didn't feel satisfied. On the stage, the battle could instantly destroy a small city outside. With enough time, even an ordinary planet wouldn't be enough to be their battleground. Of course, they couldn't destroy the planet, but their battle was cataclysmic for living organisms on the planet. Rumble! After another clash, Luze and Nangongjing both retreated. Nangongjing was still calm, but Luze's chest rapidly moved. He was panting a little. His stamina improved, and he could use the Star Crippling Punch quite a few times now, but it was still exhausting. Nangongjing was just using power on par with Luze's to fight with him. Her real power wasn't something Luze could compare with. In his retreat, Luze's eyes flashed a green rune. Green Jade Slash. Wind surged, turning into 10 green jade blades. A perfect mastery of Green Jade Slash was on par with an experienced mastery of Star Crippling Punch. The sharp chi emitted by the blade twisted the space as well. Luze grinned, and the 10 blades disappeared and headed toward Nangongjing. He charged in again. His mental force was powerful enough, so he could do multiple things at one time. Subsequently, he used Green Jade Slash and Star Crippling Punch. Of course, doing this was quite exhausting. Even he couldn't last a few seconds. However, he also wanted to see the peak of his power. He was going to be a real man for 5 seconds. Nangongjing looked at the attacks and raised a brow. There was more golden light in her eyes. She tapped the ground, leaving behind stacks of shadows within tens of meters. Her hands then flowed with golden light. It was a different color, but Luze knew this was the Star Crippling Punch. Luze didn't know what movement technique she was using, but it was probably divine art. Their right fists clashed while Nangongjing's left hand smashed toward the Green Jade Slash. Rumble. Both the fist force and Green Jade Slash exploded. At the same time, winds shot out in all directions. Luze immediately felt an extremely terrifying power enter his body, striking him more than 1,000 meters away. At this moment, a Green Jade Slash cut across Nangongjing's back silently. Nangongjing, who was planning on chasing after Luze, quickly dodged to the side with her divine art. Screech! The Green Jade Slash sliced across the air in the stage, leaving a mark of tens of meters behind. Nangongjing looked at the crevice on her right sleeve, and her mouth spasmed. She was a bit too confident. This month of using red orbs didn't improve her cultivation level much, but she had filled up quite some gaps. Her combat power had reached the primary stage of the planetary state. And yet, the attack just then tore her sleeve? This was an insult. Luze panted heavily. He was drenched in sweat. Seeing that his sneaky Green Jade Slash didn't cause any damage to Nangongjing, he became a little disappointed. Indeed, he was too noob. Still, he wanted to get revenge. How long did he have to wait? At this moment, he coughed out some blood. Even though it wasn't her full power, it was still terrifying after she used divine art. One punch and he was injured. He used regeneration god art, and his injuries instantly recovered. At the same time, he felt weak. These explosive bursts had drained his body. After panting, Luze glanced at the dazed Nangongjing and asked, "What's wrong?" Chapter 330 Ying Ying is really powerful. Nangongjing looked up and saw Luze was covered in sweat, panting heavily. She smiled. "What? Out of energy?" Luze nodded and smiled as well. "Yeah, this is pretty much my limit. If he used red orbs, he wouldn't run out of energy, but this was the virtual reality. He couldn't use it here. After all, they were just sparring. Even if Luze could use it, he wouldn't." Nangongjing grinned when she heard the words. "Oh!" She flashed before Luze. A wave of aroma entered his nose, and then, he felt his face being pushed toward something soft. Thereafter, a severe pain emerged on his forehead. He gritted his teeth. When he becomes stronger than her, he will wipe the floor with her. Moments later, Nangongjing let go of Luze and smiled with satisfaction. Luze quickly used regeneration god art to recover. He then breathed out after. Seeing the battle end, Lin Ling and Kaihoyuhesha came over. Kaihoyuhesha said softly, "Little brother Luze is progressing so fast." Luze asked hopefully, "What is my current combat power at?" Nangongjing smiled. "It should be hard for you to find a match at level 1 of the mortal evolution state. You can fight with level 2 of the mortal evolution state." Luze gasped at her answer. Still a bit weak. During this time, he always saw all the overlords together. This was probably because Luze too hadn't appeared for a month. That guy didn't show himself for a long time after getting hurt. If it was just a single overlord, Luze still probably wouldn't be able to kill it with his current power. He wanted to find an opportunity and try. The three. They were at a loss for words, especially Lin Ling. This guy still thought he was weak? Kai Uyuhesha laughed. Haha, by the way, I want to spar with little brother Luze too. Don't, I surrender. It was not like he hadn't fought her before. Every time, he wanted to die due to the discomfort. Unless his mental force exceeded hers, he wasn't going to fight with her again. Nangongjing and Lin Ling looked at Luze with approval. As women, they were slightly better, but they were still influential. At this moment, Nangongjing smiled. Let's go out. The cultivation session in the morning was finished. Accordingly, the four left virtual reality. Coming down, the four smelled something strange. Luze asked in confusion, "What is that smell?" He felt something was burning. The other three frowned too. With confusion, the four scanned the area with their mental force. Immediately, their faces wore strange expressions. They charged into the kitchen and saw Ying floating in the air as she poured a lot of iron nails into a pot with boiling water. When she saw the four, Ying's eyes lit up. "You guys are done." Luze looked at the black smoke and gulped. Then, he said dryly, "Ying, what are you doing?" Ying blinked her eyes at his question and said, "I was watching cartoons, and it said that when adults were doing work, children should help with housework. I wanted to cook something good for you guys." Subsequently, she looked at them as though waiting for a compliment. Nangongjing looked at the black liquid. Her mouth could not help but twitch. "Ah ha ha ha! Ying is really nice." Kai Uyuhesha opened her mouth but couldn't say anything in the end. Lin Ling doubted whether she was hallucinating while Luze fell silent. He was wrong. He thought Lu Li was already a bizarre case in the cooking realm, but compared to Ying, she was nothing. At least, what Lu Li cooked looked like food. On the other hand, Ying's cooking was like demonic concoction. Luze looked at the joyful Ying and said, Ying, why did you add nails?" Ying blinked her eyes at this question. "I heard that humans lack iron. Aren't nails made of iron?" She seemed even more proud. The four ended up dazed with her answer. Ying seemed to be right. They couldn't even argue. At this moment, a small hole opened next to Ying. It seemed to be a wormhole. Ying reached her hand inside, and after some clanking, she pulled out a grey-white stone. It appeared to be asbestos. The four watched her put the asbestos into the liquid. Immediately, the black liquid boiled even more. What was this? Is she doing a chemistry experiment? Kai Uyuhesha pointed at the liquid and forced out a smile. Ying, why did you add asbestos too? Ying blinked her eyes once more. I heard there is calcium in asbestos. Humans need calcium. This didn't seem wrong. They watched that liquid, and their hearts went cold. Could that really be eaten? However, for Ying, who could even eat the three black-robed people, perhaps, this was rather nice to her? Still, it wasn't so nice to them. After all, they were normal humans. At this time, Lin Ling rubbed her head and smiled. Ying, what you cooked isn't really suitable for us to eat. Ying's body stiffened. She looked at Lin Ling with a disappointed expression. This can't be eaten. Seeing her pitiful look, their hearts melted. Kai Uyuhesha gritted her teeth. With how powerful she was, even if she ate it, it would be disgusting at most. Should she try eating it? Lin Ling walked up and patted Ying's head. If you want to learn how to cook, I can teach you. We can cook for them together later. Luze, Nangongjing, and Kaiyuhesha immediately looked at Lin Ling gratefully. At the same time, Ying Ying's eyes lit up, and she nodded firmly. Okay. She really did want to cook for them. Then, Lin Ling shooed the three out of the kitchen. On the couch, Luze saw how touched Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha were and rolled his eyes. Do you guys need to exaggerate like this? Can't you be calm like me? Kaiyuhesha looked at Luze due to his remark. Then, you can cook for yourself later. Okay, I'm actually very touched. His cooking didn't taste good at all. There was no way he would cook for himself. Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha rolled their eyes. At this moment, Ying Ying's voice could be heard. Add salt as you see fit. Lin Ling exclaimed, Ying Ying, don't put all the salt in, Luze. Nangongjing, Kaiyuhesha. Moments later, Luze laughed dryly. I think I want to cook myself. Before Luze could finish, he was stared down by Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha. The ruckus in the kitchen lasted until the afternoon. Afterward, Lin Ling carried out a large bowl of noodles with a fatigued face. Ying Ying's little face seemed to be a bit prideful. It was as though she did something amazing when they saw Lin Ling's fatigued face. The three looked touched. Thank you, Lin Ling. You're the best. Lin Ling took a deep breath. We'll have noodles today, Ying Ying's cooking is not bad. The three got up immediately. Kaiyuhesha hugged Ying Ying and said with a spoiling tone, Ying Ying is the best. Nangongjing rubbed Ying Ying's face. Ying Ying is so amazing. Likewise, Luze chose to repeat their words. Ying Ying is the best. After hearing this, a happy smile blossomed on Ying Ying's face. Seeing this, Lin Ling was no longer angry anymore. Chapter 331 Beaten like a boss. Ying Ying's noodle wasn't very tasty, but at least, it was edible. This made Luze and the rest feel relieved. After finishing noodles, Luze and Lin Ling got up to leave. At this moment, Ying Ying flashed with faint starlight. Then, she rubbed her eyes. I'm tired. Upon seeing this, Luze quickly held Ying Ying who was about to fall down. He discovered she had already closed her eyes. The four looked among each other. Nangongjing said, last time, when Ying Ying slept, it was like this too. Luze then said, in that case, we'll let Ying Ying sleep here. He and Lin Ling might go out to do missions. It was convenient to let Ying Ying stay here. Nangongjing nodded and took Ying Ying from his hands. She smiled. Then, leave her here. Luze and Lin Ling nodded. Accordingly, they left. Back in the dorm, Luze sat on the bed. Subsequently, 4 red orbs disappeared from his mental dimension. A domineering power surged into his body, making him tremble with pain. Luze frowned but didn't move. This pain was much weaker than the pain from dying inside the pocket hunting dimension. The red orbs he used were from the god art beasts. Despite so, using just one alone was not enough for him. His progress was slow. If he used 4 at the same time, his body could still handle it. He closed his eyes and used a chi attraction chant. As his body grew stronger, the spirit force in the air became drawn toward his body, improving his spirit force cultivation level. When Luze opened his eyes again, it was already dark outside. He let out a breath and got down from the bed. He proceeded to stretch. Just then, the level of his spirit force cultivation increased by 2 apertures. Soon, his spirit force cultivation level would reach the peak stage of the aperture opening state. After reaching 810 apertures, he would be able to enter the mortal evolution state. When his cultivation level reached mortal evolution state, what degree would his combat power rise to? Luze became very hopeful. He rested for a moment and took out the food cooked by Alice for dinner. Thereafter, he chatted with Lu and Alice. Because they used higher level orbs, their cultivation speed grew fast as well. Soon, they might even be able to reach the aperture opening state. Luze gasped at this realization. Unlike him, they received higher levels orbs, whereas Luze had to kill the beast before he could get the orb. Thus, they cultivated even faster than him. He really wished he didn't have to move, and there would still be red orbs for him. After chatting for a while, Luze sat on the bed again. He was prepared to die. In the pocket hunting dimension. Rumble. A thunderous sound spread across the boundless grassy plain. Spirit light flashed as the powerful winds swept tens of kilometers. Luze looked at the lifeless body of the black tiger he punched to death. Then, he turned to the dense cluster of beasts. Green jade slash. 10 green wind blades appeared in the air. They sliced across like green snakes among the beasts. In a few seconds, a few hundred terrifying beasts died. They painted the grass red. Simultaneously, all their bodies fell from the sky, and upon landing on the ground, a ditch was then created. Luze looked at the ground, which was filled with orbs. He harvested them and eventually left the area. 2 days later, Luze looked into the distance. The 4 overlords appeared together again. He raised a brow. Couldn't they just split off? Roar. Ang. The overlords roared as they charged toward Luze. In this situation, his face went cold. Runes flashed in his eyes. His wings of wind and lightning flapped, and he disappeared from the spot, greeting the 4 overlords. Afterward, he punched with his right fist. Star crippling punch. Rumble. The fist force turned into a deep black stream of light and smashed against the blue bird overlord at the front. Sensing the danger, the overlord blue bird flashed with blue light. Its body became ethereal. It flapped its wings and easily dodged the fist force. The fist force proceeded to attack the black tiger overlord. Rumble. The fist force clashed with the crystal shield appearing on the tiger's body. Before the explosion dissipated, the 4 overlords charged out unscathed. The lightning dragon horse had 3 purple lightning spears before it. As it roared, the spear, in the shape of a triangle, headed toward Luze. He narrowed his eyes. Subsequently, he flapped his wings of wind and lightning and dodged 2 of the lightning spears. The last one was about to hit his body, but he immediately used his first shield. At the same time, he punched out again. Star crippling punch. The fist force collided with the lightning spear. Lightning and black fist force shot out in all directions. As such, a deep hole was created on the land due to the blast. In just an instant, the lightning spear tore open the black fist force. It grew much weaker but still proceeded toward Luze. In the face of the incoming attack, Luze crossed his arms before his chest. His body flashed with black shield light. Rumble. Another explosion occurred. First shield was Luze's weakest divine art. Even the weakened lightning spear tore through it easily. Hence, the spear was able to hit his chest. Luze immediately felt his body was numbed. A terrifying power entered him. He could feel his body was constantly being damaged by the spear. After being assaulted by the lightning for more than 10 kilometers, a grey spirit light flashed around his body. He could barely recover after using regeneration god art. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Before he could react in time, a blue figure appeared above his head. Its huge claws with sharp wind blades reached for him. Oh shit! The blue bird overlord was much faster than him. It played this trick every time. His mouth spasmed. Afterward, he flapped his wings to stabilize himself while using the star crippling punch against the huge claw once more. Rumble. In this clash, Luze fought evenly. The 4 overlords' divine arts were different. In terms of attack, the blue bird was much weaker than the warhorse. In terms of speed, none of them could compare with it. Luze used the force from the collision to retreat 10 more kilometers away, wanting to draw some distance between the 4 overlords. He really couldn't beat them all together. He felt like he was the boss while the black tiger was the warrior, the blue bird was an assassin, the warhorse was a mage, and the grey lizard is a tank with insane recovery. With another healer, they would be invincible. If there was only one overlord, Luze felt his chances of killing it would be high. However, they were stuck together. At this moment, he looked behind and immediately flew back. Other than the blue bird, he was faster than the other overlords. That should be enough for him to run away, but why couldn't he escape? Because the blue bird overlord would stop him every time. As Luze flew toward the distance, he fought once more with the blue bird overlord. The aftermath of their battle managed to destroy countless grasslands. Even countless beasts were not spared. When the shockwave swept across, they could not dodge in time. Eventually, they died. Chapter 332 Acting cool behind his back. In truth, Luze's combat power was stronger. However, his cultivation level was much weaker than the overlords. With the blue bird stopping him, the three overlords managed to catch up to him. After some indescribable event, Luze was back lying on the bed in his dorm. Phew! Sure enough, he was a bit weak. But his eyes flashed with light. Soon, with his progress speed, he would be able to kill those overlords eventually. Nevertheless, he hadn't seen the rabbit boss and Luze too during this time. Where did they go? After resting for a while, Luze sat up and closed his eyes once more to cultivate. Early the next morning, Luze heard a knock before he could even proceed downstairs. He felt stunned at this. Did Lin Ling come this early today? When he opened the door, he could see Lin Ling standing at the door. Yemu, Ian, Xavier, Xianyuki, Tianyuan Qianhua, and Jessica were all there as well. They all wore strange expressions on their faces. In turn, Luze looked at them curiously. Why are you all looking at me like this? Due to the 100,000 academic credits that he lent out, they became ahead of most freshmen. After using up the academic credits, they accepted several missions. Their cultivation level was about to break through the core martial state while their combat power was not bad among those who were at the same level. They were all at the top 10 of the first-year martial ranking. Of course, they couldn't compare with Luze and Lin Ling. They had some guesses about this. In the morning he and Lin Ling went to cultivate at Nangongjing's place, so they rarely went with them to class. But when Nangongjing and Kaihuyuhesha had missions or other things, Luze and Lin Ling would attend the class with them. They could feel how terrifying the chi Luze and Lin Ling released unknowingly was. Other than Kaihuyuhesha and Nangongjing, they probably knew Luze's and Lin Ling's power the most. Tianyuan Qianhua smiled. I told you Ze is immersed in cultivation and didn't mind. You guys didn't believe me, especially someone. Thereafter, she glanced at Yemu. Yemu's mouth spasmed, and he looked at Luze with disbelief. Ze, it's fine if you don't go to the virtual martial city, but why don't you look at the Dawn network? There are quite some cute girls. If you go get a few. Before Yemu could finish his sentence, Yemu could feel a cold sensation. He quickly shut his mouth. Xianyuki glanced at Luze. Ze, someone surpassed your rank yesterday. You are not the first place anymore. Luze felt stunned at this information. He then looked at Lin Ling. It had been 3 months since he went to the martial trial tower. The only person who could surpass him was her. He looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. How dare she act cool behind his back? Lin Ling felt a little awkward and glared at Luze. What are you looking at? You don't go to the martial trial tower at all. A high total ranking will give you academic credits. Of course, this was not the point. Actually, the main reason was that she felt it would be harder and harder to surpass Luze. Surpassing him on the ranking could help comfort herself. At this moment, Yemu jabbed Luze's waist. Ze, Lin Ling is riding on your head. Can you allow that? If she rides on you now, in the future, on bed, pff, before Yemu could complete his words, he was kicked into the lake by Lin Ling. Dong! In! Everyone! Luze glanced at the cold-eyed Lin Ling. His mouth spasmed. How many times did this happen to Yemu? Even he wasn't this dumb. Of course, even if he said things like that, Lin Ling couldn't beat him. Ian dragged Luze's sleeve and looked at Luze. Ze, aren't you going to the Martial Trial Tower? Quite some students in Dawn's system are saying you are incapable. Luze. What was this scene? Luze pulled away his sleeve and patted Ian on the shoulder. Ian, remember you are a man. Ian blushed and looked down. So, sorry. Luze. Luze felt dumbfounded. At this time, Xianyuki couldn't take it anymore. She glared at Luze. Don't bully Ian. Luze. How did he bully him? Xavier scratched his head and said, Ian's right, a lot of people are saying you are only strong for a short period of time. Now, Lin Ling has surpassed you. Of course, we know that your power is definitely not weak. Jessica nodded fiercely as though she would follow whatever her boyfriend said. Tian Yuan Qianhua took out her phone and projected the discussion forum. Blogs about Luze and Lin Ling popped out non-stop after Lin Ling went into the Martial Trial Tower. Luze glanced and saw one blog titled The Fallen Prodigy, the real reason why the strongest new student Luze won't go in the Martial Trial Tower. The one below was shocking. Federal University's first-year beautiful student did something that made men silent and women cry. Another one was handsome brother Luze is invincible, handsome, strong, talented, and humble. Luze liked the bottom one the most. After all, only that one was speaking the truth. Other than these, there were quite some blogs about Luze and Lin Ling. They were all sorts of guesses. Either rise of feminism or fall of a prodigy. Of course, people argued for Luze too. If one got famous, anything he did would be exaggerated. At the same time, there were also people making derogatory comments. Lin Ling was pretty and talented, so people also complimented her too. Luze opened the blog. Afterward, his mouth couldn't help twitching. No wonder so many people were becoming fans of Lin Ling. She had reached the 10th place in the overall ranking. A new student getting the 10th place on the total ranking, and she was a beautiful lady. Of course, a lot of guys considered her their goddess. Co. This blog praised Lin Ling through the roof. Luze ended up being dumbfounded. Was this blog really describing Lin Ling or another person? Soft, gentle, understanding, caring. Luze glanced at the expressionless Lin Ling and rubbed his head. So naive. If you wanted to get Lin Ling's attention, you might as well work hard in cultivation and make yourself better. Love is about mutual attraction. It should be balanced. In the end, Luze could only shake his head. Subsequently, he opened another blog. I feel Luze must have had his fortune before, but now it's used up, so his cultivation level stopped progressing. He's too embarrassed to test it. I think some accident happened to Luze's cultivation, and his cultivation fell back? Doesn't this always happen in novels? What are you saying? Are you jealous of him? A while ago, he just came out of the Dao Enlightenment Room. If he didn't go to the Martial Trial Tower, does that mean there's something certainly wrong with him? I think he doesn't care about it at all. If Lin Ling can reach the top 10, then Luze should be stronger. Luze almost laughed after seeing people say his cultivation level regressed. On the other hand, Lin Ling couldn't stop laughing. She had to hold his shoulder to stay still. Chapter 333 Third Natural Wormhole. At this time, Yemu crawled out of the lake. He could see Luze watching the blog. Then, he laughed. Z, do you want to go check out the Martial Trial Tower? A lot of people are talking about this. Naturally, Luze was the strongest new student, and he reached the top 1000 in the overall ranking upon entering the martial trial tower the first time. He suppressed most of the old students. Essentially, he was in the limelight for a period of time. Now that he went silent for this long, several people felt unsatisfied. Right now, the rest of the people looked at Luze curiously. They wanted to know his current power. Since Lin Ling could reach 10th place, perhaps, Ze could enter the top 5. Of course, they weren't aware of the reason why Lin Ling's power had exceeded the first placer by a large margin. In truth, she was just wanted to rank higher than Luze. They couldn't even imagine Luze's power. After a while, Luze rubbed his head and sighed helplessly. My brain hurts. He didn't want to act cool, but why did these people force him? Why? As it turned out, he should probably enter the martial trial tower. At this moment, Yemu attempted to speak. Ze. Thereafter, he shoved Luze's shoulder. The latter looked at Yemu speechlessly. What's up, Yemu? I want to have some quiet. After Luze's response, the expressions of the people present became strange. Luze, what's wrong? Suddenly, Nangang Jing's voice could be heard. I heard you miss me. TL note, quiet in Chinese sounds like Jing. Luze quickly looked up. He found that above his dorm, Nangang Jing and Kai Huyuhesha were floating there quietly. Nangang Jing looked jokingly at Luze while Kai Huyuhesha grinned. The atmosphere turned silent. In this situation, Luze's mouth twitched. He laughed awkwardly. Haha, you're really funny. Clearly, the other people had long seen this, so they looked strangely at him like that. He saw that they were all slightly looking down. Even Yemu only dared to take a glimpse. At this, Luze immediately realized that Kai Huyuhesha's seduction power was effective right now. Afterward, Nangang Jing said seriously, okay, the joke stops there. There are missions. Ze and Lin Ling, come with us. She glanced at Yemu and the rest of the group. Your powers are still too weak. This mission is a bit dangerous. You guys can go to class. Luze and Lin Ling flew toward Nangang Jing and Kai Huyuhesha. Watching the 6 people below looked among themselves. Yemu asked curiously, seeing how serious teacher Nangang and Kai Yu are, did something happen? Xian Yuki shook her head. I don't know, but with Luze and Lin Ling's power, they should be fine. Tian Yuan Qinhua said, if it is something major, then the school would definitely report it. After all, the Dawn system students were very strong. They were stronger than most defense forces of the solar system. Ian frowned. With disappointment, he said, it seems we are still a bit weak. They were already very strong among first-year students, but compared to Luze and Lin Ling, they were much weaker. They didn't even have the right to participate in the same missions as them. The 6 people fell silent. They became unsatisfied. Moments later, Xavier laughed. Let's go cultivate. The group nodded and went to class. Luze and Lin Ling went into Golden Swirl, which was floating above the clouds. Subsequently, the ship left planet Venus. Luze couldn't resist asking. Teacher Nangang, what happened? After hearing his question, Nangang Jing explained, it's another natural wormhole. It's the 3rd one. Luze and Lin Ling were a little shocked at this information. Lin Ling frowned. Sister Jing, are you saying this is the 3rd? Did that mean there were 2 more previously? Luze said, the incident in Gula system was 1, right? Where is the other? Kai Huyuhesha and Nangang Jing glanced at each other. A strange expression crossed their faces as they looked at the 2. Kai Huyuhesha grinned. You have actually been through all 3 of them. What? Luze and Lin Ling felt dumbfounded learning this news. Nangang Jing smiled. The first was the 3 black-robed people. When we sent people to investigate, there were residues of natural wormholes. Luze. Lin Ling, natural wormholes usually didn't appear for years, and yet, they encountered all three within a span of 3 months. Luze asked, "Is the situation quite serious this time?" Nangongjing frowned and nodded. She explained, "It is not small and is connected to the void space. A few thousand void beasts came. 3 of them possess planetary state power. There are several mortal evolution state void beasts." Kaiuyuhesha added, "The troublesome part is that it appeared next to a medium-sized residential solar system, Zigi system. There are 12 inhabited planets. This was quite a massive residential system." Nangongjing rubbed her head. "This system is well developed financially, but that's it. The commander of the defense force is at level 6 of the mortal evolution state. Other than him, there are only 14 high-level mortal evolution state defense forces. They can't stop this group of void beasts alone. Luze and Lin Ling. No matter how many mortal evolution state beasts came, it was useless against planetary state void beasts. This entire system might end up being destroyed. The only way was probably to escape through a flying ship." Kaiuyuhesha said, "The void beasts appeared on a habitable planet. It has only been half an hour since we received the news. That planet has no living beings left. I. Half an hour and a planet was destroyed. This speed was too terrifying. An insignificant number of humans could have escaped." Then, Luze said, "The other planets should be rather safe, right? Even planetary state void beasts needed some time to fly between planets." Nangongjing smiled bitterly at this question. "Void beasts are different from humans. They live in the void space. When they reach the planetary state, they can use warp tunnels. They can't go far, but it's fine to move about within a system." Lin Ling frowned. "That means?" Kaiuyuhesha confirmed her suspicions. "Yes, those 3 planetary state void beasts would open warp tunnels. Regardless if the planet was inhabited, void beasts would go over." Nangongjing's eyes turned sharp. "The defense force of the system is holding the void beasts off. Quite some powerful beings are coming over. If we travel at all costs, then we can arrive in a day." Kaiuyuhesha said with pity, "Too bad Ying fell asleep yesterday, otherwise." This topic was heavy. There were no ifs. Nangongjing shook her head. "Okay, the human race had always relied on ourselves. It is not like we can't solve this problem. Rest up, there will be a huge battle soon." Lin Ling and Kaiuyuhesha went to their rooms, but Nangongjing still sat on the couch, drinking. Luze got up and said, "Teacher Nangong, we're going to fight. Don't get drunk." Nangongjing rolled her eyes. "It's not Jinyao Searing Sun, I won't get drunk." Bringing this up, Luze and Nangongjing recalled their indirect kiss yesterday. The atmosphere turned a little awkward. Nangongjing glanced at Luze. "You're not allowed to speak of it." Luze nodded. "Did she really hate him, then?" he asked. "By the way, where did you learn your telepathy?" Nangongjing looked at Luze strangely. "You can buy this telepathy technique." Luze. He had never even seen it before. Nangongjing rolled her eyes and took out her phone and sent a file to Luze. "I sent it to you. Go learn it." Luze grinned. "Thank you, Teacher Nangong." Since Nangongjing didn't mention anything about academic credits, Luze didn't ask about it. Chapter 334 I Have to Battle. Back in his room, Luze opened the document and started learning telepathy. It was just a secret technique, so it wasn't very difficult for Luze. Accordingly, he just used a purple orb and spent a few hours learning about it. Thereafter, he started cultivation using red orbs. Zigi system was a galaxy with 3 stars, 46 planets, and several asteroid belts, as well as cosmic dust. It was much larger than the Solar System, Telun system, and even Dawn system. However, there were countless solar systems bigger than this in the Milky Way galaxy. One of these 46 planets was covered in ashes and fire. This huge planet seemed like a crumbling ball. It was cut with deep marks and shifting plates, causing the ground to tremble constantly. Cities were turned to ruins. Forests were turned to scorched earth. The ocean water flowed through the cracks toward other regions. In the end, the entire planet became deformed. At this moment, the air was covered in dark clouds and lightning. It was like doomsday. No. Actually, it was doomsday already. This planet was covered with a few thousand hideous-looking void beasts. Most of them were tens and hundreds of meters long. There were also ones over 1,000 meters long. At the same time, there were 3 that were over 10 kilometers long. They were covered in thick black armor and had 6 pairs of sharp claws. Their foreheads also had one extremely thick horn. Every place they passed by, the ground cracked, the air burst while the ocean water moved away. It was as though the entire planet was shaking. While seeing this planet sink into its death, the 3 beasts roared, causing a huge tsunami. The sound traveled through the entire planet. All those void beasts immediately flew toward the 3 void beasts. At the same time, they swiped in the air, forming small wormholes. These wormholes could only reach small distances, but that was relative to the entire universe. In truth, the void beasts could still reach other planets through these wormholes. Not far from this planet were dense clusters of ships. There was one huge mothership and then countless smaller ships. The largest mothership had a broad meeting room. The atmosphere here turned dead silent. The screen was playing the scene wherein the planetary state void beasts opened the wormholes. After seeing the dense cluster of void beast coming, the expressions on their faces turned bad. The black-haired middle-aged man, who was sitting at the front had a pale face. "How is the evacuation going?" The younger man on the side answered shakily, "Time is too short, and there are limited numbers of flying ships." It had only been half an hour. No planet in this system was safe. If you wanted to evacuate, you would have to leave this solar system. However, it took flying ships to evacuate a solar system. Who would have thought a disaster of this scale would occur? Where could they find this many ships to evacuate 12 planets and its tens of billions of people? No, it was 11 now. How could they transfer them at this moment? The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. Prepare for battle. Other than the necessary pilots on the ship, all other defense forces should head to other planets to annihilate the invading void beasts. This battleship will draw the void beasts on the planet to space. We must not allow them to go to other planets. Moments later, he breathed out. We must not allow these 3 planetary state void beasts to go to other planets no matter what. The room became dead silent. Drawing away the planetary state void beasts meant 100% death. They were terrifying beings capable of truly destroying a planet at any given time. Meanwhile, they were just ordinary defense army people. Still, if the planetary state beasts went to other planets, the entire planet would be pretty much destroyed. The middle-aged man said, 5 hours. We need to hold off for 5 hours and Lieutenant General Malong can arrive. Other than the Lieutenant General, there are other powerful beings making their way over. Dawn System has also sent some students and teachers. We just need to hold off for 5 hours. Get ready. Our families are there on the other planets. Yes. Soon, the large ship moved, and the troops were mobilized. Manless warships went to the broken planet. All sorts of spirit-powered cannons fired particles toward the planetary state void beasts. However, the cannons could only leave a trace of a mark on the scale of the beasts. The planetary state beasts sensed something and looked at the manless ships. Immediately, all the ships blew up. At this moment, 3 beams of light shot down from the universe onto the 3 beasts. Rumble. The earth cracked, and the shockwave swept over more than 1,000 kilometers. Several of the approaching void beasts nearby died on the spot. Woo! 3 angry roars reverberated at this time. Thereafter, the planetary void beasts charged out of the explosion range. An enormous wound appeared on their tough scale. At the same time, black blood gushed out from it. Nevertheless, such a wound wasn't very serious for beasts at the planetary state. Their eyes turned red, and their agile figures disappeared from the spot. A middle-aged man commander in the mothership quickly ordered, "Go into warp travel. Take them away." At this moment, a huge claw shifted out from the void and smashed heavily against the shield. The shield flickered but eventually held still. Accordingly, the people in the ship felt relieved. The young soldier said, 3 seconds to warp travel." Before he could finish, the ship shook violently while blaring warnings went off non-stop. A planetary void beast appeared from a wormhole and shot a cannon from its mouth toward the shield. Rumble. Upon collision, the shield flickered and disappeared after a few seconds. When the third void beast appeared, a few kilometer-wide energy cannon shot toward the ship. After the explosion, the mothership was obliterated into pieces. In other locations, a few large motherships watched this scene. People's eyes were red. They could only grit their teeth right now. Their fellow soldiers just turned to dust along with the mothership. Afterward, all ships projected the voice of the black-haired middle-aged man. "Hold them off at all costs. Just hold them off for 5 hours, and our mission is complete." This was a battle with a guaranteed death, but they had to do it. Only. Behind them were their families and countless human beings. 18 hours later, in the room of Golden Swirl, Luze opened his eyes and got off the bed. During this time, he had been using First Body God Art Orb non-stop. His Ist Body God Art was pretty much near perfection on the second map. However, his star crippling punch didn't improve any further. It would still need some time to reach perfect mastery. Subsequently, he opened his room and walked out. He could see Nangongjing and the others were already there. The atmosphere was stern. Nangongjing said, "You came out at just the right time. We are almost there." Luze walked over and sat next to Lin Ling. He asked curiously, "How is the situation now?" Nangongjing frowned. "Not too good. Those 3 planetary state void beasts are stalled by Lieutenant General Malong, who was on break. However, he just reached the planetary state recently. It is a bit hard for him to take on 3 planetary void beasts immediately. His situation is not too good. Moreover, due to the scarcity of flying ships, quite some citizens were not able to evacuate. Several powerful people made their way over, and with the defense force, it can only be said that the situation had not reached the worst yet." Chapter 335 Captain. "Are we still charging?" Nangongjing smiled. "But we don't need to worry about the planetary states. We just need to kill the void beasts invading the planets." At this information, Luze asked, "What about those planetary states then?" Kaiuyuhesha smiled. "There are planetary state people coming over. Even a planetary state teacher from our school is coming. They should be here soon." Luze nodded at this. The planetary state was the major player. Star states had either left the Milky Way galaxy to look for ways to become stronger, or they can't leave the battlefield. As for the 4 sages, they each have places they needed to guard. Unless it was something very major, they wouldn't leave their post. Half an hour later, the flying ship left the warp dimension. Upon looking outside at the enormous Zigi system, they could see flashes of light. Nangongjing took a deep breath and said, "We'll go to planet Nanchu, where the situation is the worst. There are 14 mortal evolution state beasts and hundreds of other ones." The others nodded. Accordingly, the ship entered a short warp travel. In Jing City, on the southern hemisphere of planet Nanchu, more than half the high-rise buildings of the area had crumbled. Ruins were the only thing left behind. Outside, void beasts roared non-stop. 11 huge void beasts floated in the air. Around them was a fleet of drone ships that attacked them, attempting to draw their attention. Further away, there were 30 more battleships harassing these beasts. The entire planet had a few hundred void beasts. Some of them had been led away by the defense force while some were killed by powerful beings. Those beings have moved to other cities. However, no one has helped this city yet. The defense force needed to stall out these void beasts. However, these void beasts were at the aperture opening state, and the drones were getting destroyed non-stop. A middle-aged man wearing black battle armor roared on a warship. "Do we have more drones? We almost can't keep their attention anymore." "Captain, we're out." "Same here." "Me too." The man's face looked bad. Without the drones to distract these beasts, those monsters would definitely destroy Jing City. Most citizens had gone to underground emergency shelters, but they weren't designed for void beasts at the level of aperture opening state and mortal evolution state. In that case, the man sweated even more. He clutched his pilot handle. After a while, his eyes flashed. At this moment, a surprised and joyful voice came out from the communicator. "Captain! I still have some." The man cursed upon hearing the words. "Then, hurry the F***ck up and release it." Thereafter, the voice cried. "But, there is only one." The man's body stiffened. His smile disappeared. Moments later, he took a deep breath and roared. "FCK, if there's only one ship, then why the FCK did you say it?" Then, the man suddenly smiled. "There are no drones. You know what is next, right?" The communications fell silent. Of course, they knew what would happen. Subsequently, the one who said he still had a drone cried out. "Captain! I don't want to die. I'm the only child in my family." The middle-aged man rubbed his nose. "Little bastards, I have trained you guys like dogs. Today, I'll give you another demonstration." He took a deep breath. "I'll charge first, you guys, charge as you wish. Remember, the goal is to draw their attention elsewhere." The middle-aged man smiled. "My wife and daughter are in Jing City." "You, bastards, no, right? I'm scared of dying, but a man has to protect his family, right? If something happens to me, you bastards help me watch them. Don't let them get abused." Another voice could be heard at this moment. "I'll be second, you guys know my situation. My parents died at the border, so I don't have anything left. I'll be third. Then, I'll be fourth." Kid, you still have a drone, don't you? That can substitute you." The youth became stunned after hearing this voice. His heart beat faster. Who would want to die? He just graduated from university and came to serve at the defense force. He thought that it would be much easier than going to the border. Who could have known this would happen? He still had his youth. He wasn't married, and his parents were waiting for him. If possible, he really didn't want to die. His teammates knew about his situation. They could understand him, don't they? At this time, he opened his mouth. With a coarse voice, he said, I'll be last." He then smiled. "My parents are young, the compensation system of the Federation is very good. Perhaps, they can have another child better than me." In the distance, the number of drones was diminishing substantially by the minute. They tried to draw the beasts to other places. However, they were eliminated before they could run. These were 11 aperture opening state void beasts after all. The middle-aged man looked at the drones. His face was pale. He was only a core martial state. Of course, he would be scared. Thinking about his wife and daughter, his eyes looked firm. He roared. "Everyone, listen up. I'll count to 3. I'll charge, then you guys go." "Yes, Captain." 3. 2. Suddenly, a flash of green and purple light appeared among the 11 aperture opening states. With him came a few meter-long wind blades that appeared like green jade stones. They instantly sliced across all the bodies of the aperture-opening state beasts. These void beasts suddenly exploded in the air. Dong! Thereafter, the bodies crashed heavily onto the ground. As such, the sounds struck heavily on the hearts of these soldiers who were prepared to die. Everything happened so quickly. The man couldn't even react in time. He then continued with his counting and roared. 1. When he finished shouting, he felt dumbfounded. Why did I yell 1? The other teammates felt dazed. Suddenly, a being instantly killed those extremely powerful aperture-opening state void beasts. In turn, they didn't know what to do right now. The void beasts were dead, but the captain made an order. Should they still charge? One voice could be heard at this time. Captain. Are we still charging? Captain. Chapter 336. Can you guys die for me? Luze looked down at the bodies of the void beast. Then, he shifted his gaze toward the city. It still wasn't heavily damaged yet at this time. Planet Nanchu had a diameter of nearly 100,000 kilometers. The circumference of the equator was over 500,000 kilometers. Clearly, it wasn't very small. Even at his current speed of over a few kilometers per second, more than 10 times the speed of sound, it still took time to circle the planet. As soon as Golden Swirl arrived at the planet, Luze and the rest split off. Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha mainly dealt with the mortal evolution state void beasts, while Luze and Lin Ling took care of the aperture opening state beasts. At the same time, Nangongjing gave them each a military communicator. It had every rescue signal on the planet. This place was the first wave Luze dealt with. These void beasts were stopped outside the city. Obviously, it was due to these warships. He looked at the warships but didn't go over to say his greetings. His wings of wind and lightning flapped. Afterward, he flew off. Right now, he needed to deal with other void beasts. He should not waste time with how serious the situation was. Whether it was the martial arts site of the Federation or the Dawn Network, the missions had been published. People were making their way over. After seeing Luze leave, the soldiers fell silent. At this moment, the drone soldier said, "That seems to be Lieutenant Colonel Luze." Right. As a young person, he spent most of his time on social media. Of course, he had seen Luze's combat video. He was an 18-year-old lieutenant colonel. Countless people had considered him their idol. But a while ago, that was 11 aperture opening state void beasts. Wasn't his power at the primary stage of the aperture opening state? Did he just instantly kill 11 aperture opening state void beasts? He almost thought he recognized the wrong person. Did Luze have a big brother? The other people felt stunned but joyful. They survived now. The captain felt relieved and slunk into his chair. He didn't have to die and could go back to see his wife and daughter. What else could make him happier than this? Thereafter, he smiled. Luze is a student of Federal University. Since he is here, then the Dawn Systems people should be here. The pressure on us will be much relieved. He looked up worriedly in the sky. I wonder how the 3 planetary state void beasts are. A few thousand mortal evolution state void beasts couldn't compare to the 3 planetary states. However, they were too weak to solve this problem. Let us tell the brothers and sisters in other teams about the arrival of the Dawn Systems people. Tell them that they will be saved soon. A few hundred kilometers away, in a spacious forest, 8 powerful beings were fighting 9 aperture opening state void beasts. There were men and women, wearing custom armors. They weren't soldiers. Instead, they were adventure squads. The martial arts site mission would give federal contribution points. The people nearby would come even if it was just for the rewards. Rumble. The battle turned extremely violent. The surroundings were being destroyed. 10 kilometers from them, there were tens of warships using all sorts of energy cannons to harass the beasts. However, this firepower was too weak to deter the aperture-opening state void beasts. Most of them couldn't even land. Roar! At this moment, the aperture-opening state humans panted. Their faces were bad. These 9 beasts were too strong. They could only passively defend up until now. The golden short-haired man at the front spoke. Change of plans, hold them here, and wait for assistance. The other people nodded in return despite their unwillingness. At this time, a silver spear ray instantly pierced through the 3 aperture-opening state void beasts. Their tough armors were weak like bubbles against the spear ray, popping with the slightest contact. These 8 adventurers widened their eyes and looked at the falling void beasts in disbelief. Beasts at the aperture-opening state with 500 apertures were instantly killed? Which powerful being came? The 8 looked at the direction of the spear ray. 10 kilometers away, a figure wearing a white armor left. She had fluttering short hair and a beautiful side profile. She soon headed off. The adventurers and the defense soldiers felt dazed. When the remaining void beasts roared, they finally woke up from their stupor. The short-haired middle-aged man grinned at this turn of events. Kill them. We don't have to hold them off. In the air, a void beast of a few thousand meters swirled. Behind it was a dead city ruins. At this moment, a faint gold figure suddenly appeared before it. Nangongjing glanced at the ruins. Her eyes flashed killing intent. Roar! The roar of the void beast blew away the clouds in the sky. Its huge body flashed with dark grey spirit light. Subsequently, Nangongjing punched. Ang! Like the roar of an ancient beast, the golden fist force turned everything in its pathway to dust. The fist force shot out of the planet, and the body of the huge void beast disappeared. Afterward, she glanced at the ruins with a trace of sadness and flew off. In a huge city, 15 void beasts who were a few 100-meter long and a few 1,000-meter long, floated. Their bodies covered the skies. The 2 military uniformed beings looked at the largest void beast with an ugly expression. The black-haired youth on the left smiled bitterly. Brigadier General Nwara, we don't seem to be a match for it. It is this big. It probably has power at level 5 of the mortal evolution state. We should have kept some people here. The brown-haired middle-aged man on the right rubbed his face. I have wind god art. I have some confidence when it comes to speed. I will bring these animals away, so you should guard this place. Just when the youth was about to nod, a pink light flashed over and appeared before the beasts. The slender figure with pink hair made the 2 shocked. The void beasts also calmed their roars down, glaring at the newcomer. Kyohesha flicked her long hair, revealing her snow-white side face. With a seductive voice, she said, "Am I pretty?" Thereafter, the eyes of the void beasts turned blank. Their heavy breathing became lighter. At the same time, the 2 men behind her nodded like chickens. Kyohesha grinned. In that case, can you guys die for me? All the void beasts, including the mortal evolution state 1, flashed with spirit light. Consequently, their life force dissipated, and they fell from the sky. Thud! The landing struck the hearts of the 2 men. They sweated cold and looked at Kyohesha, feeling stunned. Soon, they quickly looked down. This woman was a demon. She didn't even target them, but they were still affected. Despite not seeing her face, they knew who this was. City charming young duke. Kyohesha glanced at the 2 but didn't speak. She quickly left. Boring. These 2 were at least at the mortal evolution state. However, they weren't as interesting as little brother Luze. After she disappeared, the 2 men felt relieved. The youth smiled bitterly. Kyohesha is indeed terrifying. The brown-haired man shook his head. I'm old now. I really can't take this. Chapter 337 Persuading you to be nice. Luze's wings flapped upon seeing the rescue signals from the communicator. One of the signals came from the northwest of his current location, which was only 3,000 kilometers away. With his speed, he should be able to reach the place sooner. After taking a deep breath, he sped up even more. Soon, Luze was closely approaching the location of the signal. He was only tens of kilometers away. He looked up to scan the surroundings ahead. A mountain range was before him. Most of the peaks had collapsed at this time. Other than peaks, the earth received some damage too. It was filled with numerous holes. Perhaps, a dreadful battle occurred in here. Luze raised a brow. Eventually, he arrived at the battlefield. He landed on the ground and looked around. A few kilometers deep holes were etched throughout the land. Coupled with the collapsing mountain walls and fractured ground, the area before him appeared to be a wasteland. Most of the regions were filled with pools of blood, both red and black. At the same time, waves of battle could still be felt in this region. The unique chaotic violent chi of the void beasts remained in the air. Luze frowned. It seemed he came late. He didn't know if those people asking for help ran away or were eaten by the void beasts. He looked at the device again and planned to go to another place. At this moment, the hairs on his back stood up. He could feel a trace of coldness. Subsequently, his wings flapped. Instantly, he shifted a few hundred meters to the left. Screech! A sharp sword ray struck at where Luze was just now. This sword ray expanded on the ground for more than tens of kilometers. In the distance, a hill was even sliced in half. Luze turned around and looked at the three people who appeared in the air. If it weren't for his accumulated experience in entering the pocket hunting dimension all the time and hovering constantly between life and death, from which he built his strong vigilance, the sword a while ago would have sliced him in half. He almost died. Let me see who wanted to kill me. Those three figures seemed to be between reality and warp dimension, slowly emerging from the warp dimension. Two men and one woman. They weren't too old. One of the men had long green hair and was rather handsome. The other had spiky golden hair and looked ferocious. Meanwhile, the woman had dark red hair. Her body was very voluptuous, and she was extremely beautiful. She was wearing revealing clothes. Her dark red hide armor only covered her chest and buttocks. The three studied him. Thereafter, the beautiful woman laughed. Conan, your sword isn't too good. You couldn't even take care of a little brother. The eyes of the golden-haired youth became more ferocious at her remark. It was just a casual attack. Many people can dodge it. The green-haired man smiled. It was just one mistake. Fire, stop playing with Conan. Subsequently, Fire smiled. It was just a joke. Jace, you're still so serious. At this moment, Luze coughed. Who are you three? Were you planning to kill me just now? As it turned out, the people who came here to help were killed by you guys, right? He became curious about who these guys were. They had such power at this age. Their talent shouldn't be bad. Why were they trying to kill him though? He was a prodigy from the Federal University. If he died in a strange manner, they would be caught if they were still a federal citizen. Fire giggled at his question. Haha, we know you. You're that Luze, aren't you? A lieutenant colonel as a new student. You're very amazing. And, you could use your power at aperture opening state with 200 apertures to dodge Conan's casual attack. You're even stronger. Then, she smiled. By the way, Conan used to be in the military too, didn't he? Luze's eyes widened at this. He could see Conan's face growing colder. Luze asked in confusion. You used to be but not anymore. Conan's killing intent burst out upon hearing this. He grinned. You want to know? Luze nodded. Upon seeing this, Conan grinned. Because I played with a woman and accidentally killed her. The military wants me to go to the military court, ha 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 ha. Conan laughed hysterically, and then, his smile receded. Why? Did I not have enough military merit? Did I not kill enough blade demons? Why? Without our bloodbath battles, can those lowly citizens in the inner region live that peacefully? Without us, do they dare to go on the battlefield? It was just a woman, did they need to do this? I'm not gonna fucking play this game. Since there's no good in protecting the Federation, I'm just going to live how I like. Luze scratched his head. This topic wasn't suitable for him. He was just an innocent kid. However, this guy thought he could do whatever he wanted just because he had some merit. If that was the case and every soldier broke the law, the Federation would collapse. Fire giggled. Little brother, we have a far better and stronger life and power than ordinary people. Why not pursue getting stronger and then eternal life? You're so talented. You should come and play with us. Luze was speechless at her offer. She tried to drag him in too. Luze pretty much understood what they were. They probably belonged to some underground force. But, why were they here? The green-haired man smiled. There's an ancient saying, people who don't act in their self-interest are destroyed by the heavens and earth. Luze scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Green-haired brother, the saying actually doesn't mean that. It means that you must cultivate your inner mind during cultivation. If not, the heavens and earth will not tolerate you. At his remark, the atmosphere turned very awkward. Jace's face went a bit red. He wanted to show off his knowledge. In the end, he was slapped in the face. Luze sighed. So, 3 big brothers and sisters, be kind. Conan sneered. Kind? Why should I? Just because you told me to. At the same time, Fire sighed. Little brother is so handsome. What a pity. Jace took a few steps back, and his smile disappeared. He looked coldly at Luze. How dare Luze slap his face? Intolerable. Luze smiled at the 3. Afterward, his wings of wind and lightning flapped. He disappeared from his original spot and appeared before Conan. Black runes flashed in his eyes. He clenched his right fist as dark rays surged. Consequently, he punched heavily. Rumble. A dragon roar-like sound occurred. Conan did not have enough time to meet the blow. He could only block with his long sword. His power surged as gold light flashed. It had the power of metal god art. The fist force struck the long sword. Upon collision, the sword bent into a huge arc. The terrifying power blasted Conan a few kilometers away toward a distant hill, thrusting him deeply into the mountain. The atmosphere became silent. Fire and Jace looked at Luze with shocked expressions. Their bodies became tense and vigilant to prepare for another sudden attack. This wasn't right. They knew about Luze. That's why they dared to talk to him for so long. 3 months ago, Luze was only just at the aperture opening state. Meanwhile, they were rather strong among those at level 1 of the mortal evolution state. If they knew about Luze's real power, they would have run already. At this moment, Luze smiled at Fire and Jace. There is no point in talking. I'll speak with my fists. Chapter 338 Have you eaten, sister? Upon hearing Luze's words, Fire's and Jace's chi burst out. Fire was covered in bright red flames while green light surrounded Jace. The light was brimming with life force. At this moment, Luze glanced at Jace. Wood god art? No wonder this guy had green hair. It turned out to be the symbol of his power. Clank! A golden sword ray burst out of the mountains and headed toward Luze. At the same time, Fire and Jace used a huge fireball and vines respectively. Luze grinned. In the next moment, his body was covered in first shield. Black rays surged around him as he used Star Crippling Punch. All the vines were soon shattered. On the other hand, Luze greeted the fireball with his left fist and the sword ray with his right. Rumble. Two shocking explosions occurred. The shockwaves swept across the surrounding hundreds of kilometers. At the same time, the entire mountain range shook, peaks cracked while the earth sunk. Subsequently, Luze appeared before Fire. He grinned and hit her exposed stomach heavily. The terrifying power sent her body flying more than 10 kilometers away. She spat blood as her entire body was forcefully thrown toward a distant mountain. Jace was planning to help her when the corner of his eye saw a figure appear next to him. A terrifying power soon came along with it. Luze whipped his leg towards Jace's waist. Jace saw that he didn't have enough time to dodge. He tensed up as a green barrier appeared. He used both hands to try to block Luze's leg. Rumble. The leg and the barrier clashed. In just a second, the latter was broken. Luze's leg landed heavily on his arms. Bone-cracking sounds could be heard upon this collision. Jace was forced out for more than 10 kilometers. Just when Luze was about to chase up, a golden light flashed. Suddenly, Conan was already at Luze's side. His chi was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with undeniable killing intent. His wrists turned. Subsequently, the long sword cut toward Luze. The current sword rays were much sharper than the one before. Luze raised a brow. This guy had some power. While thinking this, he reached out to grab the sword ray with his bare left hands. Crack! The sword ray dispersed into golden light. Conan was originally proud of the strike he let out just now. However, upon witnessing its dispersal on Luze's hands, his eyes could not help but bulge. Immediately after, a fist that was flashing with dark rays struck his face. Rumble. Luze smashed Conan's head into the ground. At this attack, Conan's limbs struggled. Luze grinned. He raised his fist and struck once more. The ground shook heavily as cracks extended out. Even rocks kept rolling off the mountains. This time, Conan's limbs finally fell down powerlessly. In the distance, Fire and Jace came out of the mountains. Fire covered her stomach. Blood seeped out of her mouth. At this moment, her face was extremely pale. At the side, Jace's hands slunk. His face became pale too. However, he had wood god art. Although it doesn't have strong offensive power, it still had good healing effects. A green light flashed on his arms. The broken arms slowly started to recover. When they opened their eyes a while ago, they witnessed Luze punching Conan's head for the second time. After seeing this, their pale faces went even paler. The two glanced at each other and flew off. There was no way they were going to help Conan in this situation. They could give up everything in the world except for themselves. Luze grinned at their attempt to flee. How could those two be his opponent in terms of speed? Subsequently, he grabbed Conan's leg and used his wind and lightning god art. Conan immediately started shaking like the blade demons last time. All his spirit force and physical power were sealed by Luze. Luze was extremely fast. The faces of the two went deeply pale after sensing the approaching chi. They said at the same time, "Run in separate directions." Fire went right while Jace took the left direction. Luze felt stunned at this scene. This wasn't fair. It was very tiring for him to chase after the two. Luze didn't use full power when he unleashed his star-crippling punch before. He feared he would end up killing them with one punch. Now that they were running, things became different. He looked at Jace's direction. This guy seemed to have a good recovery skill. He probably wouldn't die with a full-powered punch. If he did, then it was his bad luck. Consequently, Luze punched out ferociously. Rumble. The clouds were shaken away as a dark fist force headed toward Jace. Jace just felt he was immersed in cold water. He quickly covered himself with a green crystal membrane and then crossed his hands before him. As soon as he did this, a few meter-thick black fist force crossed more than 10 kilometers and landed fiercely on his body. Rumble! His body was violently thrown away, penetrating through several mountains before eventually stopping after he was embedded on the wall of a cliff. When Luze came to him, he was covered in blood and unconscious. Luze nodded happily after seeing this. Good, he was not dead. This still took nearly 10 seconds. Fire had run out for more than 100 kilometers by now. At this moment, Luze sealed Jace just like Conan. Thereafter, he charged after Fire. Fire had fire god art, but speed wasn't her strength. Luze used wings of wind and lightning to slowly get near her. In the distance, Fire could sense the death of her pals. Meanwhile, that demon was still chasing her. Her stomach hurt a lot. Did this demon not know how to be gentle to girls? She was a bit worried. When Luze chased up, would she be flying upside down like her pals? If so, she might as well commit suicide. Thinking about this, she flew forward with even more strength. From the distance, Luze suddenly yelled, "Big sister, wait for me. Fly slower, let's talk about life." Fire's face went green. She kept running. "Big sister, have you eaten yet? You need to have 3 meals a day and sleep early." Fire was trembling at this time. Her power was at the mortal evolution state already. Did she still need to eat and sleep? "You need to drink water if you get sick." Fire. Still, she kept flying forward. If she just found another pal, she could let them hold him off while she kept running. "Big sister, do you have someone you like? Are you tired? Do you want to rest for a while before running? Do you think I'm handsome? Stop running. Do you hate me?" After flying a few hundred kilometers, Luze finally caught up to Fire. He smiled. "I'm actually pretty gentle. Don't move and let me seal your power. How about it?" Fire gritted her teeth. Her voice went ice cold. "I'm weaker than you. Do it." Luze smiled. Oh, this fella could understand him after all. Otherwise, he would have to beat her up again. Wind and lightning god art instantly went into her body, sealing her power instantly. The pain made her face even paler. Luze didn't care about this. She dragged Fire over to him. Fire gritted her teeth and said coldly, "We all underestimated you." Luze smiled. "Even I feel that I'm strong. It is no wonder you guys lost." Fire. If she kept talking, she would die of anger. Once more, Luze smiled. "Tell me about it. What force do you come from? What are you doing here? How many of you are here?" Chapter 339 Narcissist. After Luze fired his questions, Fire looked up and smiled. "Haha Luze, do you think I will answer you?" Luze nodded. Oh. Of course, he didn't expect this woman to listen obediently. Regardless, he would take her back first. He said, "That's fine. I'll take you back to the Dawn system." Thinking about this, he turned on the communicator. "Linling, teachers Nangong and Kaihuyu, can you guys hear me?" Soon, Linling responded. "What's wrong?" As she spoke, the roars of beasts and explosive sounds could be heard in the background. Thereafter, Nangong Jing's voice could be heard as well. "Kid, we're busy right now. What's up?" Rumble. "Little brother Luze, do you miss me?" Kaihuyu Hesh's seductive voice soon followed. At this moment, he informed them about the recent events. When everyone heard his words, the atmosphere went silent. Nangong Jing then said, "Linling, you're close to me, so I'll come to find you. And, Zi, you're close to the fox demon, go to her." With their power, no one from the underground forces dared to mess with them. However, Luze and Lin Ling were different. Lin Ling only had power at the mortal evolution state, and this was just possible due to the combat armor she wore. Meanwhile, Luze was barely at level 2 of the mortal evolution state. If they were ambushed, it would be dangerous for the two of them. She continued, I will contact the defense force and let them remind the reinforcements here. On a barren plain, Lin Ling was wearing white combat armor while holding a spear. Her spear penetrated a void beast at the aperture opening state with 600 apertures. She then said, okay. She frowned. She didn't expect the underground forces to come and stir up trouble now. She shook her head and headed toward Nangong Jing's area. Luze nodded at the command. Then, I'll bring these three to teacher Kaiyu. Accordingly, he checked Kaiyu Hesha's location and flew over with the three. Fire's face turned pale. She gave Luze a pitiful glance. Luze, how about I tell you everything I know, and you will let me go instead? Teacher Kaiyu. This name reminded her of Kaiyu Hesha. She was one of the strongest young dukes and one who was an expert at seduction. Who knows what would happen once she was in her hands? She couldn't care about the other two. After all, these teams were just temporary ones. They weren't even that close. Luze glanced at her. She was extremely beautiful. With her pale face and pitiful eyes, she was indeed very enticing. However, the Federation was so big, and the human genes were constantly improving. There were many beautiful people. He showed a vibrant smile at her. It's okay, your pals need to go over anyways. I can't leave you behind. You'll be so lonely. No need to thank me, I'm a gentle handsome man like that. Don't fall in love with me, or you will get hurt. Fire. Was this guy retarded? Soon, Luze arrived at Kaiyu Hesha's location. It was a huge city and most of the tall buildings had collapsed. It looked seriously damaged. In the rubbles, there were a few void beast bodies that were a few kilometers long, which were laying there silently. There were no marks on their bodies. They seemed to have left peacefully. Luze flew over and felt surprised. How did they die? Upon entering the city, Luze found Kaiyu Hesha. Next to her were a group of defense soldiers wearing black combat armor. They were busy rescuing survivors from the collapsed buildings. The sounds of wails and cries were non-stop. However, it was already considered very lucky to survive after the city was destroyed. Luze approached Kaiyu Hesha. She was squatting next to a little girl covered in dust. Kaiyu Hesha said softly, "Little sister, where is your family?" She looked up at Kaiyu Hesha but didn't dare to speak. The disaster happened so suddenly that she wasn't able to react. Kaiyu Hesha gently wiped the dust off her face and then spoke to a soldier. "Help find her family." The soldier nodded while looking down. "Yes." Subsequently, he immediately ran off. He, fearing he would do something stupid, didn't dare to look at Kaiyu Hesha. At this time, it seemed that her gentle actions recovered the child's lost spirit a little. She looked dazedly at Kaiyu Hesha. At this, Kaiyu Hesha smiled. "Do you like cherry blossoms?" "Cherry blossoms?" the girl asked in bewilderment. Kaiyu Hesha extended her palm. Pink rays flowed and then turned into pink petals. The petals formed a pink figure that danced in her palm. This beautiful scene made the little girl's eyes widen. Kaiyu Hesha smiled gently. "Your eyes are really pretty. It contains starlight." This girl reminded her of Ying Ying and herself. The little girl looked down with embarrassment. Kaiyu Hesha smiled, and the petals dispersed, leaving behind one pink glowing petal. She placed this petal in the little girl's hand. "This is for you." This petal contained pure spirit force. It could let her grow up healthy. The little girl spoke softly. "Thank you, big sister. You're a really nice person." Kaiyu Hesha rubbed her face. "In that case, can you smile for me?" The girl struggled and smiled. Kaiuyuhesha smiled too. This smile is your present to me. She rubbed the girl's face. No matter what you encounter, keep a smile. At this moment, a ragged young couple ran over. The woman grabbed the girl and cried. Shiu, Mom was so scared, you're okay, you're okay. The young man bowed to Kaiuyuhesha and thanked her. Thank you, city charming young duke, thank you. Kaiuyuhesha smiled. You're welcome. Your daughter is very cute. Then, she glanced at Luze. Okay, I'm going to be busy. The young couple immediately understood and left with the young girl. The little girl waved at Kaiuyuhesha while she was in her mom's arms. Kaiuyuhesha waved back too. Afterward, Kaiuyuhesha stretched out and grinned at Luze. You're looking at me like this. Does that mean you've realized how pretty I am? Luze rolled his eyes. Nevertheless, it was his first time seeing this side of this fox demon. He smiled. Teacher Kaiuyu is really gentle to little children. Kaiuyuhesha smiled and winked. You're interested in me. Do you like me? Luze. Narcissist. He rolled his eyes once more. If you don't want to talk about it, never mind. Kaiuyuhesha felt stunned at his response. Little brother Luze, ask me again. Perhaps, I will tell you. No. Chapter 340. Someone wants to start trouble? Kaiuyuhesha looked at the three people hanging upside down in the air. Subsequently, she narrowed her eyes. It is them. Luze nodded in response. Thereafter, Kaiuyuhesha looked a little interested about something and walked up to Fire. She used her fingers to lift up her chin. Seeing Fire's fearful eyes, she smiled. This girl looks quite pretty. Did you get defiled by little brother Luze? Luze. Fire's body felt cold. Her eyes were somewhat terrified. After all, she was facing Kaiuyuhesha. As Fire remained silent, Kaiuyuhesha felt it was boring. Subsequently, a pink light flashed in her eyes. Fire's pale face immediately looked red. She looked at Kaiuyuhesha with embarrassment. Luze. Was Kaiuyuhesha's god art this terrifying? At this moment, this girl looked at Kaiuyuhesha as though the latter was her true love. Oh my! If he had this god art, then he could make anyone like him. Kaiuyuhesha noticed Luze's strange glance. She looked at him. Why do I feel you're thinking about bad things? Do you want to try this too? Luze quickly shook his head. I'll pass. Thanks. Kaiuyuhesha grinned and felt happy. Little brother Luze was indeed more interesting. Once again, she turned her head at Fire. How many people came? What is your purpose here? Fire answered without hesitation. Ziggy system is very chaotic now and several adventurers would come here to do missions. As such, we came here to see if we could get anything. Fire meant killing adventurers and robbing their belongings. Of course, they wouldn't mess with people they couldn't mess with. Kaiuyuhesha narrowed her eyes. Do you have a special purpose? Fire shook her head this time. Kaiuyuhesha asked again, which organization are you from? Fire replied, we people are soloists. We just joined the underground forces. Powerful organizations have tests. We haven't joined one yet. The admission for powerful underground forces was extremely strict. No one wanted to accidentally recruit an undercover agent and have that agent annihilate the base. This had happened more than once. Most of the people at the mortal evolution state were lone rangers. Ordinary organizations couldn't take them in. On the other hand, powerful organizations were very strict and the management was even stricter. People like them who had talent and power wouldn't join them. Kaiuyuhesha and Luze frowned. They thought they would get something special. Kaiuyuhesha asked again, did anything strange happen with the underground forces these few days? Fire thought for a moment and replied, there were extremely big news yesterday. One was that there were large natural wormholes in Zigi's system. The other one was regarding the fourth lord of the Eternal Life Palace, who went to Gracious System. He might be doing something huge there. After hearing this, Luze's and Kaihoyuhesha's eyes lit up. The Gracious System was the system where the riots occurred. Luze looked at Kaihoyuhesha. What kind of force is the Eternal Life Palace? Kaihoyuhesha smiled. It is an extremely powerful organization among the underground forces. They feel that as long as the powerful people in the human race keep getting stronger to reach immortality, then even if the current human race no longer exists, they can still create a new one much stronger than the current one. They believe protecting this human race is a waste of energy. Luze felt dazed with the information. He didn't expect them to be quite a big ideal. Afterward, Luze asked in confusion, since they want to become stronger, why don't they leave the Milky Way galaxy? There are many more resources out there, right? Kaihoyuhesha sneered. It's not like they haven't been out. Their Supreme Lord, who was called Lord of Eternal Life by the members, went out once when he first reached the planetary state, along with 6 lords at the peak stage of the mortal evolution state. In just 1 month, Lord of Eternal Life came back, heavily injured. None of the 6 mortal evolution states at the peak stage came back. Subsequently, he proclaimed that we gave too many resources to weaklings, so they ended up weaker than the aliens. They say we are the main reason the human race is developing slowly. Ever since then, he disappeared, but the way they do things is getting more and more ruthless. They were trying to start riots and split apart the race. Luze. At this time, he didn't know what to say. The guy took a beating outside and got scared, so he came back making excuses. The planetary state and star state beings of the Federation have been out too, and many had died. However, they didn't make excuses. Luze said, in that case, are they going to cause trouble? Kaihoyuhesha smiled. I'll speak to the high-level officials about this later. She then looked at Fire. Anything else? Fire shook her head. None. Kaihoyuhesha asked once more, how many people from the underground forces came? To this question, Fire answered, we are Lone Rangers. We formed a team, but we do know about 6 others who came too. We don't know if there are others anymore. Kaihoyuhesha nodded. Thank you. Fire showed a vibrant smile and then said with embarrassment, honey, can you kiss me? Luze. He looked strangely at Fire and Kaihoyuhesha. The atmosphere didn't seem too appropriate. Kaihoyuhesha glared at Luze. Keep looking, and I'll let you try it too. Luze quickly withdrew his gaze. Thereafter, Kaihoyuhesha sneered. Accordingly, Fire regained her consciousness. She looked at Kaihoyuhesha in terror. Fox demon, what did you do to me? She had long heard of the terror of Kaihoyuhesha's seduction. Now, she tasted it herself. Did she really just say that? She said something like that to a girl. That was disgusting, Wait. It didn't seem so disgusting. It felt a little strange. Kaihoyuhesha lifted up Fire's chin again. Little girl, you did well. Fire's heart rate rapidly increased upon seeing Kaihoyuhesha's smile. She quickly looked down. Kaihoyuhesha smiled. Little brother Luze, you caught these 3. I'll send them to the intelligence department. After they are dealt with, there will probably be academic credits for you. Great. Luze was a little excited at the news. Meanwhile, Fire gritted her teeth. She shouldn't have come. They were too confident. At this moment, 3 men flew over and stopped before Kaihoyuhesha and Luze. The 3 men stared straight at Kaihoyuhesha while smiling. Teacher Kaihoyu, you came so quickly. We just arrived. You have probably killed many void beasts already, right? They didn't even look at Luze. However, the two guys still took a sneaky glance at Fire. Kyoyohesha said, "Sorry, who are you guys?" Due to her words, their smiles froze. Luze's mouth twitched. He almost laughed out just then. Chapter 341 Fleeing Planetary State Void Beast. When Kyoyohesha could not recall them, the three could only smile awkwardly. "We are all teachers from the Emperor Capital Academy. We met at the meeting." Kyoyohesha nodded at their answer. Oh! She had seen all too many people at the meeting. How could she remember who these three were? After a moment, she smiled. "The teachers from school are here? Are there planetary state people?" A brown-haired man standing in the middle replied, "Yes, the Federal University and Emperor Capital Academy came together. Each school sent a planetary state. They are probably fighting the planetary state void beasts now." At this, Kyoyohesha nodded and smiled. "Okay, thank you." The three immediately said excitedly, "You're welcome." The golden-haired man glanced at Luze. "Why is Teacher Kyo with a Federal University student? Why don't you come with us to kill void beasts?" Luze. Kyoyohesha narrowed her eyes, and the corners of her lips curled up. "Do you have the right to tell me who I stay with?" The man's face stiffened. He was just about to speak when Kyoyohesha interrupted. "You three, guard this city. It won't be safe without someone guarding it." "I'm busy, goodbye." The three stiffened and immediately nodded. Luze glanced strangely at Kyoyohesha. Did she use god art? However, he liked it. Subsequently, Kyoyohesha said to Luze, "Let's go. We'll head to the T-Rex first. Since there are planetary states coming, there won't be any accidents." Luze nodded and took the three captives toward Nangongjing and Linling. Nangongjing and Linling were in a city as well. They were standing at the top of a tall building. Upon seeing Luze and Kyoyohesha arrive, they greeted the two. There were two unconscious men floating next to Nangongjing at the same time. They were covered in blood. Fire's mouth spasmed upon witnessing this. There were four who came with them. Why were there only two left? At this moment, Luze asked, "Teacher Nangong, are they from underground forces too?" Nangongjing smiled. When I went over, they were attacking Linling. I punched them once, and they ended up like this." She then scratched her head. "There were originally four of them, but I used too much force, cough." Afterward, she groaned. Who knew they were this weak? Two died on the spot from her light punch. It was not her fault. Fire. She was rather lucky to be alive? While thinking about this, she felt Luze was a nice person. Luze nodded. Then, he looked at Linling. "Are you hurt?" Linling shook her head. "I noticed them early. Their ambush wasn't effective." At her response, he nodded. After all, her god art could pretty much see these situations. Kyoyohesha said, "By the way, planetary states came from school. It should be fine now." At this moment, a huge hole suddenly opened in the distant sky. Terrifying chi seeped out of the hole while the ground trembled. Subsequently, a 10 kilometers long void beast appeared in the wormhole. It was covered with wounds as grey blood kept flowing out like waterfalls from the sky. Every ground watered by its blood became corroded. After sensing the chi, the ordinary people in the city ended up extremely pale-faced. They almost collapsed to the ground. The defense forces looked at the beast in terror. "What is that? Planetary state void beast? Why is it here?" The other beings on planet Nanchua felt the chi. In turn, their faces became pale. At this moment, a voice came out from the communicator. "Everyone beware, a planetary state void beast ran away. If anyone sees it, report immediately." Kyoyohesha sighed. So unlucky. Meanwhile, Nangongjing frowned. These void beasts have space jumping ability. Our human planetary state doesn't have such capability. Probably, someone powerful came. That is why it fled. Nangongjing and Kaihulyuhesha waved their hands. A pink and golden barrier enveloped the entire city. Their personal armor flew out and attached to their bodies. Nangongjing remarked, "The planetary states need some time to come over. We need to hold on." Kaihulyuhesha nodded. "It is all right. It is quite injured." Thereafter, Luze frowned. "Teachers, are you going to fight planetary state void beast?" The two looked at Luze, and then, Nangongjing grinned. "Little bastard, don't underestimate us." Kaihulyuhesha's fingers ran across Luze's face. "I need to thank you for your energy. During this time, my foundation has been perfected quite a lot, and I became so much stronger. I believe this is the same for the T-Rex too, right? Oi, call me T-Rex again, and I'll smash your chest." Nangongjing flashed with a golden color, and her hair and pupils turned gold. Kaihulyuhesha smiled. "Try it if you can." Luze, Linling. How could they still be arguing at this time? Woo! The void beast came out of the wormhole. Accordingly, the wormhole closed, and its sound wave spread across half the planet. All the other void beasts heard this and became more violent. Everywhere they went, they left destruction in their wake. Luckily, several of them had been killed now. Kaihulyuhesha and Nangongjing glanced at Luze and Linling. "You two stay here. Don't go up." After all, even just the shockwaves from planetary state battles were extremely terrifying. In response, Luze and Linling nodded. "Be careful, Teacher Nangong and Kaihulyu. Be careful, Sister Jing and Hesha." Nangongjing grinned. "Don't underestimate us. It is just a heavily injured planetary state. We are really strong, okay?" Kaihulyuhesha smiled and nodded. "For once, I agree with the female T-Rex." Immediately, the two kept flying toward the planetary state void beast. Whether it was to prevent it from destroying this planet or escaping, they had to fight it. If the void beast got away, then it would be really hard to find it again. It would only cause much greater trouble. Luze and Linling also saw a few more extremely powerful chi flying toward the planetary state void beast. One of them was a white stream that seemed familiar. It was Luo Bingqing. Other than him, there were also a few people at the peak stage of the mortal evolution state. They might be other young dukes. The void beast was only 100 kilometers up in the air. Eventually, a few more lights joined them. Luo Bingqing glanced at Nangongjing and Kaihulyuhesha. "Nangong, Kaiyu, you two have become stronger." There was also that skinny brown-haired youth, Derek, whom Luze met the first time he left Jinyeo City. He could feel the two seemed a little different too. Chapter 342 deserved the title of Unparalleled. Other than Luo Bingqing and Derek, there were a few middle-aged and old people with extremely strong chi. Most of them were teachers from Dawn System. At the same time, there were other powerful beings who came for rewards. Quite some of the teachers were familiar with Nangongjing and Kaihulyuhesha. They also looked over after sensing their stronger chi. Nangongjing and Kaihulyuhesha smiled. This was all due to Luze. Naturally, they would not tell anyone about this due to their promise. Nangongjing maintained her smile. "I haven't been able to completely digest the benefits of the Dao Enlightenment Room before. Of course, I've been progressing faster." In response, Derek said, "Since when was the Dao Enlightenment Room this useful? In that case, shouldn't I exchange my other rewards for Dao Enlightenment Room time?" He glanced at Kaihulyuhesha. For a prodigy of their level, it was quite hard to find a partner who was equally talented and mutually liked each other. Like him, he could only accept girls who were at Kaihulyuhesha's and Nangongjing's level. Nangongjing was too ferocious, and he couldn't beat her. If domestic violence occurred, he was scared of getting beaten to death. Thus, he could only find Kyoyuhesha's type. Nangongjing smiled and looked at the bloodied void beast. We're not here to chat. Let's fight this first. Don't let it run. Derek still wanted to talk, but Luo Bingqing already nodded. If it escapes it will be troublesome. Other people nodded as well. Nangongjing grinned. I'll go fight first and bring it to the stratosphere. Afterward, she disappeared from the spot. Rumble. With a shocking explosion, a golden fist force surged and attacked the huge wound of the beast. This terrifying fist force made everyone unable to resist, widening their eyes. Roar! The beast stared ferociously at Nangongjing. His body flashed with a black spirit light as it swiped its claw at Nangongjing. Rumble! Vibrant spirit light blasted out. The tremor stretched more than a few thousand kilometers, reaching both Luze and Lin Ling. At this, their eyes flashed. The battle had begun. The cities near the battle region were all shaking. The ordinary people and soldiers looked at the flashy battlefield in horror. This level of battle was a catastrophe for ordinary people. At this moment, there was a roar at the backside of the battlefield. Luze and Lin Ling turned their heads to look at this. The void beasts on this planet were all gathering as they head the planetary state void beast. They seemed to be a stream merging into rivers in the same way rivers form to become a sea. In the distance, 6 void beasts were flying toward the planetary state void beast. This city was on its path. 2 of them were over a kilometer long and emitted a chi at the mortal evolution state. The expressions of the citizens and guards changed upon seeing this. From the looks of it, they planned to stampede over the city. Quite some underground bunkers had collapsed. Even if they hadn't, it wouldn't be hard for mortal evolution state void beasts to break it. Luze raised a brow. Was it time for him to act cool now? At this time, he smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, look after these guys. I'll be back soon. Lin Ling nodded. Be careful. Luze nodded in return. At least, a void beast who just reached mortal evolution state was not a threat to him. Soon, his wings of wind and lightning flashed and Luze disappeared from the spot. At this time, the guards in the city were attempting to maintain order. However, under the looming threat of death, everyone felt a little lost. Leave the city. Don't stand in the way of these animals. We don't have time. These void beasts are much faster than us. What do we do? I don't want to die. The head of the defense force for this region wore a bad expression. He gritted his teeth and roared, "First squad and second squad, stay to maintain order. Third to the 5th squad, help me draw these beasts away." At this time, everyone felt a powerful chi land from the air. When they looked up, they saw a short-haired woman in white armor standing in the air. She seems to be the girl with young Duke Nangong. She shouldn't be weak then. At this moment, another exclaim could be heard. I know her. Isn't she the short-haired girl who appeared on the 25th planet in Xiao'er system with Lieutenant Major Luze? It's her, she shouldn't be too strong. After recalling the battle clips, their hopes quickly turned to despair. At this moment, Lin Ling's chi grew stronger and suppressed people who were about to erupt into chaos. They looked at Lin Ling in shock. She doesn't feel too bad. Perhaps, she could beat those void beasts. Most people were at the martial warrior and spirit martial state. They could only feel Lin Ling was very strong but could not gauge how strong she was. Lin Ling was their last hope. They all hoped she would quickly defeat those void beasts. Thereafter, Lin Ling said, "Don't worry, these void beasts are not a threat. Maintain order." Roar. A few roars occurred, and everyone looked over. Subsequently, a small figure appeared in the air. Black rays flashed. Afterward, void beasts fell from the sky. Even those 2 void beasts that were 1 kilometer long didn't escape such fate. They fell heavily after being penetrated by the black light. Everyone watched this in disbelief. Mortal evolution state void beasts were killed instantly. Who was that being? Who is it? Some people who could see far enough said uncertainly, he seems to be a young person. Then, someone exclaimed, I know who he is. That's Luze. It's him. People's eyes widened. Luze was more famous than Lin Ling. He was the youngest lieutenant colonel after all. Isn't he at the aperture opening state? Could he still be at the aperture opening state when he instantly killed mortal evolution state void beasts? He had been improving too fast. It seems those who have mortal evolution state combat power have the right to be appointed as young duke, right? Everyone looked among themselves. A new student becoming a young duke. This was unprecedented. After a moment, someone said, if Luze really has such power, then he deserves to be unparalleled young duke, right? Even Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha became young dukes when they were sophomores. If Luze could really be a young duke as a new student, then he deserved the title unparalleled. Seeing the bodies fall, Luze felt relieved. These two void beasts had just reached the mortal evolution state. He was rather lucky. At this moment, joyful cheers could be heard from the city. Luze looked around and discovered everyone was looking at him. Luze is invincible. Luze deserves to be a young duke. Luze, I want to give you babies. At this scene, Luze's face went red. Why were these people like this? He just killed two mortal evolution state void beasts, that's all. Chapter 343 Instantly full of hate. In the distance, the battle with the planetary state void beast was still going on. Despite being a few thousand kilometers away, the tremors could still be felt. The void beast continued to roar and wail. Clearly, it was troublesome for it to face Nangongjing and the rest when it was heavily injured. The roars also drew more void beasts over. Even toward Luze's side, a few would pass by. However, other than the initial two mortal evolution state void beasts, the rest of them were only at the aperture opening state. This was not a threat to Luze. In a few short minutes, a private ship flew toward the planetary state void beast. Luze saw a figure fly out. He held a sword and flickered, instantly disappearing from the sky. Thereafter, a huge blue sword ray sliced across the air in the region of the planetary state void beast. Rumble. Roar. The void beast wailed in turn. At the same time, the earth started trembling initially, but then, it began to wobble immensely. Luze looked at that region. The mountains cracked, and rivers stopped flowing. It was like the entire planet was going to crack like an egg. The battle lasted a few minutes. Subsequently, everything calmed down amidst the wail from the beast in the distance. The spirit light dissipated, and this 1,000-kilometer region of land was completely changed. Cracks stretched all the way to the city which Luze was guarding. The city was split into a few regions by the fractures. Many tall buildings collapsed. In the end, the city became rubble. Luckily, the citizens weren't weak. With the help of the defense force, there were no casualties. The other cities, which were closer, were probably beyond help. As the battle calmed down, the citizens rejoiced. The planetary state void beast was dead. They were saved this time. Luze felt relieved too. He looked at the pile of void beasts on the ground. There were about 30 of them. However, no more beasts ran to his side. Luze flew back to the city. Lin Ling was watching over the captives of the underground forces. Upon seeing Luze fly back, Lin Ling smiled. Yo, our big hero is back. You are their hero now. Luze rolled his eyes. Naturally, he knew this too. He then smiled. You're enjoying yourself, hiding here peacefully. Lin Ling. She felt Luze must have some misunderstanding about peace. The planetary state battle was so intense, so where could she find peace? She still had to block most of the shockwaves. Otherwise, the destruction would be worse. At this moment, a golden and pink ray flew over and landed next to them. It was Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha. Their faces were pale while both of their chi was messy. They seemed to be injured. Lin Ling asked worriedly, "Are you okay, Sister Jing and Hesha?" The two shook their heads at the question. Nangongjing took out a bottle and drank the entire thing before laughing. Haha, this was a satisfying fight. That void beast was heavily injured but still had power at level 2 of the planetary state. Both of us couldn't beat it. There were a few more at the peak stage of the mortal evolution state and even someone who was nearly at the planetary state. Only then did we barely manage to stop it from running. Luze looked strangely at the two. In that case, aren't you two very strong? He didn't know what planetary state level 2 is, but since there was a second level, there must be level 1, right? Those two were just mortal evolution states, and yet, they had planetary state combat power? Kaiyuhesha grinned. Who do you think I am? Nangongjing felt great thinking about just how shocked those mortal evolution states were. Most of it was due to Luze. If it weren't for Luze's energy balls which supplemented their foundation, their combat power wouldn't reach that level. Of course, that 1 month in the Dao Enlightenment Room also helped too. Subsequently, they received news that all the void beasts on this planet were annihilated. Planet Nanchu had the worst condition in the system, so most powerful beings came to this planet. At this time, Luze and the rest then went to the other planets. In half a day's time, pretty much all the void beasts were eliminated. One had to admit that the rescue operation was much more effective than the ones in the Earth era. In a short day, a disaster that covered an entire solar system was resolved. After the situation was handled, everyone left through their flying ship, along with the gratitude of the Zigi system officials. Inside the golden swirl, Luze and the rest sat in the living room. They were much more relaxed than when they came here. Kaiyuhesha flicked through her social media accounts. After all, she was also a singer. She wouldn't have concerts during the school term, but during holidays, she would if she had the time. Kaiyuhesha relaxed on the couch and read news coverage about her and smiled. On the other hand, Nangongjing didn't really care about this. She never cared about what people thought of her. She lay on the couch and guzzled down bottles of wine. A bottle after a battle is truly a great pleasure of life. Luze rolled his eyes at this statement and looked at the ground that was full of empty bottles. How many did you drink already? Nangongjing rolled her eyes. This one, can be 10, or 100. It varies. Luze's mouth could not help but twitch after seeing how seriously Nangongjing spoke. Whatever makes you happy. Nangongjing gave Luze an approving look and kept drinking. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was taking a shower. Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha had finished showering. The first thing they did after the battle was to shower. On the other hand, Luze planned to shower after Lin Ling at this moment. Kaiyuhesha said, "Little brother Luze, there is news about you." Luze looked over curiously. Even Nangongjing looked over. Thereafter, Luze asked, "What is it?" Kaiyuhesha projected the screen in the air from which a not-so-professionally taken recording appeared. Kaiyuhesha read the title. Lieutenant Colonel Luze instantly killed 2 mortal evolution state void beasts. A first-year new student has mortal evolution state power. This surpasses all young dukes. He's unparalleled. She looked jokingly at Luze. Little brother Luze is unparalleled, so amazing. At the side, Nangongjing smiled at Luze too. Ze's power is indeed not bad. It is even stronger than us at the time. Luze. With this title, several people would probably disagree. Would he get bashed then? Chapter 344 Alcoholic, Stop. What's wrong? Just when Luze was about to feel bothered, Lin Ling walked out of the shower area. She just finished a shower and wore casuals at this moment. The moisture lingered all over her body while her hair was still a bit wet. She came over and sat next to Luze while watching the three curiously. Kai Uyuhesha pointed at the projection. Lin Ling glanced at it and then giggled. Indeed, Ze is about to be appointed as a young duke, right? Nangongjing and Kai Uyuhesha smiled. Depends on what the high levels think, but it should be soon. Thereafter, Nangongjing suddenly thought of something. By the way, what would his young duke title be? I think Iron Fist 2 Young Duke is pretty good. She hated her young duke title. If possible, she wanted Luze to have it too. After all, Luze also used fists, and he was her student. At her remark, Luze's mouth twitched. He looked at Nangongjing in disbelief. Did her conscience not hurt? There was no way he was going to be dragged into this. Kai Uyuhesha and Lin Ling couldn't resist laughing at the chance of it happening. Lin Ling bent over as she laughed and held Luze's arm while panting. Sister, this suits Ze too much, too, ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Kai Uyuhesha grinned. There doesn't seem to be a number 2 young duke yet. If it's really such a title, then little brother Luze will be the first for something again. Very good. Luze. How could someone, as talented and handsome as he was, receive such a low-level young duke title? He sneered. Give up your evil thoughts. The public opinion cannot be avoided. Did you not see them calling me unparalleled? The answer is simple. His young duke title would definitely be unparalleled young duke. Only such a title would be suitable for him. The three rolled their eyes at this. Afterward, Nangongjing said, Okay, stop dreaming. Hurry up and go take a shower. Thereafter, Luze got up and went into the shower. When he came back out, Nangongjing and the other two had gone back into their own rooms. Thus, Luze went back to cultivate. It was 2 days later when they got back to planet Venus. Golden Swirl stopped above Nangongjing's building. Subsequently, they brought the 5 captives down. Kai Uyuhesha glanced at them. Accordingly, they all shivered. Even the ferocious Konan calmed down after Luze gave him 2 punches. As for the 2 that fell to Nangongjing, their faces were pale as they trembled. Her light punch gave them mental trauma. At least, it was better than dying on the spot like their pals. Soon after this event, they were locked up in a room on the flying ship and remained heavily injured. If they had the chance, they would never go to Ziggy system to get wealthy. What a sad story. As for Fire, she looked the most normal. She was really lucky. She was only punched once in the stomach. Luze was indeed a good person. At this moment, Kai Uyuhesha spoke. I'll take them to the intelligence department first. Luze and the rest nodded. After Kai Uyuhesha left, Luze and the group went into Nangongjing's house. They soon proceeded upstairs. Ying was still sleeping on the bed there. She seemed to have dreamed of something tasty and was drooling. Nangongjing and Lin Ling walked to Ying and touched her round face. Then, they looked at Luze. Under their gazes, Luze rubbed his forehead and took out a red orb to feed Ying. After consuming it, Ying's starlight grew more vibrant and lively. Her little face seemed satisfied too. Nangongjing looked softly at Ying. I wonder how long she is going to sleep for this time. Lin Ling said, it should be the same as last time. It seems that after using Ze's energy, she didn't fall asleep for a long period of time like before. Luze smiled. She said it herself that her growth speed increased after using the red orbs. After feeding Ying, the three went downstairs and checked the rewards for this rescue operation. Every participant's merit will be tallied by the local defense force. If it was a student, their results would be sent to Dawn system. If not, it would be sent to the martial arts site of the Federal. The rewards will be given by them. Dawn Network had already given them their reward. Luze killed quite some aperture opening state void beasts and 2 mortal evolution state void beasts, so he was awarded 15 million academic credits and 1 day in the Dao Enlightenment Room. Lin Ling had lesser merit than Luze. After all, she didn't kill mortal evolution state void beasts. She was only awarded 5 million academic credits and 2 hours in the Dao Enlightenment Room. On the other hand, Nangongjing was the most rewarded among the 3. She and Kaiyuhesha were the main forces installing the planetary state void beast. They were awarded 80 million academic credits and 10 days in the Dao Enlightenment Room, as well as 2 Heaven Yang spirit fruits, which were used for planetary state cultivation. The human race didn't have a lot of resources for planetary state and above. You couldn't even buy it with academic credits. For Nangongjing, the reward was bountiful. Luze could tell she was very happy. Kaiyuhesha wasn't here, so her reward was unknown, but Luze admired this a lot. However, even if he was given planetary state resources, he wouldn't be able to use it. The energy was too huge. All of them were all very happy with their rewards. With 1 day in the Dao Enlightenment Room, Luze felt he could cultivate Star Crippling Punch to perfection. By then, he might be able to kill Overlord beasts. Upon thinking about this, Luze felt great. On the other hand, all his divine arts were cultivated to perfection. This time, his academic credits went over 30 million academic credits. Soon, he would be able to buy Fire Clone Divine Art. Great! Nangongjing said with regret, what a pity. It's such a good day. I drank all of the Jinyeo Searing Sun already. Otherwise, it would be great to drink and celebrate. Luze. Lin Ling. The two, feeling speechless, could only look at Nangongjing. She blinked her eyes. Do you think the old man will give me wine if I ask him for it now? Subsequently, she took out her phone and planned to make a call. Luze's mouth spasmed at this. Female alcoholic, stop. Let the old man go. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent after he spoke. Nangongjing, Lin Ling. Luze. Chapter 345 Arranged by Fate. Luze didn't understand why the air suddenly turned so silent. Subsequently, he saw Nangongjing turn around and smile vibrantly at him. Her hands were clenched into fists. At this moment, her voice turned gentle. Z, what did you just call me? I didn't hear it so clearly. Say it again. Luze. At her demand, he immediately sweated cold. Did he just say something he shouldn't have? What did he say? He doesn't seem to remember. He must have lost his memory. Luze said innocently, what did I just say? I seem to have lost my memory. Lin Ling. She, wanting to leave some space to Sister Jing, got up after rubbing her head speechlessly. Of course, it was mainly because she didn't want to be involved. Upon seeing this, Luze's eyes became serious. He immediately jumped toward Lin Ling's side and then grabbed her hand, forcing her back on the couch. This was a moment of fate. If he let go of her hand, then he could see his pitiful fate. He grabbed Lin Ling like he grabbed his own fate. At his actions, Lin Ling's mouth twitched. She planned to struggle, but when she saw Luze's pitiful gaze, her heart went soft. Accordingly, she stopped moving. Nangongjing saw this and smiled even more vibrantly. Kid, didn't you say you lost your memory? Why aren't you letting Lin Ling go? Luze said seriously, Sister Jing, you don't know. I was studying the stars and came to know that Sister Ling sitting here is fate. It is the will of heavens. Nangongjing. Lin Ling. The two girls got goosebumps due to his statement. Nangongjing rubbed her arm and glared at Luze. Don't think you can escape. You just called me a female alcoholic. If I don't let you try real Iron Fist judgment, then you probably don't even know who you are. She clenched her fist, and a cracking sound could be heard. Luze didn't feel so good. As it turned out, she never actually used real Iron Fist judgment on him. Did that mean he was over now? No. He must not let go of Lin Ling. Otherwise, he would be over. At this moment, the door opened, and Kaiuyuhesha walked in. When she saw the current scene, she felt dazed. In turn, the three also looked back at Kaiuyuhesha. The atmosphere was silent. Moments later, Kaiuyuhesha smiled. It seems I didn't come back at the right time. T-Rex, do you have the fetish to eat young grass like an old cow? Luze. Lin Ling. Nanggong Jing. There must be a misunderstanding. Nanggong Jing, who was already in not a good mood, heard how her opponent dared to joke about this. She immediately exploded. She glared at Luze and then looked at Kaiuyuhesha. Pink-haired fox demon, I will crush your chest today. How dare she? Kaiuyuhesha was the same age as her. Did she dare to call her old? Intolerable. The two disappeared from the spot after just a few seconds. Rumble. There were terrifying explosions in the air. However, they controlled their power, and the waves didn't reach the ground. The distant Federal University and Emperor Capital Academy students looked at the air in shock. Someone is attacking planet Venus. Such terrifying waves! Who dares to ravage planet Venus? Only some teachers and old students looked among each other with strange expressions. Kaiuyuhesha and Nanggong Jing mostly fought in the virtual reality but would sometimes fight outside. Sensing their terrifying chi, quite some students and teachers were shaken a bit. This power was probably at planetary state, right? Luze and Lin Ling looked at each other. Thereafter, Lin Ling glared at Luze. Are you going to let me go? Luze smiled and let go of Lin Ling's hand. Sister Ling is really my lifesaver. Lin Ling rolled her eyes at this. Disgusting. Moments later, Nanggong Jing and Kaiuyuhesha came back. Seeing how unsatisfied they were probably equally matched. Nanggong Jing smiled at Luze. That smile seemed to harbor killing intent. Luze barely survived today, but he would probably get bashed tomorrow morning at training, right? Should he spar with the fox demon? But then, his man's natural desires made him give up this idea. It was torture sparring with her. Luze changed the subject. Teacher Kaiyu, how did the captives fare? Kaiuyuhesha stretched her back on the couch. Those people are Lone Rangers. They didn't join the underground forces. They have some value themselves, but their final judgment would come later. However, the reward for you and the female T-Rex has come out. It will be sent to you later. T-Rex has 5 million academic credits while you have 6 million academic credits. Luze felt a little disappointed. He didn't expect the reward to be this low. Those 3 people at level 1 of the mortal evolution state from the underground forces were this invaluable? They weren't even worth as much as a few void beasts. Luze felt embarrassed for them. He now had 37 million academic credits. Essentially, he was a little wealthy again. Nanggong Jing didn't even care about the 5 million academic credits. Afterward, Nanggong Jing said, by the way, did you tell them about the Lord of Eternal Life? Kaiuyuhesha nodded. Yes, they will take note of it. Soon after, Kaiuyuhesha got up and smiled. I'll go and visit Ying Ying. I haven't seen her for so long. Accordingly, Kaiuyuhesha disappeared from the spot. Luze became speechless. The sky gradually grew dark. Lin Ling got up and said, I'll cook. Luze's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded. There was good food again, yay. After Lin Ling left, Luze suddenly felt a malevolent glance. He realized he forgot about something important. Without Lin Ling and Kaiuyuhesha here, only he and the female alcoholic remained. Luze's heart shivered. Let me think. Perhaps, I can save myself. Think and analyze. Then, Luze's eyes lit up. He realized a fact. He was beyond help. Later on, Linling and Kaihoyuhesha heard this pitiful howl. It lasted long enough to show the tragic mood of the person. Kaihoyuhesha and Linling shook their heads. Eventually, Luze lay lifelessly on the couch. Meanwhile, Nangongjing sat next to him and drank wine. Chapter 346 You're the Devil. After dinner, Luze and Linling went back to their dorms and cultivated like usual. Early the next morning, as soon as Luze came down, Yemu and the other approached the door. Accordingly, Luze helplessly let the excited bunch in. Yemu looked at Luze with envy. Ze, I'm so envious of you. At this statement, Luze asked, what happened? Tian Yuanqianhua sneered. Didn't some people say that something went wrong with your cultivation a few days ago? Luze felt dazed and recalled that matter. At that time, he still wanted to go to the martial trial tower and act cool, but the incident at Zigi system occurred. Tian Yuanqianhua continued, now, all those videos on the forums about your cultivation going wrong disappeared. There are quite some videos complimenting you. After hearing her words, Luze became dazed once more. It seemed that the video of him killing mortal evolution state void beasts was seen. This was a different way of resolving the issue, but the effects were the same. Luze felt very happy on the inside but kept a calm expression on the outside. As a master, he must remain calm. At the same time, he made the decision to read the forums and see how these people complimented him. Linling glanced at Luze speechlessly and saw through what he was thinking. Luze said, so, Yemu is jealous. What could he do? He was just too excellent. Yemu waved his hand. That's not the important part. The important part is that those who make those posts are all girls. All girls. All of this was Luze's world. Xuanyuki spoke at this time as well. By the way, there were a few very famous senior schoolmates who are very talented and good-looking. Yemu said he liked them. Everyone looked at Xuanyuki in disbelief. She was the devil. Yemu almost went grayish pale. Luze sympathized with him for a second. Ian looked at Luze with glowing eyes. Ze is so strong. You could actually kill mortal evolution state void beasts instantly. Luze grinned and waved his hand calmly. It's nothing. Luze felt amazing, but didn't Ian's glance seem a bit off? Why was that glance fitted a girl more? He couldn't even be bothered to tell Ian off anymore. He was worried about this guy. Will Ian be able to find a girlfriend? After seeing how cocky Luze was getting, Linling thought that Luze needed Sister Jing to give him some therapy. Sister Jing would be happy to oblige. Yemu and the rest felt very complicated. The 8 of them joined the entrance test together. Only 4 months had passed, but Luze's and Linling's powers had far exceeded theirs. They were very hard-working already. As such, those two were definitely the prodigy among the prodigies of the first-year students. They were the figures of envy. Even that number 1 student from the Emperor Capital Academy, who was at level 8 of the core martial state, was only on par with them. However, their target was Luze and Linling. Meanwhile, Luze was thinking about giving them some red orbs once he got stronger too. The group chatted for a while. Eventually, Yemu and the others left for class. Seeing this, Luze happily took out his phone. Linling then dragged him outside. Where is your temperament like a master? What's there to look up? Hurry up and cultivate. Wait. I'm just enjoying it, don't take my phone, okay, I won't look. Both of them returned to their original routine. Luze gave the 3 girls 5 orbs instead of 3 a day. However, Nangongjing and Kaihoyuhesha could still consume it in just a few minutes. On the other hand, Linling took about 10 hours. This also increased Linling's cultivation speed. 3 days later, the Dao Enlightenment Room was finally open. Accordingly, the four came to Jinyao City again. This time, their usage time was different. Lin Ling went in first. Thereafter, Luze followed. Nangongjing and Kaihu Hesha waited outside. Luze didn't waste time inside the Dao Enlightenment Room. He had to reach perfection mastery for the star crippling punch within a day. Sitting down, Luze took out a purple orb, and his mind cleared up. The arcanum of star crippling punch flowed in his mind. Luze peeled it and gathered it. Enlightenments flowed into his mind non-stop as his mastery of the star crippling punch grew deeper. A day later, Luze opened his eyes. He then clenched his fist. The fist flashed with a sliver of black metallic color. It seemed extremely tame but had this subtle rhythm to it. Luze grinned. Star crippling punch reached perfection. Sometimes, one was just one step away, but in truth, that step was the hardest. Without the Dao Enlightenment Room, he might need 10 days or even a month to learn it perfectly. Now, it was time to let them know what a true jungler was. Soon, he walked out. Planet Jinyao was the closest to the 2 stars. The sunlight was very piercing due to this. He ignored the strange glances from the students and left the Dao Enlightenment Room region. Jinyao City also had spirit gathering rooms. They were made with energy stones and formations learned from other civilizations. It could gather spirit force. It was like constantly using a cultivation serum. However, it was also very expensive. Just an aperture opening stateroom cost 100,000 academic credits an hour. Lin Ling was here while waiting for Luze to come out. Nangongjing and Kaihu Hesha would take too long, so the two chose to go back first. There were a few young people talking to Lin Ling. Luze saw Lin Ling had a polite smile, but he knew that she was about to rage. If this wasn't Jinyao City, those few youths would probably be over. Seeing Luze come over, Lin Ling immediately walked over and dragged him away. Luze looked back and raised his brow at the youths. Their faces looked worse. Lin Ling saw this and rolled her eyes. Immature. Luze smiled. Lin Ling let go of Luze's hand and asked, "How is it?" Star crippling punch had reached perfection. My combat power increased a bit at the same time. What about you? Lin Ling replied, both my strength god art and spirit I have improved. Chapter 347 Must hold on. Luze glanced at Lin Ling with surprise after hearing her words. That would mean her combat power had improved quite a bit, but regardless, it wouldn't be as fast as his improvement. He had to keep pressuring her. After all, Elder Lin said to not let her get complacent. Soon, the two walked out of the city. The person guarding the door was a young person they had never seen. His power should probably be at a young duke level. Naturally, a task like guarding the city gates should be entrusted to powerful prodigies. At the space station, outside the city, there were private and public flying ships. The ship to Jinyao City was free. Luze and Lin Ling went on the flying ship to planet Venus. It was very spacious inside. Other than them, there was just one man and a woman. They seemed to be a couple and didn't even notice Luze and Lin Ling come up. Luze and Lin Ling didn't disrupt the two and sat on the side. The flying ship soon flew up. It would take half an hour to arrive at planet Venus. The woman sitting at the front suddenly spoke. "Babe, let's play Connect the Idiom." Luze took in a cold breath to express his respect. The man nodded. "Sure." The girl smiled at his response. "Then, I'll go first. Be a good teacher. Be yourself. What you don't want. Wants, aren't satisfied." Full of joy. Subsequently, the man looked at the woman and said, "I like you." Luze. Lin Ling. The girl. Luze ended up completely dazed. Was it too late to get off the ship? Why did he have to endure this? Meanwhile, Lin Ling was full of question marks. The two glanced at each other and awkwardly looked away. The atmosphere turned a bit strange. Just when the girl was deeply moved and planned to kiss the guy, Luze and Lin Ling quickly looked away. Eventually, the ship stopped at the space station. Luze and Lin Ling got off the ship silently and flew back to their dorms. On the way, it was a bit awkward between the two. The couple displayed affection non-stop. Lin Ling didn't even dare to look at him. They went back to the dorm area and to their respective rooms. It was only afternoon, so he couldn't enter the pocket hunting dimension yet. Luze used the red orbs to increase his cultivation level. He was almost at the aperture opening state with 300 apertures. At this rate, it would only take 4 months to reach the mortal evolution state. Even he didn't know how much his combat power can reach. It would definitely be very strong. Then, the sky gradually darkened as the room dimmed down. Luze opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. He took a break and enjoyed Alice's food before entering the pocket hunting dimension again. He was going to try killing an overlord once more. In the pocket hunting dimension, as soon as Luze opened his eyes, a scene of vibrant purple entered his vision. The air was filled with subtle electric sparks that burned even air. At the same time, the ground was scorched. This place seemed to be the birthplace of lightning. Where am I? Why am I here? Shouldn't he be on the grass? Should the wind be blowing past him right now, allowing him to smell the aroma of grass and beasts? His landing spot seemed to be wrong. At this moment, one spark turned around and struck him. Luze shivered and gazed at it. This feeling. It was extremely numbing. It was like he received a whole body massage. It felt extremely comfortable. Wait. Not too good. It felt so good that his killing intent was receding. Luze frowned at this. Now wasn't the time to enjoy. He had to leave here. Hence, Luze used the courage to leave a warm bed in a cold winter morning to fly up into the air and see what was going on. At this moment, Luze just realized that the lightning arc brought a trace of lightning god art arcanum that he didn't know before. At the same time, his cell activity went up, and his body grew a little stronger. After such a discovery, he wasn't going to leave. No one would be able to make him leave either. Luze happily sat down and had a bold idea. He used lightning god art, and electric sparks appeared on his body. The free-roaming lightning sensed something, and all of them changed direction, running happily toward Luze. Zzz. The electric sparks flew into Luze and poured into his body. Luze felt like he was getting a powerful massage. All his cells were rejoicing. He could clearly feel his body getting stronger. At the same time, knowledge of the lightning god art flowed in his mind. He became completely immersed in this and proceeded to learn the secrets of lightning god art. Luze sat in the scorched ground and attracted countless electric sparks. Gradually, more and more sparks came. However, at this time, his body couldn't handle the powerful electricity anymore. His rejoicing cells were now scorched instead. Luze shivered and frowned. The huge pain made him sweat cold. However, as soon as he sweated, the sweat had evaporated instantly. He was completely numb and couldn't move at all. Because of this, Luze became a bit worried. He thought he was going to benefit a lot from this. Instead, he was going to die? He hadn't even seen an overlord beast yet. This didn't play out according to his scripts. Luze felt sad. At this moment, an extremely furious roar could be heard. At the same time, a huge purple figure came before Luze. It had black scales, purple lightning runes, and 2 pairs of dragon horns. It was the lightning horse overlord. It wasn't in a good mood. It was just happily chasing the 2-legged animal with its friends. When it turned back, it discovered its home was invaded. How could it tolerate this then? Thus, he applied for leave with his pals and came back to take care of business. However, it didn't expect that it was the two-legged animal that they've been searching for so long that entered its home. Great! The horse stared at the scorched Luze. Then, it lifted its hooves up and roared. Luze watched the huge hooves that were only tens of meters from him. His heart remained calm. He knew that 0.05 seconds later, these huge hooves would crush him. Well, at least, let him devour some lightning before dying. Must hold on. Chapter 348 I'm going to have it all. Just when Luze was prepared to die from the incoming hooves, an extremely terrifying chi suddenly appeared in the air. The chi was so intense that the lightning dragon horse froze. It didn't dare to move. Subsequently, an extremely violent wind blew past. The lightning dragon horse didn't even dare to struggle, but its lightning was blown away by the wind. Soon, the two were swept up into the sky. In the distant sky, Luze saw an extremely huge figure fly past. When it flapped its wings, countless grass and beasts flew up. Luze and the lightning dragon horse was just one of them. Roar! The wind wasn't as sharp as the wind blades and wasn't too damaging. However, it was overwhelmingly suppressing. Even an overlord-level beast couldn't control which direction it flew and could only roar as its hooves waved in the air. Ha ha ha, he wasn't going to die. This was the will of the heavens. For the first time, Luze realized that there were actually kind bosses in the pocket hunting dimension. Luze flew with the wind while using regeneration god art to recover his body. Without the influence of the lightning, the power of the regeneration god art manifested. Soon, his almost dead body regained life. Thereafter, he sensed his current state. He noticed that his body had improved quite a little after being shocked so much by the lightning. The arcanum of lightning god art circulated in his head. He also learned a lot. That was an accident, but Luze benefited to a great extent. At this moment, he floated in the wind while crossing his arms in contemplation. That place was the headquarters of the lightning dragon horse boss, right? Luze recalled on the first map, the male lion also had a fire tree, and the flame on there was a huge treasure. It seemed that Lightning Land was a huge treasure too. However, that place seemed to have been blown away by that boss. Would it recover? At this turn of events, Luze's heart ached. He would go back and check later. When the wind power wasn't enough to confine Luze, he didn't even know how far out he had flown. A boss was a boss indeed. One flap of a wing and you were 10,000 kilometers away. Subsequently, he flapped his wings and flew back to the place he came from. He didn't know where the lightning dragon horse, but that guy would probably go back home, right? This time, he was going to get revenge. When he came back to the place, the lightning-filled region had disappeared. However, sparks started emerging on the ground. It was as though this place was recovering. Upon seeing this, Luze smiled happily. Indeed, if a boss in here damaged it, it can be repaired, but if Luze took it, it wouldn't recover. As a case in point, the flame on the tree never recovered. Roar! A terrifying chi flew over. Luze looked around. Immediately, his face went cold. When it discovered how this two-legged animal dared to appear near his home, the lightning dragon horse became extremely annoyed. His body flashed with lightning as 4 few hundred-meter-long purple lightning swords appeared. These 4 spears turned into 4 purple beams and shot toward Luze. Luze flashed aside the spears and charged at the lightning dragon horse. Roar! 6 more lightning spears emerged and headed toward Luze. And another 6. And another 6. Luze's mouth spasmed after seeing the dense cluster of lightning spears shooting at him. The spears were extremely agile and powerful. They maneuvered around in the air and attacked Luze. Luze's wings of wind and lightning was already extremely fast and agile. Despite so, it was still a bit hard to dodge. Now, it seemed impossible to approach the lightning dragon horse. After dodging another spear from behind, his eyes went cold. Last time, his full-powered punch was stopped by the spear. This time, it wasn't going to be the same. Luze raised his fist, and a black light gently covered it. Thereafter, he punched the spear that was heading toward him. Rumble! A huge explosion occurred. The lightning and fist force swept more than 100 kilometers. Even the other spears were affected, becoming a little unstable. Luze's eyes flashed as he instantly traveled through the spears and appeared next to the lightning dragon horse. Immediately, he punched ferociously. Star crippling punch. Black fist force surged to the lightning dragon horse's stomach. At this moment, another lightning spear formed and greeted the fist force. Rumble! In an instant, the shockwave startled the lightning dragon horse. Luze grinned and charged up quickly. Unlike these overlords who were only strong in one area, Luze was strong in all areas. The lightning dragon horse was only strong due to a powerful attack divine art. It had clear weaknesses in other areas. Luze punched at its stomach and forced out its huge body more than 10 kilometers away. Its tough armor was shattered, and purple blood poured out. Gradually, its chi turned more murderous due to heavy injuries. Luze sneered. The other three overlords were not here, that was why it was easy to deal with this guy. He didn't give the lightning dragon horse a chance to recover. He charged toward it again. At this moment, another three roars could be heard. The blue bird, black tiger, and grey dragon were approaching rapidly. Upon discovering this, Luze felt stunned. He had only been fighting the lightning dragon horse for a few minutes. How come the reinforcement came this quickly? The three overlords neared. Luze's eyes flashed with hideousness. Accordingly, he used his full power. He smashed another lightning spear with one punch and kept charging toward the horse. The lightning dragon horse was injured, but if it teamed up with the other four overlords, then it would be troublesome. He should kill this horse first. With it dead, the other three overlords lacked a real offensive type of attack that could pose a threat to Luze. Perhaps, he could even kill them all today. I will have it all. Rumble! Luze used his full force with every punch. For a moment, the ground continued to crack, and soon, the sky turned dark. Die! Luze kicked the wound on the lightning dragon horse's stomach. Rumble! Roar! The lightning dragon horse roared in pain as its body was thrust into the ground, leaving a deep ditch. Luze flapped his wings and planned to deal the final blow when a blue figure appeared behind him and shot sharp wind blades hurricanes at him. The powerful threat made him turn around. Quickly, he destroyed the hurricane with a punch, but he lost the chance to finish the overlord off. Chapter 349. Something seems to be missing. Luze was floating in the air as he looked coldly at the two overlords, blue bird and grey lizard. Meanwhile, the black tiger overlord stood in front of the heavily injured lightning dragon horse as if serving as its guard. At this scene, he could not help but pout his lips. Was there some inconceivable connection among the bosses? How did they arrive so fast? In the end, he wasn't able to kill the lightning dragon horse. Its current injuries were severe, but it still had some combat power. He was going to be beaten like a boss again. What a sad story! Roar! Ang! When the three overlords roared, a terrifying chi spread out. They were going to get revenge and let this two-legged animal know true despair. The powerful pressure they emitted made Luze frown. Subsequently, the blue bird flapped its wings. A blue light enveloped around it. Its figure became ethereal. In an instant, it appeared above Luze's head. Its huge sharp claws swiped down onto his head. At the same time, the grey dragon swam around. Its body emitted grey mist as it roared out a few meters long diameter energy ball. It blasted towards Luze. The two powerful energies made Luze frown. In terms of attacks, their attacks were weaker than the lightning dragon horse. At this time, he flapped his wings of wind and lightning and disappeared from the spot. He charged toward the lightning dragon horse. Killing their weakest one was the right move. After killing the lightning dragon horse, Luze's reward would be huge no matter what happened. However, as soon as Luze moved, the black tiger overlord roared. Quickly, a black crystal armor enveloped its body as it attempted to block Luze. Thereafter, its huge claws swiped at him. Luze's eyes flashed in return. He clenched his right fist and greeted the overlord's claw. Star crippling punch. Rumble. The fist force and claws clashed. Upon collision, the dominating wave spread across the area. Then, the fist force vibrated, which crippled the crystal armor bit by bit. However, that was all it could do. Nevertheless, Luze's target wasn't the Black Tiger boss. The powerful clash made the Black Tiger stiffen for a moment. Luze grinned at the result. He then moved around the Black Tiger. As Luze got closer to the lightning dragon horse, he could not help but smirk. He was unstoppable now. At this moment, a chirp could be heard while a huge blue figure neared. The countless wind blades formed an ocean while heading toward Luze. The fastest blue bird overlord was not slower than Luze. As the wind blades grew closer, Luze felt a sliver of pain. At this juncture, he used the first shield. His eyes flashed with hideousness as he ignored the wind blade tide. He just kept charging toward the lightning dragon horse. No one can stop him. The wind blades smashed against the first shield, creating intense clanking sounds. In just an instant, the first shield was sliced to pieces. Compared to the Black Tiger Overlord's divine art, his first shield was the simplified version. Luze didn't even have time to activate first shield once more as the remaining wind blades sliced across his body. Screech! Hideous wounds appeared as blood poured out. However, grey light flowed around his body. His powerful body prevented him from being killed immediately. Hence, he could use regeneration god art to keep recovering. His state switched between being injured and recovering. During this period, his body was submerged in immense pain. It was so painful that he wanted to cry, but now wasn't the time. Luze gritted his teeth. Obtaining an opportunity had to be fought over and earned. He didn't want to wait for another boss to assist him with the attack. He was going to get the kill by himself. He then passed through the Blue Bird Overlord's attacks. He clenched his fist as it shook the surrounding space. Die! Accordingly, he swung his fist. The terrifying fist force smashed against the lightning dragon horse with destructive chi. Feeling the lethal threat, the lightning dragon horse wasn't going to wait there for its death. Zzz. Countless lightning flashed around its body. Then, a shining purple lightning spear that was 100 meters long appeared in front of it. Coupled with its roar, the spear moved to meet the fist force. The two clashed. Instantly, the air turned dead silent. It was as though all sound had been completely removed. Thereafter, air expanded. Then, black and purple lights flashed. Rumble. The terrifying sound filled the world. Not just Luze and the lightning dragon horse, but even the other overlords paused for a brief moment. Luze used this moment to gather all his power. His wounds cracked open again, but he didn't care. A black shield appeared around him as he charged over against the powerful shockwaves. The three overlords behind him roared and also went after him. Luze ignored them. Soon, he appeared next to the lightning dragon horse. Its chi became extremely chaotic after unleashing such an attack when it was already heavily injured. When it saw Luze, its chi turned violent once more. More lightning flashed, but blood gushed out of its mouth. Do you still want to resist? Luze swung his already charged up star crippling punch and proceeded to hit that huge wound. Rumble. The black fist force tore open its defenses without giving it any chance to react. Accordingly, the huge power forced the lightning dragon horse back into the ground again. The terrifying concussion tore its organs to pieces. Roar! After a wail, the lightning dragon horse's chi disappeared. Before Luze could laugh, he felt an extremely terrifying chi coming over. If he was caught, he might die straight away. No. He hadn't even collected the drop yet. Luze moved to the side, and then, a terrifying tide of wind blades, grey and black energy beams shot past him. Another 3 huge explosions occurred at this moment. Luze felt relieved. So close. If he received those attacks head-on, he would be dead by now. At this moment, Luze could feel some pain coming from his left hand. He seemed to be missing something. When he looked down, he saw the empty place. His arm was gone like that. Luckily, this was the pocket hunting dimension. He just needed to go out. Even if it was outside, a lost arm could be cured with the current technology. Luze used Regeneration God Art to recover the wound. He wanted to see if he could use Regeneration God Art to repair his arm. However, the wound closed, but his arm couldn't grow back. Clearly, the level of the Regeneration God Art was too low. Right at this moment, the 3 powerful chi rapidly closed in on Luze. Chapter 350. This really hurts the head. Following the death of the lightning dragon horse, the 3 overlords turned more violent. Luze could see them charging toward him. He frowned at this. Earlier, he had used his full power to quickly kill the lightning dragon horse. Now, it felt like only half of his energy was left. As such, he probably wouldn't be able to take all 3 overlords out, right? So sad. But Luze looked at the body of the dragon horse. Even if he couldn't kill them all, the harvest was enough. At this moment, the blue bird overlord appeared above his head. With a howl, countless sharp wind blades targeted him while sharp claws swept across simultaneously. Luze's eyes flashed. His wings of wind and lightning flapped, allowing him to dodge the attacks. Thereafter, the other 2 overlords came before him as well. Roars reverberated non-stop. All sorts of terrifying energy attacks blasted toward him. Although he managed to dodge, he wasn't able to find another opportunity to attack. One reason could be attributed to the insufficiency of energy. Moreover, these 3 beasts were in their prime. Luze didn't dare to fight them at all costs as he did with the dragon horse. Currently, his left arm was gone. This affected his combat power. The 3 overlords had only been attacking Luze for 10 seconds. The blue bird kept harassing and employing sneak attacks. The black tiger faced Luze head-on. On the other hand, the grey dragon relied on its recovery to keep Luze there. After dodging another energy ball from the black tiger, Luze glanced at the ground. The huge body of the dragon horse finally turned to dust, leaving behind a ground full of light orbs. Seeing this, his eyes lit up. He punched the blue bird boss, forcing it back. Subsequently, he used wings of wind and lightning with full force. His body flashed. He then broke through the encirclement and came to the ground. Quickly, he just collected the orbs without even having the time to look at what they were. As soon as he did this, terrifying energy waves came pressing down above his head. Luze's wings of wind and lightning flapped. He retreated a few thousand meters away, dodging the attacks. Rumble! 3 terrifying energy beams struck the ground. Upon collision, the earth cracked as deep ravines stretched out into the distance. Luze flew back up into the sky and breathed slowly. A while ago, he had been on defense mode and didn't use much energy. Now that he had no concerns, he felt he could fight for another round. Hence, dark rays surged on his right hand as the star-crippling punch was charged. At this juncture, the sky suddenly darkened. Luze's body stiffened. Which boss was passing by now? As soon as he thought of this, his heart went cold. He flew to the left direction without hesitation. Rumble! An explosion occurred. Purple lightning struck down from the sky. Consequently, the place where Luze stood turned into a huge ditch. Luckily, he dodged it quickly. Just when Luze caught his breath, his heart felt cold once more. Again? Luze bit his lips and flashed in the air. Purple thunder rained down from the sky toward him. He looked up at the dark clouds. These familiar attacks. At this time, Luze's mouth could not help but twitch. He finally realized what was going on. It was you. Fat Rabbit. To be honest, Luze was still confused about this scenario. Those 4 overlords chased the rabbit madly once. Why were they so close now? Sure enough, power corrupted people. Even the fat rabbit was corrupted. However, this rabbit was very sly. It didn't show up until now. Luze used his mental force to find the whereabouts of the rabbit. At this moment, the 3 overlords charged up again, attacking him. Compared to the dragon horse, the rabbit's lightning was stronger. After all, it was learned from that heavenly rune. It was stronger and more agile, which gave Luze the greatest pressure. With the interference of the other overlords, Luze was soon having a difficult time handling the situation. In just half a minute, his entire body was covered in wounds. His chi became chaotic and his breathing became desperate. He didn't have much energy left. If it wasn't a lethal wound, he didn't even use regeneration god art. He frowned. If this continued, he might die. At this moment, the lightning from the sky eased up. Luze dodged a claw attack from the blue bird and felt relieved. Did this fat rabbit finally find his heart and decide to stop attacking him? Upon having such a thought, his mind suddenly ached as though it was poked by countless needles. This severe pain almost made him crash from the sky. Shit! This rabbit was ambushing him with mental force? He now recalled that mental force was the rabbit's own god art. A huge claw with volatile chi swept at Luze. In return, he could only grit his teeth and resist the pain. Thereafter, he raised his star crippling punch and struck out. Rumble! The ripple spread out. Along with it, terrifying energy kept hitting Luze. It proceeded to invade his body, pouring mercilessly inside him. Crack! The power wreaked havoc inside his body. His face went pale, and he spat out blood. At the same time, the powerful force sent Luze flying more than tens of kilometers away. Before he could catch his breath, a blue figure appeared above his head, and then, countless wind blades surged. Shit! Luze was instantly buried by the flurry of wind blades. Overwhelming waves of pain overtook his body. Simultaneously, the pain in his head still hadn't disappeared. Soon, another terrifying chi surged. Luze was struck heavily before he could flee. Eventually, his mind sunk into darkness. In the dark room, Luze suddenly opened his eyes. This time, it was really painful. His mental force could be considered very strong due to the constant use of purple orbs. Nevertheless, he still couldn't take the rabbit's mental force attack. Sometimes, being too tough had its disadvantages. Back then, those flurry of wind blades wasn't able to kill him. In the end, another overlord attacked as well. Only then did he die. Deep inside, Luze felt bitter. It was all the rabbit's fault. As soon as that guy appeared, nothing good happened. Luze took a breath, and he immediately felt the pain intensify. He could only lay on the bed lifelessly. Even breathing was painful. He was going to remember this for the rest of his life. As soon as he saw the rabbit, he would fight it directly. An hour later, the pain finally disappeared. Thereafter, Luze sat up. It was time to tally the harvest. He became very excited. He looked inside his mental dimension. As his power grew, the small space had expanded greatly. Inside, all sorts of orbs floated. There were a few 100,000 of them. Among them, the god art orbs were useless to him because his god arts had reached perfection on the second map. Amid them, there were tens of orbs that shone the brightest. All the orbs revolved around them.